3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining.
We'll be back with more.
One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. We are back. NFL Week 13, Gridiron Gameday. You're listening to Infinity Sports Net, and we've got a lot to get to. A jam-packed day of football. So forget about burning off the calories for Thanksgiving. Get the bread, get some leftover Thanksgiving dinner. Let's make Thanksgiving sandwiches and get ready for a big day of NFL action. And we've got a lot to get to. Yes, no buys this week. And with all the action on Thursday and Friday, that didn't take away from today's action. 7 1 o'clock games, 3 4 o'clock games. Our marquee matchup of the 1 o'clock window. Texans, Colts, a big game, big implications. The Colts 8-3, the Texans 6-5. The Texans trying to keep their hopes of not just the playoffs, but the division alive after the Colts lost to the Chiefs last week. CJ Stroud is back. The injury report looks clean. We'll get you the whole injury report in a bit. My picks, all of that. So Texans at Colts. Colts trying to bounce back. They're undefeated at home. They're trying to keep it that way, and the Texans look to get to 7-5, which would put them a game behind the Colts for the division lead, and would tie them pending whatever happens in the Jaguars-Titans game. And the Jags could be tied for the division lead after today. So that AFC South has a lot of impact on today's action. The Niners facing off against the Browns. Shedeur Sanders, first victory as Browns quarterback, facing off against a Niners team, finally healthy. Finally, gelling to an extent. Christian McCaffrey looking to have another big day as he not only leads that team in rushing but receiving, having one of the, almost under the radar seasons where he's on pace for not just 1,000 rushing yards, but 1,000 receiving yards. He's got 796 rushing yards, 7 touchdowns, 81 catches, 785 receiving yards, and 5 touchdowns. So he looks to have another big day there as they try to keep pace in a NFC West that is absolutely insane. 8-3 Seahawks, 9-2 Rams, and the Niners themselves 8-4. The Rams, big favorites on the road against the 6-6 Panthers. They try to get to 10 wins at 10-2, and they also are trying to build off of what has been consistent, domination the last few weeks of not just their own division, but what feels like any opponent that stands in their way. And the Panthers are trying to, fight for that division. The NFC South is, not the, I don't want to say the height of mediocrity, but they're at 6-6. The Bucs are at 6-5. And the Panthers, theoretically, even with a loss, are still in the division picture, not just the playoff picture. And we'll give you a complete breakdown of that as well later. But they're trying to get to 7-6, and the Rams trying to stay red hot. 4-1 on the road for the Rams. And the Panthers trying to ride Rico Dowd even more as he has been their best and kind of only, offensive weapon consistently. 871 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns, and he's done that without starting the year as a guy getting a whole lot of carries. Falcons, Jets. Falcons, again, 4-7, theoretically still have a shot at that division if they could get a win today at MetLife against the Jets. The Jets, who, after their 2-game winning streak, have dropped, 2 very disappointing games in a row. So they're looking to try and build off of what is a lost season, but trying to, build towards the future and, block out the nonsense that is Jerry Jones with the hard-to-believe trade offer, even if he misspoke, that was rumored there between the Jets and the Cowboys. And the Falcons trying to get to 5-7, trying to stay alive. Kirk Cousins at quarterback today. The Jags, as I said, are 7-4. Titans 1-10. And the Jags, not to repeat myself, but that AFC South, that window is wide open for any of these teams. It's hard to believe after what the Colts did to start the season. They're now 8-3. It's not like they've had some major collapse. But with the losses to the Steelers and the Chiefs over the last 4 weeks, they have now put themselves in a position that both the Texans and Jaguars can reach out and still have a grasp of that division. So the Jags trying to get to 8-4, trying to continue not only solidifying their place as an AFC playoff team, but also trying to get back in that division lead. And if the Texans go out there and play their defensive style with C.J. Stroud back, maybe get a little bit of boost, their receiving room is healthy, there could be a very interesting, maybe the most interesting, specifically in the AFC division, coming down the stretch, going into the final 4 weeks of the season, 5 weeks of the season. Saints at Dolphins. Saints 2-9. Dolphins at 4-7. I guess the Dolphins, you could say, with a win, could still have hope of a playoff appearance. And the Saints just trying to build anything in the Tyler Shuck era. They are 2-9. Dolphins are 4-7 in Miami. So we'll see what happens in that one. And the Cardinals 3-8 against the Bucks, 6-5. Jacoby Brissett, the king of stat padding with that team, for us fantasy owners, they're 3-8. The Bucs are trying to, resist a little bit in that division, in the playoff picture, in the NFC, as they currently lead that division. But they still have to win today. They get Bucky Irving back. It feels like Baker Mayfield will be playing. Just to put it in perspective, the NFC South, they are 6-5. Panthers are 6-6. Falcons are 4-7. Saints 2-9. No team in that division has a positive point differential. No team in that division has the Bucs are minus 25 on the year. The Panthers are minus 53, and they shut out the Falcons this year like 30-0. No other division like that. The AFC North, close. Depending on what happens with the Steelers today, they might all have a negative point differential as well. Going out to the NFC, the Seahawks 8-3. They host the Vikings. They are 4-7, the Vikings, and they will be without J.J. McCarthy. Starting today, Max Brosmer making his first start. He was an undrafted free agent. And the Seahawks, big favorites at home. They are, pretty healthy for the first time in that receiver room all season. So we'll get into that one as, again, looking at the NFC West. Rams, 9-2. Seahawks, 8-3. Niners, 8-4. The complete opposite of the South. Rams are a plus 127 on the year. Seahawks are plus 107, and the Niners plus 20. After today, there is a good shot that in the win column, they could all be tied if something unexpected happens in that Panthers-Rams game. So the Seahawks still very well in the NFC West picture. Obviously, both teams kind of safe for now. There is a lot of competition, NFC North, NFC West. Somebody is going to be disappointed in those divisions. And the Raiders and Chargers, finishes off. Raiders 2-9, Chargers 7-4, and the Chargers just trying to stay, in pace with the Broncos, and also, lengthen that lead that they have in that wild card picture, trying to solidify and take some of the pressure off of them when it comes to making the playoffs. Obviously, the division's still up for grabs. Broncos are 9-2. They face the Commanders tonight on Sunday Night Football. Chargers are 7-4. You win today, you put 2 games between you and the Chiefs, and you're still, at worst, 2 games behind the Broncos. After, a disappointing loss last week. But let's jump out to our marquee matchup. Indianapolis hosts Houston, and Andrew Smith sets the scene for us.
Yeah, you're talking about tight division races. Things have really tightened up in the AFC South, where the Colts are 8-3, the Jaguars are 7-4, and the Texans are 6-5. And not necessarily a must-win for either team, but certainly if you're the Texans, it's a game that they would like to have to keep contact with the Colts, and obviously that would move them within a game of Indy in the division race. And the Colts play both the Texans and the Jaguars twice the remainder of the season. So the Colts, obviously led by NFL rushing leader Jonathan Taylor, they have the league's top scoring offense at 31 points a game. They're number 2 in total yards. Houston allows the fewest yards per game in the NFL at 264. They're second in the league in scoring defense. So it's strength versus strength today when the Colts have the ball. The Texans enter the game on a 3-game winning streak. That was engineered by backup quarterback Davis Mills, but C.J. Stroud is available and is expected to start today after missing the last 3 games with a concussion. Obviously, another matchup I'm going to be watching is the Texans' defensive front of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, the 2 outstanding defensive ends, and their pass rush against the Colts' Daniel Jones, who has been dealing with a fibula injury. He will play today. Tyler Warren also is expected to play. He was put on the injury report yesterday with an illness. So it's going to be a very, very intriguing matchup this afternoon between the Colts and the Texans, with that tightening AFC South race certainly in the balance.
Thank you so much, Andrew. We'll jump out to that one. Another interesting scenario, not just for one of these teams, the Niners visiting the Browns. Niners, again, trying to keep pace, not just in the AFC, but in the AFC West. And Shedeur Sanders, his second career start after beating the Raiders last week. Can he take down, last week a former Bay Area team, and this week an actual Bay Area team as Shedeur Sanders looking to go out there and build on what was an impressive first start. And more on that, John Bazika's got us covered from Cleveland.
Yeah, Anthony, how about this? Shedeur Sanders makes his first start here in Cleveland today, coming off of that win last week. The last Browns rookie quarterback to win their first start was in 1995. I was like 2 years old when that happened.
Same.
For, I guess, idea, perspective on that. Biggest factor today, weather. 35 degrees, wet-ish, chance of snow. Winds could gust up to 35 to 45 miles per hour today. So kicking could be a very fun idea today, a very fun concept, and passing the football could be the same. It's a couple of things for the Browns as well. Rookies and Myles Garrett have been the story for them. Myles has 18 sacks to lead the NFL. He's 5 clear of the next guy, which is just insane. 14 sacks over the last 5 games. He's on pace to have 28 sacks this year if you're counting at home. Garrett surpassed Reggie White, too, for the most sacks by a player under 30. His 120 and a half sacks in his career. He actually turns 30 in December. I think it's like the 29th of December, so he's still got a month to go on that. And Reggie White does have the mark for the most sacks through 12 games with 21. So 4 today for Myles, and he could break another record held by a Hall of Famer. Next note for the Browns, as I mentioned, rookies, they're being led in passing, rushing, receiving, tackles, all by rookies. Gabriel, who obviously is not starting today, Quinshon Judkins, Harold Fannin, and Carson Schlesinger. And the Browns defense, because of Schlesinger, is actually second in total defense in the NFL. They haven't allowed a 300-yard passer in 39 games. You have to go back a couple seasons for that. And Judkins leads the NFL with rookie running backs with 667 yards and 7 touchdowns. As good as the Browns defense has been, I would say Christian McCaffrey has been just as good. The 49ers defense, not been great, but McCaffrey has kind of carried them. He's having an unbelievable year. He leads the league in yards from scrimmage with over 1,500. He also leads the NFL in receptions entering this week. Jamar Chase passed him the other night. But interesting note here, the 49ers are 8-2 all-time versus the Browns, or the Browns, I should say, are 8-2 all-time at home versus the 49ers. The Browns' last 2 quarterback wins here in this building came from Johnny Manziel in 2015 and 2 years ago from P.J. Walker. That's a weird, Thanksgiving Day table thing that you could share with someone now. 1 p.m. today, of course, it'll be cold, it'll be wet, it'll be Cleveland. San Fran is a 5.5-point favorite today on the road. Anthony?
Thank you so much, John, and we'll jump around there. It's very interesting. And, me, I wasn't 2 years old, but 4 years old, that is a long time for a Browns debut start win. And that is, an organization that has not seen a lot of success in my lifetime. Just to, piggyback on what he was talking about, Myles Garrett, the impressiveness of what he's doing throughout, not just this year, but his career, already passing Reggie White for the milestone, at that age. But he's also a sack and a half away from 23rd all-time, 2 sacks away from 22nd all-time. And he has yet to hit his 30th birthday. He will hit it, obviously, in a month, less than a month now. But he is on pace to be maybe the greatest all-time, sack leader. And hopefully, today and last week, the start of something special, if they could find their quarterback in Shedeur. I was a big Shedeur guy coming into the year. Not to say that I thought he was, going to be a superstar. I did think he was going to be the second best quarterback in that draft. Obviously wrong to this point, the way Jackson Dart has played and, Cam Ward, that team has struggled. But if you are really watching Cam Ward play, you know that he's giving you some impressive moments in that one. Some other, intriguing, stat leaders when it comes to rushing the ball. Jonathan Taylor, 1,197 yards. James Cook, 1,084. Those 2 guys have been catalysts for both of their teams. It feels like, specifically with James Cook, If he doesn't get it going, that Bills team has struggled this year. Not a slight on Josh Allen, but maybe more on what they have at tight end and receiver. As far as receiving goes, Jackson Smith and Jigba has really separated himself from the pack this year. 1,313 yards. That is almost 200 more than George Pickens, who's in second. And George Pickens has already played a game this week, so he's got the game in hand on Jackson Smith and Jigba. As far as interceptions go, Kevin Byard is 6 for the Bears. J.C. Horn, who's not playing today, is 5. Sacks, Myles Garrett is 18. The next closest is Brian Burns at 13 and Micah Parsons at 12.5. Just let that sink in. Your tackles leader on the year, Jordan Brooks at 125. Jack Campbell at 117. And then passing-wise, Dak Prescott and Patrick Mahomes separated by about 30 yards at the top of the conference or at the league with 3,200-plus yards. Drake May, 3,130 yards for him. Daniel Jones also up there, like everyone, and their mom definitely saw coming. So a lot of, surprising stats around the league, specifically when you look at certain team stats. Something else I wanted to talk about with John, or that John mentioned, was that Browns defense. We talk a lot about the Broncos. We talk a lot about the Texans. That Browns defense, with no offensive flow up until, I guess, last week, with no consistency on the offensive end, they're on the field more than almost any defense in the league, and they are one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the league, bar none. Denzel Ward, guys like that, not just Myles Garrett, have really made that defense one of the best in the league. The Texans, statistically, when it comes to points scored, I think are the best defense in the league. And if I was ranking them, I would say the Browns and Texans are the best defenses in the league. The Broncos the most complete, even if they might not be as good at one thing or another that those two defenses are. Even if their pass rush is the best in the league statistically, those are the three best defenses. And the Browns have done it even more impressively so with terrible quarterback play. They've essentially won 2 games off of their defensive play, and they should have won week 1 because of their defense and the missed field goal there. We have the division AFC North, 6-5 Steelers, 6-6 Ravens. Ravens had a legit shot to come into this week to guarantee themselves with just leaving the division at least tied. And now they're at 6-6, praying that the Bills can help them out and beat the Steelers. The Browns 3-8, the Bengals 4-8. So hypothetically, the Browns win today and the Steelers lose. Everyone in that division is still alive for that one. But let's go out to Carolina. The Rams, who some people are saying is the best team in the league, versus the Panthers, who still have a legit shot, win or lose today, at that NFC South division. And more on that, Kevin Casey sets the scene from Carolina.
Okay, Anthony, amazing as that sounds, you're accurate on all fronts. Carolina comes in reeling, struggling, and with a lot of injuries, and the schedule makers are not doing Carolina any favors. Of all teams you don't want to play if you're Carolina, they don't want to play the Los Angeles Rams, and they do. They're 9-2, winners of 6 straight. Matt Stafford, 27 straight touchdown passes without an interception. So and with Carolina, with J.C. Horn, the starting corner out, a couple of reserve corners out, starting linebackers out, their defense is decimated, and the L.A. Rams are getting quality contributions from Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams. Tutu Atwell comes back from a hamstring injury and we mentioned Carolina losing a lot of starters on defense with injury, and Trevon Merring he's out with a suspension. So Carolina is decimated. And I guess the only thing possibly could be going for Carolina today is it feels like it's about 20 degrees to me. I'm a Southerner, but it's 49 degrees and very cold, blustery, misty off and on, 40s in right now they say, but it didn't feel like that walking from the media parking lot here. And former Rams head coach, Pro Football Hall of Famer George Allen used to always tell his teams when he coached. My friend Roman Gabriel told me the story, and he said, no matter what the weather was, it was always Ram weather. Well, today I don't think this is Ram weather, at least not the Rams that I remember. But that's what we got here in Carolina, where the the 6-6 Panthers host the surging 9-2 Los Angeles Rams.
Thank you so much, Kevin. So an unfamiliar, chill in the air in Carolina. Maybe it helps, with the Rams, coming into town. Maybe it slows them down a little bit coming from Southern California. We got a lot more to get to. More preview, more action. I'll get you my picks, the injury report, some of the milestones to watch. We'll preview the rest of these games. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Another week, another NFL jam-packed schedule. Again, 7 1 o'clock games, 3 4 o'clock games. Got a big game tonight, Broncos, Commanders. And on Monday night, we get the exciting Giants-Patriots, the return of Jackson Dart. That was a little tongue-in-cheek, to be fair. But 2 teams tonight and on Monday trying to vie for that number 1 seed, the bye in the AFC. But nothing is settled just yet. Because when you look at the playoff picture in both leagues, right now, to win the division, obviously the Patriots and Broncos north of 80%. But the Colts in their division, they are at 68%. I think that, and then the Ravens and Steelers. So right now, this is currently with the records they have. The Ravens are at 52%. The Steelers are at 43%. That would probably flip with the Steelers' victory today. And in the NFC, a little bit more, muddled because of how close a lot of these divisions are. Eagles are at 95%, but that division is not over yet. Rams are at 71%, and the Packers at 69%. As far as making the playoffs, most of it is, I don't know how they determine this, but the Bears at 60% and the Lions at 52%. So a lot feels like it's locked up, but a couple of losses here and a couple wins this week, everything flips on its head. But let's go out to MetLife as the Falcons and the Jets get ready to play. And to set the scene from New Jersey, our guy Tom Merriam's got us covered.
And good afternoon. The scene here at MetLife Stadium, a little dismal, both the teams' records and the weather. First of all, we'll start with the weather. It is rainy. It is cold. The wind is blowing a little bit. And then both teams coming in here with difficult records this season. The Jets 2-9, the Falcons 4-7. Atlanta, though, still has a shot at the playoffs, so they're pretty much going to have to win out. Both teams will start veteran backup quarterbacks who've taken over in the last week. Kirk Cousins in for the injured Michael Penix. He led the Falcons to win over the Saints last week. He will start again this week. Tyrod Taylor for the Jets. He took over as the number 1 quarterback for Justin Fields, who had a lot of difficulties, to put it mildly, during the season. Jets offense looked a little better in the loss to the Ravens last week. Both quarterbacks will be without their team's top receivers. However, Drake London out for the Falcons, and Garrett Wilson once again sitting it out for the Jets. One interesting sideline to look at here. The Jets this season have had 1 turnover the entire year, and that wasn't even in North America. That came in their game in London against Denver. Jets certainly could use a turnover or 2 to try to turn the tide and come up with their 3rd win of the year. We'll update you as the game goes along. Kickoff about a half hour away.
Thank you so much, Tom, as we continue to bounce around the league. Some, more notes on that injury report front. If you missed it earlier, for the Texans, Johnny Carter and Will Anderson Jr. out. So that's a big one there in Anderson. C.J. Stroud healthy. For the Colts, just Jalen Carlisle out. And then Warren, Tyler Warren is, was on the injury report with an illness, so something to monitor during the game. Eddie Pinheiro out for the Niners. Brandon Bates, Aiden Huntington, and Alex Wright out for the Browns. The Rams, pretty clean bill of health. For the Panthers, their defense decimated this week. Christian Roseboom out. Cade Mays out on that offensive line. Chandler Zavala, Claudine Chirelis, and J.C. Horn, the big injury in that one. As we heard, Jarvis Brownlee out for the Jets. Tyrod Taylor starting for the Jets. Justin Fields on the bench. And because of the injured Michael Penix, Kirk Cousins starting again for the Falcons, if you weren't aware. Jacksonville, no Patrick McCarry, Travin Walker, Eric Murray, or Chuma Aduga. For the Titans, Kendall Brooks, Lloyd Cushenberry at center out, and Shai Tuttle also out. In the Saints and Dolphins, not a ton of big injuries in that one, except for Alvin Kamara will not be playing today for the Saints. The Cardinals, longer list here, so bear with me. Amari DiMarcado out. Will Hernandez out. Walter Nolan out. Trey Benson out. Hayden Connor. Christian Jones also out. Marvin Harrison Jr. and Bam Knight both expected to play, both questionable though. Minnesota will be about Donovan Jackson. As you heard, J.J. McCarthy is out. Max Brosmer will be starting. Obviously, Carson Wentz injured earlier in the season. For the Seahawks, George Halani and Riley Mills also out. For the Bills, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Deion Dawkins. So a couple of hits to that offensive line for the Bills. For the Steelers, Broderick Jones, Derek Harmon, both out. Aaron Rodgers is active with the wrist injury, so we'll see how that affects him. Obviously, non-throwing hand for him. And then for Vegas, the Raiders will be without Michael Mayer. And for the Chargers, Omarion Hampton still not healthy enough to play, so a lot of injuries to monitor there. Some quarterback shuffling, even not due to injuries, like we said with the Jets. And then in tonight's game, Jaden Daniels not playing. We'll see what happens next week if he is still, not able to play or not. I would assume, this is my assumption, it's not something I've read or heard, if they lose tonight, there's probably a good chance that maybe we see Jaden Daniels one time this year, and that'd be like the last week of the season. Most likely not at all. Because I don't think, what are you risking it for when you're all but out of it in the playoff picture? And then as far as, those of you who root for teams that, not looking too good right now, the current draft, top of the draft standings, if you go to Tankathon, Titans are 1, Giants are 2, Saints are 3, Jets are 4, Vegas 5, Cleveland 6, Washington 7, Arizona 8, Cincinnati 9, and Miami 10. So not just playoff implications, but draft order implications as well, as we continue to monitor all of that. So we will come back, we'll preview the rest of the games, and we will watch and see what we have for, my picks. I'll give you the milestones to watch as well. But first, an update from our guy, Tony Pierno.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, and we have a flurry of college football coaching news this afternoon. According to multiple reports, Lane Kiffin is likely to take the head coaching job at LSU today. Kiffin is expected to hold a team meeting this afternoon at 2 Eastern to inform his players of his decision. Elsewhere, Auburn is hiring Alex Golesh as their next head coach, and the Florida Gators are finalizing a 6-year deal to hire John Sumrall. After leading the Browns to a win over the Las Vegas Raiders a week ago, Shedeur Sanders is now set to make his first home start this afternoon against the San Francisco 49ers. Sanders is looking forward to the experience.
I feel like it'll be fun. I feel like it'll be very fun. You gotta understand, right now, I'm in grind mode. Mentally, understanding how to attack this defense that we're going against, and they're a great team. They got great coaches, everything. But that's where I am mentally right now.
Kickoff for Browns and 49ers is coming up at the top of the hour. A critical matchup in the race for the AFC South as the Texans meet the Colts in Indianapolis. C.J. Stroud is set to return for Houston, who has won 3 straight games. Kickoff is at 1 Eastern. In the late afternoon window, Aaron Rodgers makes his return to the field as the Pittsburgh Steelers host Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Kickoff is at 4:25 Eastern. And the Sunday night matchup features a pair of teams that are headed in opposite directions as the 9-2 Broncos visit the 3-8 Commanders. Denver is seeking a 9th straight victory today, while Washington is looking to avoid a 7th consecutive loss. Kickoff is at 8:20 Eastern. NBA, the Raptors will look to get back in the win column when they visit the New York Knicks. Toronto had their 9-game winning streak come to an end on Saturday as they lost to the Charlotte Hornets in overtime. New York has won the last 8 meetings with Toronto. Tip-off is at 6 Eastern, and the Lakers will seek to keep the good times rolling as they host the Pelicans. LA has won 6 straight games. Tip-off is at 9:30 Eastern. Women's college hoops, top-ranked UConn takes on Xavier. On the ice, the first-place Ducks go for their second straight win when they visit the Blackhawks. I'm Tony Pierno.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. A few more games to get to preview, and then NFL Week action. NFL Week 13 action is upon us. My picks for the week: Bucks to cover at 3.5. Travis Etienne Jr. anytime touchdown. Rams, I bought it down a little bit at 6.5, and CMC 100+ rushing and receiving yards combined, and Justin Herbert over 1.5 passing touchdowns. Some milestones to watch for the day. Aaron Rodgers is 79 yards away from 65,000 yards. Keenan Allen, 2 catches away from passing Steve Smith Sr. and moving in the 13th all-time. Mike Evans is 47 yards away from 22nd all-time. 176 yards away from 13,000 receiving yards. Devontae Adams needs 2 touchdowns, receiving touchdowns, to move in the 7th all-time in NFL history. Cam Jordan a sack away from passing Derek Thomas for 18th all-time. And Myles Garrett, like I said earlier, 1.5 sacks from 23rd all-time, 2 full sacks away from 22nd all-time. Let's jump out. Jags, Titans. Brant Douglas has more on that from Tennessee.
All right, the Jaguars come in with a record of 7-4 in the thick of the AFC South discussion, as well as in the thick of the wild card discussion. Taking on the Tennessee Titans, 1-10. Only discussion now is, will they be able to get the number 1 spot in the draft next year for a second year in a row? For the Jags, this is something of a must-win game, as they play the Titans twice in the next 6 weeks, and they played the Jets. But then their other 3 games, twice against Indianapolis and once at Denver in right before Christmas, December 21st. The Titans, their big job today, if they want to get their first home victory in more than a season, is going to be stopping a Jacksonville offense that is averaging more than 30 points a game since the Week 8 bye. Jaguars have scored 27+ in the last 4 games, and 3 of those 4 games have been victories. Cam Ward for the Tennessee Titans has shown some signs of life and some sparks in the offense, but it hasn't been enough to translate yet into any wins here at home. The skies are starting to clear off. It should be partly sunny here after a rainy night in Nashville, but it's going to be chilly and breezy with a high around 40 to 43 degrees, but we still expect some great football here today in Nashville.
Thank you so much, Brant. Let's go out to Tampa Bay as the Bucs try to, lengthen their lead in the NFC South to do anything to stave off the Panthers and the rest of that division, and the Cardinals just looking to play some competent football as Jacoby Brissett is under center for them. More on that, Tom Akins has covered.
Well, when you look at the Buccaneers against the Cardinals, you kind of wonder which way this game might possibly go, because both teams are in very different situations. The Cardinals, they're out of it. They're buried in the cellar in the NFC's West Division. The Buccaneers, on the other hand, have a very slim half-game lead for first place in the NFC South. They need to win. Both these teams have lost 3 straight coming into today, so who knows which way it's going to go. If Tampa is going to succeed, it's going to be starts with the quarterback position. Baker Mayfield is expected to start today, even though he's going to have to play through the pain that he's going to have from last week's sprained left shoulder. Suffered that against the Rams in a big Rams victory over the Buccaneers. Teddy Bridgewater is ready as a backup quarterback, and the Buccaneers have even elevated Connor Bazelak to the roster just in case a third quarterback situation develops. The big news for the Buccaneers on the positive side, though, is the return of running back Bucky Irving. He's back after missing 7 games with shoulder and foot injuries. And you can put Irving, Rashad White, and Sean Tucker together. That gives the Bucs a solid run game. Look at the receivers. Chris Godwin in his second game back from injury. He's going to be joined with Emeka Egbuka and Ted Johnson in the receiving corps. Now you look at the Cardinals. The Cardinals are 3-8, but of the 8 losses, 6 have been by 7 points or less, so they've been competitive most of the time. And the good news for them, Marvin Harrison Jr. expected back after missing 2 games with appendicitis, and he's going to be working with Trey McBride on the other side of the field to give Jacoby Brissett some good targets against what's been a very inconsistent Tampa Bay defense. That in itself is a big story here. Will the Tampa Bay defense rise to the occasion and meet the challenge that Brissett and the Cardinals give? We've got perfect weather here at Tampa Bay today. Game time temperatures in the low 80s, sunny skies, no chance of rain, and a crowd definitely ready for some football.
Thank you so much, Tom. So that's something to monitor there. One quick correction. I said Will Anderson earlier was out. I meant Hill for the Texans. The stat that I wanted to, point out before, Hunter and Anderson, 44.5 sacks over the last 2 seasons, the most by any pass rushing duo in the league in that time frame. So something special going on there with that pass rush. Like I said, Texans, Browns, Broncos, those are the top defenses around the league. And the Texans right now, the first team out of the playoffs, they're currently 6-5 behind, obviously, the 7-4 Jags and Bills. And in the division, anything is possible with a victory today there. Let's go out to Miami. Jack Armpriesters got us covered on Saints and Dolphins. What's going on, Jack?
Hey, good afternoon. The 4-7 Dolphins play host today to the 2-9 Saints here at Hard Rock Stadium. The Saints, 24-10 losers to the Falcons last week, will be without running back Alvin Kamara, who is inactive today. They'll lean heavily on rookie quarterback Tyler Show, making his 4th start of the season, and rookie running back Devin Neal, who will be taking Kamara's place. Wide receiver Chris Olave is active today after being listed during the week on the Saints injury report. New Orleans comes into the game with the league's 12th-ranked defense, 9th against the pass overall, but defensively today, they'll be without defensive lineman Christian Boyd, quarterback Razone Wright, and cornerback Ugo Amade. New Orleans has not played at Hard Rock Stadium since defeating the Colts in the Super Bowl following the 2009 NFL season. They have, however, defeated Miami in 3 of the past 4 contests between these 2 teams. Miami's won 3 of its last 4 games prior to last week's bye. Activated tight end Darren Waller yesterday off of injured reserve, along with offensive lineman Austin Jackson. Jackson had been out since the first game of the season. Waller played 4 games prior to injuring a pec muscle and had 4 receiving touchdowns before going on IR. Quarterback Tua Tagovailoa is 15-4 as a starter in November games. Tagovailoa has progressed from his early season woes that led to Miami's dreadful 1-6 start. Miami's rushing attack today is led by Devon Chan, who is averaging 5.5 yards per carry. The Dolphins have no inactives of note for this afternoon. Weather today's been rainy before game. It does look like it's starting to clear up a little bit out there. It'll be a little bit humid with temperatures in the low 80s. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Jack, and we will monitor all of that. We're a few minutes away from kickoff of the NFL Week 13. Let's get some of the spreads for the day. Colts are 3-point favorites at home. This were all brought to you by BetMGM. Right before the show kicked off, I like to write them down. Colts 3-point favorites over the Texans at home. Niners are 7-point favorites on the road. 5-point favorites on the road to the Browns. The Rams 10.5-point favorites on the road to the Panthers. Falcons 3-point favorites on the road at MetLife against the Jets. Jags 5.5-point favorites on the road over the Titans. Saints visiting the Dolphins. Dolphins 5.5-point favorites at home. Cardinals visiting the Bucs. The Bucs are 3.5-point favorites at home as well. Some other big spreads in the 4 o'clock window. Seahawks 12-point favorites over the Vikings, hosting the Vikings. Max Brosmer playing for the Vikings, so that's obviously contributed to that number growing, even though I don't think there's much of a difference in that number, even if J.J. McCarthy was out there. Bills, 3-point favorites on the road against the Steelers. Raiders are 10-point underdogs to the Chargers as they go out to SoFi. Chargers looking to stay in pace with the Broncos there. Looking at the playoff picture as currently stated, Patriots or Rams that atop their conferences right now. Pats at 10-2, Broncos 9-2 in the AFC. In the NFC, Rams are 9-2, Bears are 9-3. So there is a little bit of very little wiggle room there. Colts in third, Steelers in fourth, which can change with a loss, and I think the Ravens would jump back in the fourth. Chargers fifth, Jaguars sixth, Bills 7. The Texans are a game out, as currently stated, depending on what the results are today. The Texans are a game out on the bubble. Chiefs and Ravens both 6-6. They're right after them, and the Dolphins at 4-7 there. In the NFC, Eagles are third, leading the NFC East. Bucks are in the fourth seed right now, leading the NFC South. In the wild card, the 8-3 Seahawks are fifth. The 8-3-1 Packers are sixth. The 8-4 Niners are seventh. The Lions, outside looking in at 7-5, they are a game back. A loss today for any of these teams could put them in a half game position within a half game of the wild card. Cowboys are 6-5-1, Panthers are 6-6, and Falcons are 4-7. The Panthers, though, probably closer than those other two teams just due to what today could mean. A win by the Panthers gets them to 7-6. A loss by the Bucks gets them to 6-6. The Panthers would take a half game lead in that division. So a lot of action in the divisions, in the conference, and we'll see what happens today. Obviously, Broncos, Patriots, they're in prime time. Broncos Sunday night against the Commanders on the road. Patriots hosting the Giants on Monday night. Both teams looking to keep pace of each other, but a win by the Patriots would guarantee them yet again another spot in that playoff seeding, and a win this week would have them at 99% overall to make the playoffs in general. Same with the Broncos. Colts are at like 95%. In the NFC, the Rams are at 99%, Seahawks 94%. So a win for the Bucks would bump them up to 90%. So that is something to watch there. We got a lot more to get to. We'll take a break, and then your NFL Week 13 action kicks in right after this. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are coming up on kickoff for the 1 o'clock window, and we've got a lot of exciting NFL action. Impactful NFL action. It's all impactful every week, but we are really starting to see the playoff picture take shape. Next week, we'll get, the clinching scenarios. How do you get to the bye? So a lot of exciting, scenarios to be played out in today, whether it's the AFC South or the NFC South, the NFC West, the NFC North, the AFC North. A lot of these divisions are jam-packed, and today could flip all of them on their head. Like we said in the AFC South, if the Texans beat the Colts and the Jaguars win today, the Jags and the Colts, I have to obviously look through what the tiebreaker would be, but the Jags and the Colts would be tied up on record above that division, and the Texans would be a game back in the division. In the NFC South, a win by the Panthers today and a loss by the Bucs, the Panthers would jump into first place in the NFC South. The NFC West is also jumbled up there as you look at the division. Rams 9-2, they play today. Seahawks 8-3, they play today. Niners 8-4, they play today. A win by the Seahawks and the Niners, one or the other, and a Rams loss would have that division separated by a half game. So a lot of exciting, impactful football today as far as other scenarios. If you're the Chargers in that AFC South, a win today and a loss by the Broncos tonight would put you a game back of the division lead. Win by the Broncos tonight and a loss by the Patriots would put the Broncos in first, I think by a half game, if I'm correct, in the AFC. A loss by the Patriots, a win by the Bills puts the Bills 2 games back. In the AFC North, the Steelers are 6-5. The Ravens are 6-6. The Browns and Bengals sit at the bottom of the division. Bengals 4-8, Browns 3-8. If the Steelers were to lose today, that division would be tied up top, and a Browns win would put them at 4-8, and essentially both the Bengals and the Browns would only be 2 games out, which means, yes, slim, but still hope alive for both those teams. An interesting scenario in that AFC West, and this goes for a lot of the teams. Just being a Broncos fan, I'm more familiar with their schedule. End of the season, if there is a game separating these 2 teams in the Broncos and the Chargers, if going into Week 18, the Chargers only a game back of the Broncos, they hold the tiebreaker on them, that Week 18 would be for the division. Maybe potentially a bye, who knows, depending on how the Patriots, settle and everything else settles as well. And we are getting ready. The Texans just kicked off to the Colts. These games are slowly kicking off. They are actually all but the Saints, Falcons, Rams, those 3 games, and those have now kicked off, and it's just the Saints-Dolphins game we're waiting on kickoff for. So a lot of NFL action there. Daniel Jones marching onto the field for the Colts. After the kickoff, the Niners will take over after I believe it was a touchback. They are on the 25-yard line. The Jags get a nice little return, and they are starting at their own 34-yard line. The Colts are at their own 35. The Bucs are at their own 27 after the kickoff, and away we go. Daniel Jones under center as this Texans team trying to slow down the Colts in this one. A nice return here in the Rams-Panthers game as the Rams are going to get to midfield and farther because after the return man Rivers goes out of bounds, the Panthers shove them to the ground. So that's going to be an unnecessary roughness penalty on top of what already was a great return in that one. So all 7 games kicked off as we speak. This season, the Colts 20-plus points in every game. The only NFL team to do that this season. So 2nd and 8 for them. Daniel Jones in an open backfield. With a little motion, he drops back to pass, and he's just going to, down the ball. Let's go out to Tampa Bay and get a little bit of an update from our guy, Tom Aikens, Cardinals, Bucks.
Well, the Buccaneers on offense first this afternoon, so they get the first opportunity to see if they can put points on the board. Both these teams come in, I think, lost 3 straight. Needless to say, a win is necessary, most especially for the Buccaneers, because they are hanging by a thread on first place. But Baker Mayfield in the game at quarterback, and so far Tampa Bay just beginning to start to move the ball game. 13:36, move the ball, I should say. 13:33 left in the first quarter. It's the Buccaneers and the Cardinals, no score.
Thank you so much, Tom. As we were, if you're watching on the YouTube channel on BetMGM or the Infinity Sports YouTube channel, I thought Stafford just threw a pick to the defensive line, but no, it was just a batted ball down. Big drop pass here on 3rd down for the Colts. As that is, I think Josh Downs dropping it, and they are going to punt in that one. Let's go out to Carolina and get an update on what I just saw from Kevin Casey.
Okay, and 14:20 and counting here to go first quarter, and the Rams are on the move. They got the opening kickoff near midfield, but a roughing or an unsportsmanlike conduct or personal foul, if you will, gave them 15 more yards. So their drive started at Carolina's 35-yard line. They've gotten the first down, and Matt Stafford, 1 of 2 passing for 10 yards. Puka Nacua with that reception for 10 yards. So the Rams are driving, substituting now. They're looking at a 2nd and 6 from the Carolina Panthers' 26-yard line. 13:53 to go first quarter. No score, Rams and Panthers.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Let's go out to Indianapolis. The Texans, Colts, as I said, battling out a big-time, impactful game here as the AFC South is getting very interesting. And more from Lucas Oil Stadium. Andrew Smith has more for us.
The AFC South is getting interesting as the Texans, winners of their last 3, have climbed to within 2 games of the Colts, who have dropped 2 out of 3. on what was essentially a month-long road swing. So far, it has been the defenses shining as the Colts went 3 and out on their first possession, a short pass to Jonathan Taylor and 2 incompletions, including a drop by Josh Downs, forced the Colts to punt on their first possession. Houston is taking over at its 32-yard line and currently facing second down and 10 after a run for no gain. So we're just a minute 20 in. The Colts and Texans currently scoreless in this important battle here at the top of the AFC South.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And a big completion here from Baker. He scrambled. It looked like he looks a little, you could tell he's a little banged up. He scrambled, hit Chris Godwin, who was able to take that about 15 yards down the sideline. A little dump off here for Matt Stafford for Colby Parkinson. And he's a little shaken up after that one, but he gets the first down there in the Jaguars game. It's now 3rd and 19 after a big sack on Trevor Lawrence, and he's going to scramble. He's going to get he's not going to get close. He's about 5 yards short, so they will set up a punt. I mean, maybe they kick it from 50-yard lines. You never know what Cam Little and that big boot he's got there. A huge sack, and Cam Jordan gets his sack, and he now passes Derek Thomas for 18th all-time in that one. Sauce Gardner down on the field in the Colts game. So we'll get an update in that as soon as possible. But the Titans, it looks like, are going to end up receiving the punt there. Unless, I guess they are at midfield. You never know if the Jags decide to go for it. In the red zone from the 4-yard line, Matt Stafford throws it over the middle. And was it dropped? No, a catch by Davante Adams. A big touchdown for Davante Adams. That puts him 2 touchdowns away from 7th all-time. So and just in this small window, Cam Jordan, like I said, gets the sack. He now moves ahead of Derek Thomas all-time in the sack list for 18th all-time. And Davante Adams is now one more touchdown after that one away from 7th all-time. You know, a fast start to the day of football. The Dolphins are now in Saints territory at the 29-yard line. After a big one there, and they will look to score it. It looks like we got a big play here in that one. We'll get an update in a second. Bucks, 3rd and 10 from Arizona's 47. They just crossed into midfield. The Jets took over after a punt by the Falcons. 3 carries for Bijan Robinson on that drive for 21 yards. And we're going to get a 4th down here in the Bucks. They're going to be 4th and 10 from Arizona's 47. And we'll get an update in that one. Like I said, Davante Adams, small catch, about 4 yards into the end zone. That puts the Rams up 7-0 in that one. Everything else is scoreless. We'll get an update in that Dolphins-Saints game on the massive play that just happened momentarily. The Shedeur Sanders now takes over on the field after a short drive by the Niners, and they punt 2nd and 3rd from Cleveland's 20-yard line after a short pass to Jerry Jeudy across the middle for 7 yards in that one. And Quinshon Judkins just got them the first down after a big carry there. Titans have the ball after the punt by the Jaguars. It's 1st and 10 at Tennessee's 20-yard line. Texans took over after that Colts short drive. We will get an update on Sauce Gardner as soon as possible. But the Texans have the ball at their own 44-yard line. It's 1st and 10 for them. Let's go out to Miami and get an update on that big play in the Dolphins-Saints game. Jack Armpriesters got us covered.
Hey, the Saints won the toss in this contest. They deferred to the second half. The Dolphins took the opening kickoff. They wasted no time going downfield, Anthony. 6 plays, 69 yards, 3 minutes, 41 seconds off the clock. Devon Achane took a pitch from Tonga Vailoa, went off to the right side, darted through a couple of tacklers, and he was off to the races, wasn't touched till about the 2-yard line, got in the end zone. The point after was good. As I mentioned, 11:19 to go here in the first quarter. Miami on top, 7-0.
Thank you so much, Jack. And a big completion there. Another big pass for Shedeur Sanders as he hits Jerry Jeudy on the sideline. Interesting to see how guys like Jerry Jeudy and Cedric Tillman perform in this new offense with Shedeur. And Sauce Gardner, it looked like a non-contact. I don't know if he got clipped there, but he's walking out under his own power off the sidelines, but he is definitely going to the locker room. Maybe he was going to the blue tent, but he definitely is limping, and he's surrounded by team officials. So we'll see what comes of that. Hopefully he's okay. Some quick scoring updates. Everything is scoreless outside of the Dolphins 7-0 over the Saints and the Rams 7-0 over the Panthers. It's now 3rd and 5. Shedeur Sanders in the shotgun, 3 out wide right, and he's got the running back to his left in Quinshon Judkins. And then Sauce Gardner is going to the locker room, by the way. Shedeur waiting, a big pass downfield. Oh, and he just misses a wide open Jerry Jeudy there. So they will turn that ball over after the punt. One more time, yeah. So Sauce was, jammed up on a pressing route, and then immediately after him and the receiver got tangled up and he planted, he started to limp a bit. He didn't collapse. I'm not a doctor. He didn't collapse immediately, so hopefully it's something a bit more less severe than what it is. The Texans converted a 3rd and 9. That one was to Nico Collins, and they are into Colts territory after that one. So we will see if they can come away with points on this drive. Cardinals take over after the punt by the Buccaneers. A big drop pass by Emeka Egbuka on 3rd down. So the Cardinals take over at their own 7-yard line. Godwin with a catch for 25 yards. So nice to see him getting something going in that one. The Panthers at 2nd and 11 from their own 30-yard line. The Jets now have the ball after a 15-yard pass to Mason Taylor to the left, a little bit of a dunk off. He got 15 yards, and it's now 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard lines as the Jets try to start with some points on their first drive. And a big play here in the Niners game on the punt. The punter, the only thing standing in between, oh, no, he actually got stiff-armed and ended up getting pushed out of bounds. Whoever number 9 is for the Sky Moore, with a 66-yard punt return gets them into big territory right there. The Niners are now at the 15, and Christian McCaffrey is going to get them into the 14. So they're in the red zone as we speak. Titans, 1st and 10 from Jacksonville's 34-yard line after a big Tony Pollard run. The Texans are also in the red zone, so the Niners and Texans both in the red zone in that one. Hutchinson with a nice little grab there. Xavier Hutchinson for 24 yards. He went across the middle, a short pass, was able to take it down. Let's get an update. Like I said, Niners are in the red zone after Shedeur Sanders and the Browns punted the ball. More on that. John Bazika's got us covered.
Yeah, 3rd down and 7 coming up for the Niners at the Browns 14. Purdy in the shotgun, throws middle, McCaffrey down inside the 5. So going to be a 1st and goal at the 2 for the 49ers. Came down to a 3rd and, like I said, about 7 there. And a nice play by, really nice play by Purdy to find McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. Ran a little route over the middle of the field and came open. 1st and goal for the Niners at the 2. And as he said, Browns didn't look bad on their opening drive, but it was that big punt return. Sky Moore, 66 yards on his punt return, and just broke free. And nice job by the last line of defense by the Browns. 1st and goal here at the 2, throw in the end zone over the head of the tight end in the back of the end zone, which was Luke Farrell. So going to be a 2nd and goal at the 2 coming up here. We can keep it here for this next play, and then I'll send it back to you guys. But like I said, and it was kind of funny. The first play of the game, the Niners ran a deep post corner route to Kyle Juszczyk, which was kind of funny. He's a local Cleveland kid, but funny to me because we don't see fullbacks very involved in the pass offense very often. So 2nd and goal play here. McCaffrey the lone setback, and Purdy under center, handoff McCaffrey, and he stopped short. So ran over the left. Anthony Brown's defense is just so good. We've known this. We've talked about it. 3rd and goal though coming up, and we'll see what happens. And 8:43 first quarter, and 3rd and goal basically at the 1.5-yard line. You want me to keep it here?
Yeah, let's stick with it a couple more minutes and see what happens.
Okay, so
it's also
3rd and goal here. Yeah, 3rd and goal here, and wide receiver either way. Pearsall right, and guy out left as well, and 2 backs in the backfield with Purdy on the 3rd and goal from the 1.5. His Juszczyk to his right and McCaffrey to his left. Looks like there's going to be a timeout.
Okay, so.
Yep, Niners taking a timeout. All right, so build up for a little bit of nothing there. But, hey, big moment coming up here. 3rd and goal at the 2, first timeout taken by the Niners. 0-0 the score, 8:14 first quarter.
Thank you, John, and we'll check in with him after the conclusion of that drive. And like he said, I mean, listen, if you're that, Niners defense staring at that Browns, or the Niners offense staring at that Browns defense, you'd probably take a timeout too. A cool stat here, 28 straight touchdowns for Matthew Stafford without an interception. That's an NFL record. So we'll be back. We'll get an update on all of these games. Titans in the red zone, Texans in the red zone, Niners third and goal from the 1 in the tech zone, all in the red zone. All that right here. Stay tuned. We'll get an update on all that. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. 45 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and some exciting action happening across the league while we were in break. First, let's jump out to Indianapolis and get an update from Andrew Smith. Texans, Colts. What's going on, Andrew?
The Houston Texans have taken a 3-0 lead over the Indianapolis Colts as after the Colts went 3 and out on their first possession after 3 Daniel Jones passes, a 2-yard pass to Jonathan Taylor, and back-to-back incompletions. The Texans went on a methodical drive. C.J. Stroud making his first start after missing the last 3 games with a concussion. Looked solid, 4 of 8 on the drive, but 2 big plays, a 21-yarder to Nico Collins on 3rd and 9 and a 24-yard pass to Xavier Hutchinson set them up in the red zone. However, despite a defensive penalty that gave them first and goal, the Colts defense able to bow up, forced 2 incompletions and a short pass. The latter of those incompletions was a tip pass by Grover Stewart at the line on 3rd down that forced a 23-yard field goal from Kaimi Fairbairn, who has given Houston a 3-0 lead. Stroud, as I mentioned, 4 of 8, 62 yards on that drive. And the Colts now take over inside their own 30-yard line. 7:50 to go in the opening quarter, 3-0 Houston.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Like we said earlier, Devontae Adams scored, made it 7-0 in that Rams game. And then on their last drive, while we were in break, Chuba Hubbard catches a short pass to the right, takes that 35 yards for a touchdown. So that one's now 7-7. The Jets trying to get a 3rd down stop here against the Falcons. While we wait for the conclusion of that play, let's go out to Cleveland as we got a conclusion to that Niners offensive drive. John Bazika's got more for us.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey punched it in from 1 yard out, and it's 7-0 Niners. But a 3rd and 8 for the Browns at the Niners 39-yard line, and Sanders sets up a screen to Jerome Ford, and that'll have the first down. So nice play there, screen left to Jerome Ford, and Sanders looking good so far now, 5 of 7. Should have him over 40 yards in the game so far. And, again, first start here for Sanders at home, and moving the Browns on this drive down now to the Niners' 29-yard line. But, yeah, as we mentioned, 7-0 Niners. They punch it in on that drive, and Christian McCaffrey just 3 carries for 4 yards. Browns almost held. They came up just short of that. Defense did force them to a 3rd down, and Niners able to punch it in. But Browns moving here under 5 minutes, first quarter, 7-0 Niners.
Thank you so much, John. Right now, the only update we have on the Sauce Gardner injury in the Colts game is a lower left leg injury as he's in the locker room. So we'll get something there as soon as the reports are out. 2nd and 6 for the Rams inside the red zone right now as they look to get back on top in this one. Stafford rolling to the right, and he is completed. It looks like an incompletion to Puka Nacua, so it'll be 3rd and 6. Let's go out to MetLife and get an update on Falcons-Jets from our guy, Tom Merriam.
2:51 to go, first quarter. We are scoreless here at MetLife Stadium. Jets about to start their second possession of the game, all the way back at their 5-yard line. Atlanta won the toss, elected to receive. They tried 5 running plays, then had to punt the ball back. The Jets got the ball, a couple of completions from Tyrod Taylor to Mason Taylor, no relation. Mason, the son, by the way, of Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. And then on 4th and 2 at the Atlanta 48, Aaron Glenn decided to punt, and so he punted it away, and As a result, Atlanta got the ball back. Kirk Cousins had a couple of completions on the drive, but a sack by Michael Clemens on third down forced Atlanta to punt. They punted down to the 5-yard line. The Jets will take over there. And this game with very few spectators and weather that is rainy and cold. 2:51 to go first quarter. No score between the Jets and Falcons.
Thank you so much, Tom, as we'll monitor all of that as well. If you guys always want to reach out, hit me up with your, best bets of the day or, your locks of the day, fantasy steals, fantasy sleepers. In the YouTube chat, David DeConnick says bet over Pittsburgh and Buffalo 45.5. So we'll see if that one happens there. That Bills defense, not the greatest in the world. And a Rodgers back. I was going to say healthy, but not really healthy with the banged up left wrist. We got a big play here in Jacksonville versus the Titans. Let's go out to Tennessee and get the update there from our guy, Brant Douglas.
All right, thanks a lot. A couple of big plays, and Jacksonville has the first touchdown of the game. It's a 3-yard pass from Trevor Lawrence to Jacoby Myers, and it came on the heels of a couple of other great passes by Trevor Lawrence. The first was a 26-yarder to a sliding Parker Washington, who we actually thought it was a short pass, and it turned out it was complete to Parker Washington. Then on the next play, he dialed up Jacoby Myers, who was wide open in the middle of the field, and took it into the red zone. After a couple of runs, Myers gets the call again for the 3-yard touchdown pass to cap off the 7-play, 84-yard drive. The Titans on their previous possession went 11 plays, 70 yards, and 5:58. Their drive stalled inside the 10. They had to settle for a Joey Sly 28-yard field goal. 104 left in the first here in Nashville. It's the Jags 7, the Titans 3.
Thank you so much, Brant. Some of the other updates. Jets took over after the punt. They're going to start their drive on the 5-yard line, so it'll be 1st and 10 for them from their own 5-yard line. Kirk Cousins, 3 of 5, 33 yards in that one. If you missed it earlier, Devin Achane had a big 28-yard touchdown. He's got 4 carries for 39 yards and a touchdown. Some more notables we heard, Jacoby Myers with the touchdown. He's got 2 catches, 53 yards, and a touchdown. Shedeur Sanders, 5 of 7, 44 yards in that one. Kyle Juszczyk leading all receiving with 23 yards. Let's go back out to Cleveland to get more of an update on that one in the Niners-Browns game. John Bazika's got us covered.
Yeah, Anthony, it's part of my day that I hope is that a fullback will end up leading us in receiving yards here. That's my ultimate hope as a football fan. Browns had a 4th and 1 there at the Niners, 20.5-yard line. They went for it. They gave it to Judkins, and he got stonewalled in the backfield. They had a chance, but just it was not a well-designed play, and just nothing worked up front. And the Niners take over 1st and 10 at their own 21 now. They lead 7-0, 2:59 here in the first quarter. So Browns had something working, and Niners defense stood tall as the Browns approached the red zone.
Thank you so much, John. We talk a lot about the Browns defense being elite. That Niners defense has been banged up, but very underrated at times. Sauce Gardner, this is from the Colts official X account. Sauce Gardner, his calf is questionable to return, so hopefully it is just something along the lines of a strain. We will monitor that. After a big second down, the Jets go deep on 3rd and 4, and it looks like they're going to get the first on a pass interference on the defense, so their drive will continue there. Let's go out to Carolina as the Rams were threatening in the red zone again. Kevin Casey's got us covered.
Okay, and 2:44 to go first quarter. The score is 7-7, the Rams in Carolina. And you just referenced the Rams driving. However, Matt Stafford had a pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. It goes into the end zone. Nick Scott with the interception for Carolina. They get it at the 20, but they now have gone 3, and they're getting ready to punt. So the Rams will get the ball back, but the game started with the Rams going straight down the field. Matt Stafford connecting with a 4-yard touchdown pass to Devontae Adams. Carolina answered that with Bryce Young hitting Chuba Hubbard on a 35-yard touchdown pass. But the Rams took it right back and they definitely had it in the red zone and were threatening to score before the interception. Rams will have it. They're having a 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line. 2:37 to go first quarter, all tied at 7, Rams and Panthers.
Thank you so much for the update there. Cam Jordan having a day. We spoke about it earlier. He needed 1 sack to get past Derek Thomas. He had the sack earlier, and he gets another one there to stall that Dolphins drive. It's now 3rd and 3 for the Panthers after a dropped pass. It's going to be 4th and 3 now for them, so it looks like they're going to have to settle for the field goal. Not much offense here in the Bucs Cardinals game, not like we drew it up. So let's go out to Tampa Bay and get an update from our guy, Tom Akins.
1 quarter of play in the books, no score between the Cardinals and the Buccaneers. The best thing we've seen in the entire first quarter, an Arizona Cardinals drive that brought the ball down the field with a good mix of short passes and runs, very effective runs, by the way. Unfortunately for the Cardinals, that drive ended when Antoine Winfield Jr. of the Bucs intercepted Jacoby Brissett at the Tampa Bay 14-yard line. That shut down that drive. The Bucs have had the ball twice in the game thus far, and nothing to speak of whatsoever. The most recent drive got shut down when the Bucs were penalized twice, once for holding, once for lining up in the neutral zone. So at this point, the Bucs are not only having to play the Cardinals, they're having to get out of their own way in this particular game. Early in the second quarter, 14:50 to play. Cardinals and Buccaneers, no score.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out to Miami and get an update on Dolphins Saints from Jack Armpriester.
Hey, just coming up on the 4-minute mark here in the first quarter, Dolphins continue to lead 7-0. They took that opening drive, 6 plays, 69 yards downfield, the last 29 coming on a Devon Achane sprint out to the right side and down the sideline, untouched till about the 2-yard line before he got in the end zone, there for a second. And then the point after was good. Just moments ago, it was announced in the press box that the safety Justin Reed for the Saints has a knee injury, and his return is questionable. The Saints are unable to really get much of any type of offense going here in the game thus far. Devin Neal, Mason Tipton, both with the negative yardage on the ground. In the air, Tyler Shuck, 3 or 4 for just 16 yards, as they will pick up a first down here, it appears, going out into the right side, and they'll be near midfield when play continues. We're coming up on the 2-minute, 30-second mark of the first quarter. Miami continues to lead this contest 7-0.
Thank you so much, Jack. And another, a sack fest there in the Dolphins Saints game as another sack there. Jacoby Brissett running for his life on 2nd and 8 and just tosses the ball out of bounds. Let's get a little update here. No one currently in the red zone. Jags are probably the closest. They're at Tennessee's 35. Here's the scoring update. 7-0 Niners over the Browns. Browns have the ball. Jags 7-3 over the Titans. Like I said, the Jaguars have the ball at Tennessee's 35. Texans lead the Colts 3-0. Colts have the ball at their own 23 as they kick off their drive. It's going to be 4th and 3 at Miami's 49 now after the sack, Tyler Shuck, 11-yard pass to get them there. They're down 7-0 to the Dolphins. Scoreless in the Jets and Falcons and Cardinals-Bucs game. The Jets are 2nd and 5 at Atlanta's 43 after the first quarter just ended. Rams 7, Panthers 7, 2nd and 3 for the Rams at their 35. We'll come back. We'll get you all the action, scoring, turnovers right here on Infinity Sportsnet. I'm Anthony Gallo. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Colts corner Sauce Gardner was injured. He struggled to put weight on his left leg. The Colts are calling it a calf injury for Gardner. He is questionable to return. Remember, Gardner is in his 3rd game with the Colts after they sent 2 first-round picks to the Jets. And as Anthony just mentioned, the 8-3 Colts are trailing the Texans at home 3-0 late in the first quarter. Devon Achane with a relatively long rushing touchdown for the Dolphins. They're ahead of the Saints 7-0. Both the Rams and Panthers have found the end zone on passing touchdowns. Matthew Stafford to Devontae Adams. Also Chuba Hubbard catching a touchdown pass from Bryce Young, all even at 7 in Charlotte very late in the first quarter there. They're already in the second quarter in Tampa. The Buccaneers and Cardinals are scoreless. Jaguars 7, Titans 3 as they head into the second quarter. Jacoby Myers with a touchdown catch from Trevor Lawrence is already over 100 yards passing. Christian McCaffrey finding the end zone for the 49ers. They're up on the Browns in Cleveland 7-0 late in the first quarter. Falcons and Jets scoreless after 1. With 3 games on Thanksgiving, there are only 3 games in the later window. The best of them sees Josh Allen and the 7-4 Bills visit the 6-5 Steelers. Big AFC playoff implications there. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks are taking on one of his former teams in the Vikings. With J.J. McCarthy in concussion protocol, rookie Max Brosmer is making his first career start. Tonight, it's the Commanders and Broncos on Sunday Night Football. You also have Raiders-Chargers in that later window. The clock is running on Lane Kiffin's big decision. Kiffin is reportedly meeting with Ole Miss players at the top of the hour. After that, he will make an announcement about his future, with the expectation being that Kiffin will leave Ole Miss for LSU. The 50-year-old Kiffin just finished an 11-1 regular season with Ole Miss, likely putting them in position for the college football playoff, which Ole Miss is unlikely to allow him to coach with the program if he takes the job within the SEC at LSU. The Florida Gators are hiring Tulane's John Sumrall to a 6-year deal. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
That's right. And we got a lot to get to. The Jets recovered a fumble on the punt. They end up getting the ball at the 1 or 2 yard line, and Breece Hall takes it in the end zone for a touchdown. Big play by Chris Godwin. 31 yards, gets the Bucs into the red zone in that one. And the Dolphins 35, they're also in the red zone as well. Before we went to break, we had talked about a stat. It was 28 touchdowns for Matt Stafford before he threw an interception. And just like any good, announcer, we have now given him, I guess it's the talk show hosts, curse, jinx, but he's now thrown 2 picks, one in the red zone and another that was a pick 6. So that is, how it's gone. And I'm sorry to all the Rams fans and the Matthew Stafford fantasy owners as we have mushed him here. Let's go out to MetLife and get a complete breakdown of everything that took place on that crazy sequence of events. Tom Merriam's got more for us.
Breakdown might be the right word, as Jamal Agnew of the Falcons muffed the punt from the Jets at his own 7-yard lines. It was recovered at the 2 by Quantez Digger of New York. And then on one play in 2 seconds, Breece Hall ran it in for a touchdown, and the Jets have a 7-0 lead in this game. They've just kicked off to the Falcons again, and Atlanta's quickly across the midfield on a big run by Bijan Robinson. There's 13:40 to go here in the second quarter, with the Jets leading the Falcons 7-0.
Thank you so much, Tom. In the Jaguars game, Trevor Lawrence threw another touchdown on the next drive. Cam Ward was sacked, fumbled, but Tennessee did recover it. And we've got a drop pass in the end zone by Chris Godwin on 3rd and goal. So we'll see what the Bucs decide to do there. Let's go out to Indianapolis and get an update on Texans Colts from Andrew Smith.
The Texans continue to lead 3-0 as we are at the start of the second quarter. It's been a defensive show as the Colts have really struggled to get their offense on track. They have just 1 first down on 3 possessions and 3 punts. That 1 first down was a 12-yard run by Jonathan Taylor on the Colts' last possession. But the drive stalled out near midfield and led to Rigoberto Sanchez's 3rd punt of the day. However, a couple of penalties have put the Texans behind the chains, and they're facing 3rd and long from their own 7-yard line, and they will have to punt after a short run. So it's been a solid game for C.J. Stroud, who's got 82 yards, 6 of 10 passing, but almost all of those came on the first drive of the game, in which they had to settle for a field goal from Kaimi Fairbairn midway through the first quarter. And since then, it has been a game featuring the 2 punters. One significant injury update: Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner was injured on the Colts' second defensive play of the game, suffered a calf injury. He's out for the game. Houston running back Woody Marks is currently questionable as well with a foot injury. So just started the second quarter here in Indianapolis. The Colts trailing the Texans 3-0.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And let's go out to Carolina. A lot has taken place since we last spoke to him. Kevin Casey's got us with a complete breakdown.
Okay, Anthony, first of all, right now the Rams are looking at a 1st and 10 at the Carolina Panthers 12-yard line. They are threatening. The score is 14-7. The Panthers are leading the Rams 7-0. Make that 14-7. And the game started off, if you're a Rams fan, Matt Stafford, 4-yard touchdown pass. Devontae Adams right up down the field. Carolina comes right back. Bryce Young hits Chuba Hubbard, 35-yard touchdown. The Rams then throw an interception in the end zone by Nick Scott, a deflected interception. And then the Rams' next possession, Matt Stafford picked off by Nick Jackson, or make that Mike Action Jackson, 48 yards, interception return, pick six for the touchdown. And that gave the Carolina Panthers a 14-7 lead. Shocking, if you will. Matt Stafford, 9 of 15 passing for 105 yards, but two costly interceptions for the Los Angeles Rams, who now are looking at looks like it will be a 3rd and 5 from about the 6-yard line of Carolina. 13:24 to go second quarter. Carolina 14, the Rams 7.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And a big sack for the Jets by Adams comes off the blitz by the defensive back to stop the Falcons on 3rd down. So they will take over in that one. Let's go out to Miami. Saints, Dolphins. Jack Armpriesters got more from Hard Rock Stadium.
Hey, early on in the second quarter here, Anthony, 14:01 to go in the second quarter. New Orleans now takes over with the ball. That follows a Miami scoring drive of 8 plays, 69 yards. They capped it off with a 39-yard Riley Patterson field goal. Gives the Dolphins a 10-0 lead in this contest. New Orleans with a pretty good field position following that kickoff, as they have now a 2nd down on their own 35-yard line. They trail this contest 10-0. We're early in the second quarter. Anthony?
Thank you, Jack. Let's go out. Brant Douglas has got us covered from Nissan Stadium, Jacksonville versus Tennessee. What's up, Brant?
All right, so far it's been pretty much all Jacksonville. The Titans took the early 3-0 lead on a field goal. Since then, a couple of drives, a couple of Trevor Lawrence touchdown passes. The first to Jacoby Myers, and most recently for the first play of the second quarter, Lawrence finding Brenton Strange. He was completely wide open in the end zone, 21 yards to the touchdown pass. Then the Titans were called for offsides encroachment on the extra point. So with the ball at the 1-yard line, they decided to go for 2, and Trevor Lawrence punched in the 2-point conversion from 1 yard out, capping off a very brief drive, which started after normally reliable kick return to Chimera DK fumbled the ball, and it was picked up by LaQuint Allen, which led to a very quick touchdown drive. The Titans offense has had nothing since that opening drive to speak of, and right now the Titans defense looking to stop a 3rd down and about 5 for the Jaguars. Jags have the ball in their own 34, but the Jaguars do lead this game 15-3, 11:20 left in the first half.
Thank you so much, Brant. We have another red zone attack here by the Rams, and Devontae Adams has scored his 2nd touchdown of the day. That's his 117th touchdown of his career receiving-wise. Moves him in the 7th all-time passing Antonio Gates. So that game is now tied at 14 apiece. Let's go out to Tampa Bay. Cardinals, Bucks battling it out. Tom Aikens has got us covered.
Well, finally, there are points on the board, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers own that point. The field goal, a 25-yard field goal by Chase McLaughlin, finish off a very good drive by the Bucks. Once again, a good mix of run and pass, and the key play in the drive, a 31-yard pass from Baker Mayfield to Chris Godwin. That brought the ball to the Arizona 9. 1st and goal from that point. 3 plays did not get it done, but Chase McLaughlin finished the drive, as I pointed out, with a 25-yard field goal. So midway through the second quarter, we have Tampa Bay 3, the Arizona Cardinals nothing.
Thank you so much, Tom. As we model that one, 2nd and 3 for the Jets after a Breece Hall rush up the middle. It's 2nd and 8 now for the Saints. Tyler Shuck drops back and gets hit. And is that another fumble there? And it looks like it is. Zeiler with the recovery. It's now 2nd and 9 going out to the San Francisco 49ers versus the Cleveland Browns. Brock Purdy with a completion to George Kittle for 14 yards. That'll get them the 1st down in that one. Still searching for more of an update on that Sauce Gardner injury, as it's 3rd and 3 for the Colts from the 11-yard line. A handoff to Jonathan Taylor, and it looks like he's right at the line of scrimmage. We'll see what the spot is there. 3rd and 4 for the Jets as they're trying to continue this drive in that one. Tua dropping back, another deep pass for Tua, and this one looks like it's a toss-up. Kool-Aid McKinstry with the interception in that one. He looked to hit Jalen Waddle deep on the left side of the field. He just tossed it up, and it was almost looked like Waddle was playing defense there and not the receiver. So another Tua turnover there. The Jets do not convert on that 3rd down, so it's going to be 4th and 4 for them. Let's go out. It's, mark that 4th and 1. Texans defender down on the field in that one. So after the Jonathan Taylor 2-yard rush, he was not able to get out there. Let's get a quick update on what we just spoke about in the Dolphins game. Jack Armprister's got us covered.
Hey, Anthony, back-to-back turnovers there. Minka Fitzpatrick with the hit on Taylor Shuck. The ball was recovered by Zach Sealer. Dolphins look to be at least another field goal onto their lead. Zach Sealer with the recovery. 1st and 10 from the Saint 37-yard line. Tonga Vailoa goes back, puts it in the end zone, and Kool-Aid McKinstry with the interception. He did not bring the ball out, so the Saints now with a 2nd and 10 on their own 20 as they try and do something with the turnover that keeps the score right now at Miami 10, the Saints nothing, 11:46 to go here in the first half.
Thank you so much, Jack. 3rd and 10 now. Brock Purdy lining up in the shotgun from about the 45-yard line of the Browns territory. He just dumps it off to George Kittle, and he is going to get stuffed as that Browns defense just swarms Kittle there. They are stacked. That defense is so good. If the offense can ever just get going, they will be in a pretty situation. 4th and 4 for the Niners there. Let's see if anyone's in the red zone. Like we said, Colts, it was 4th and 1. We're still waiting for them to restart that drive as we await the injury on the field. Bucks 1st and 10 from their 50-yard line. Panthers have the ball 2nd and 7 at their own 29-yard line. After the punt by the Jets, the Falcons will take over at the 24-yard line. 3rd and 10 for the Saints from their own 20. The Titans have the ball at their own 28. It's 1st and 10 for them. Browns 1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line. Shedeur Sanders 7 of 10, 62 yards. Some other impressive QB performances, 7 of 9 for Trevor Lawrence. That game's in the 2nd quarter. He's got 124 yards, 2 touchdowns, one to Strange, the tight end, and one to Myers, their newly required receiver. Will come back. We'll get you all the action. I've got you all the way till 8 o'clock. The great Jody Mack joins me at 6. Stay tuned. More Gridiron Game Day after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
That's right. We are back, and we got a lot to jump into right away. While we were in break, a big 21-yard run by Baker Mayfield set the Bucs up to end up getting in the Cardinals territory, and they're in the red zone as we speak. Colts just scored a touchdown after the interception. Cam Bynum. So the interception in that one sets up their drive. Cam Bynum with the pick, and then a touchdown pass to Alec Pierce by Daniel Jones in that one after a failed 3rd-and-1 attempt or a failed 4th-and-1 attempt where they did the QB sneak, but it was Tyler Warren with the sneak. He fumbled the snap back to Jonathan Taylor, and Jonathan Taylor scooped it up and ended up losing a yard, and they got the ball back on the interception. They missed the 2-point conversion, so that game is 6-3. 15-3 in the Jags-Titans game, no action there. The Jets-Falcons game, the Jets they sat there on 4th and let me get the exact drive breakdown. So a short pass, 7 yards, set up a 3rd-and-3, the incompletion by Cousins, and then a punt, 30 yards, sets the Jets up in their own 19-yard line as they will take over there. The Panthers are setting up for a field goal here to make it 17-14 if it's good, and it is good. So that game is now 17-14. Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, they have the ball at Cleveland's 44-yard line, 2nd and 3 for them as they try to get in the Niner territory after the official timeout. They're almost at the 2-minute warning. Jags have the ball at their own 25-yard line after a penalty set them up for a decent. They were pushed back to their own goal line, and then a short pass to Jacoby Myers on that one, plus the penalty got them to the 24-yard line as they lose a yard on the Travis Etienne rush. The Colts are about to kick off to the Texans in that one. It's 6-3. 10-0 Dolphins over the Saints. They are now in the Saints' 5-yard line territory in the red zone. It's 1st and goal after a big Achane rush. He's got 78 yards on 9 carries and a touchdown in that one, so we'll see if they can extend the lead there. The Jets, like I said, are going to take over after the timeout, 1st and 10 from their own 19-yard line. It looks like the Bucs are going to line up for a field goal in that one as it's 4th and 2 from the 14-yard line. We'll see what the decision is there. And it actually looks like Baker Mayfield's coming back out on the field there. So they want to go up big. So it's 3-0 Bucs over the Cardinals. Like I said, 17-14 after the Panthers kicked the field goal. They lead 17-14 over the Rams. And we're going to get a first down here for the Buccaneers, and they'll be within the 10. A short pass across the middle to Sterling Shepard. And let's go out. Jets with a rush to the left side will set up a 2nd and short in that one. Let's go out to Indianapolis as Andrew Smith's got an update in Texans versus the Colts.
The Colts have taken a 6-3 lead over the Houston Texans as a lot happened. The Colts rode Jonathan Taylor on a drive that carried to the Houston 9-yard line, but on 4th down and a foot, the Colts tried a little bit of razzle-dazzle and put Tyler Warren under center. However, a fumbled snap was picked up by Jonathan Taylor. He was stopped short of the line to gain. However, on the next play, Cam Bynum picked off C.J. Stroud, and that set the Colts up at the 42-yard line. A 19-yard pass to Alec Pierce brought the Colts to the 23. 2 plays later, another 19-yard pass to Alec Pierce on a deep corner route into the back corner of the end zone was caught for the touchdown. Michael Badgley missed the extra point, so the Colts lead is 6-3. Daniel Jones, after starting slowly, is 5 of 9 for 80 yards. He has completed his last 3 passes. Jonathan Taylor has 41 yards rushing for the Colts. The Texans have really struggled to run the football right now, just 18 yards rushing. C.J. Stroud in his return to action after missing the last 3 games, 6 of 11 for 82 yards and an interception. 6-3 Colts, 7:58 to go in the second quarter.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to MetLife. Falcons, Jets. Tom Merriam's got more for us.
Just under 5 minutes remaining first half. The Jets with a 7-0 lead over the Falcons. Not much offense in this game. In fact, the only scoring in this game came in a 2-yard run by Breece Hall after the Jets recovered a muffed Atlanta fumble at the 2-yard line. That, by the way, was only the second turnover that the Jets have had all season, and the first one here in North America. And that one came from the special teams, not even the defense on it. It's been a particularly slow-moving game here. Kirk Cousins and Tyrod Taylor began the year as the backup quarterbacks for their teams, had some modest success passing, but not much. Bijan Robinson's had a pretty good game running for Atlanta today. Jets with Breece Hall haven't gone too far, and it's 4:12 to go in the first half. It's still the Jets 7 and the Falcons nothing. Jets facing a 3rd and 18.
Thank you so much, Tom, for that one. It looks like there was a touchdown in the Bucs game, but it's going to get called back after, I guess that was an illegal formation. Oh, no, a holding call as the tight end basically tackled the corner who was the only guy standing in the way of Bucky Irving there. So no Bucky Irving touchdown. A bad pass there from Tua as he had Achane wide open and threw it a little bit far out of his reach, and it's going to be 4th and goal now for the Dolphins from the 5-yard line, 7-yard line, my apologies. And also now the Bucs are going to be pushed back 10 yards. So it's going to be 2nd and goal from Arizona's 11. No one else in the red zone, and the Dolphins do kick the field goal, and it is good. Let's go out to Cleveland, get an update on Shedeur Sanders versus Brock Purdy. John Bazika's got more for us.
Yeah, this hasn't been the Shedeur Sanders drive. It's been a drive that would make Paul Brown and Newt Rockne proud. The Browns have run 8 plays on this drive, and they've all been running plays, and they've picked up first downs. They started at the – where did they start? I think the Niner, or they started their own, 10-yard line they started, and they're down to the Niners' 35 now. So doing it with impressive line play here, and each back kind of getting a crack, and they've run some trick plays with it and hand the ball off again, and 9 plays into the drive, they've run it 9 straight times, and they've gotten down to the 34. So 2nd and 9 coming up here, and like I said, a drive that would make Woody Hayes proud, making an Ohio State reference from their win yesterday. But Browns moving the ball. We're down to a minute left in the half, so they've got a 2nd and 9. I'll stick with you for this play. They've got a 2nd and 9 now at the Niners' 34, down to 51 seconds left. They've been in field goal-ish range now 3 times as Sanders is back to throw here. Steps up, fires left sideline. Fannin open, and he goes in for the touchdown. Wow, what a play. 34 yards. Fannin came wide open left sideline and caught it for a touchdown. Oh, my goodness. 39 seconds left in the half. Browns an extra point away from tying the game. What a pass by Sanders, too, right in the soft spot of that zone there. Fannin came open left sideline. He was lined up left side of the line. I think kind of came open on a wheel route left sideline and was wide open at the 10 and strolled in, just ran through a guy last moment, a defender. So extra point coming from Andre Schmidt. Did a really nice job there. Renardo Green took a nice little ride from the rookie, Harold Fannin. Schmidt's kick is stopped for some reason, not sure. Either way, 39 seconds first half. Extra point away from tying this thing up.
Thank you so much, John. So a big play there in that one. And in Tampa, we get a big man touchdown as Baker Mayfield throws to Tristan Wirf to make that game a 2-score game. And a great play there from Shedeur Sanders. And I mentioned it earlier. I was curious to see how these skill position guys, these pass catchers for the Browns would perform as they continue to, elevate their offensive play here. And we'll see if, that defense can continue to do what they've been doing in that one. The Rams are in the red zone, and let's get an update on that one. Panthers-Rams, Kevin Casey's got us covered from Carolina.
Okay, Anthony, 2:29 and counting first half. It's Carolina 17, the Rams 14 on the strength of a Ryan Fitzgerald 33-yard field goal. The Rams are in the red zone. They're looking at a 2nd and goal from the Carolina 2.5-yard line. The big play on this drive, a Matt Stafford 53-yard pass to Xavier Smith. And so the Rams have mixed in a lot of running and passing. Matt Stafford on the day, 12 of 19 passing, 167 yards, 2 touchdowns, both to Devontae Adams, 4 yards, and a 35, make that a 7-yarder to Devontae Adams. So the Panthers are at the 2-minute warning now. The Panthers are holding serve so far, but thanks in part to Bryce Young, a 35-yard touchdown pass to Chuba Hubbard, and a Mike Jackson 48-yard interception return. That's keeping Carolina involved. We figured it was going to be a high-scoring affair. That remains to be seen. It's definitely misty here, and the conditions are a little bit south right now. But at the 2-minute warning, it's Carolina 17, the Rams 14, but they have a 2nd and goal at the Carolina 3.
An update here on Sauce Gardner. He is in a walking boot. It looks like he's done for the day. He's in his normal clothes with the walking boot on the sideline for the Colts. So, a big blow for that Colts team who just, is battling in the red zone right now, trying to prevent the Texans from scoring. Nick Chubb in. Woody Marks has come back from injury, but Nick Chubb's in right now, and he is going to punch it in for the score. So that game is now 10-6. Texans over the Colts pending the extra point, obviously. 8-7 right now. Browns over the Niners as the 2-point conversion was converted. A Quinshon Judkins run. Tyler Shuck is going to scramble in that Dolphins-Saints game and get it to 3rd and manageable. There's a flag on the play there. Let's go out to Tampa Bay. Cardinals, Bucks. Tom Aikens has got us covered.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers put a little bit of distance between themselves and the Arizona Cardinals with a touchdown just a few moments ago, this time on a tackle-eligible play. A 2-yard touchdown pass from Baker Mayfield to Tristan Wirfs. Wirfs had reported eligible on the play. Everything went to the right. Wirfs went to the left. He was wide open, nobody anywhere near him, and he hauled the ball in for a 2-yard touchdown, which has given Tampa Bay at least some more breathing room in this ball game. The Arizona offense up and down the field, but not into the end zone, not to this point at least. 1:27 left to play in the first half. It's the Buccaneers 10, the Cardinals nothing.
Thank you, Tom. Let's jump out to Tennessee as the Jags and Titans are battling at Nissan Stadium. What's going on, Brant Douglas?
All right, so the Titans had to punt the ball, went into the end zone. The Jaguars got it 1st and 10 on the 20. They were called for a hold, and then Trevor Lawrence was sacked, and now a stop for no gain. And so right now the Jaguars are facing a 3rd and 20, looks like 28 as they spot the ball on their own 2-yard line. We'll see what the Titans can do and see if they can hold defense here. But otherwise, this game's been entirely Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence, 7 of 10 passing for 124 yards and a pair of touchdowns. No running to speak of. Travis Etienne, 6 carries for 15 yards. On the other side for the Titans, Cam Ward, 7 of 10, 46 yards. He's been sacked a couple of times as well. And right now, the Jaguars are in control. They're going to have to punt deep in their own territory after a 3rd down pass was a bit short, but they do hold the lead. 3:15 left to go in the second. It's the Jags 15, the Titans 3.
Thank you so much, Brant. And the Rams are handing it off after the 2-minute warning. It looks like it's Blake Corum in there, but there was a flag on the play. He got in. There is a flag on the play, so we'll see what they call in that one. Daniel Jones drops back the pass on 1st and 10 from his own 20-yard line, and a big completion to Alec Pierce, who's just having a day. He came down with the touchdown with 2 guys draped all over him, and I had to jump up to catch the ball there while also having the ball draped down on top of him. And we'll see what the call here is in that Rams-Panthers game. Right now, it seems like it's a touchdown. I don't know if they called helmet to helmet or if it was a hold. Let's see what the call. It stands, so it doesn't matter what it was. It's 2017 right now, pending this extra point, and it is 21-17, as that is good. Daniel Jones, 5 of his last 5 for 95 yards. So he's looking to keep things going for that offense there. The Jets have the ball, or the Falcons have the ball in Jets territory, 2nd and 7 for the Falcons from the Jets' 43-yard line. So we'll see what happens there after the 2-minute warning. Update again, like I said, it's 10-0 Bucks over the Cardinals after a Tristan Wirfs 1-yard touchdown to the left side. It was like a little drift-off route by the lineman who reported eligible, so he is up now. 3rd and 4 for the Falcons as Kirk Cousins and co. trying to get some points on the board before the half. The Jets scored their only touchdown after a fumbled punt and then a short 2-yard rush by Breece Hall, and they do convert the 1st down. Cousins to Kyle Pitts on that one. 17-14 Panthers are 21-17 Rams over the Panthers. 10-0 Bucks over the Cardinals. 7-0 Jets over the Falcons. 13-0 Dolphins over the Saints. It is now 10-6 Texans over the Colts as the Colts are driving. 15-3 Jaguars over the Titans. 8-7 Browns over the Niners. The Niners will take over in a second. We'll get the rest of this going in a second. But first, an update. A break. Anthony Gallo on Gridiron Gameday.
Stay tuned for more Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Let's go. That's right. A lot of action. Let's jump out first. Back to MetLife in New Jersey. Jets, Falcons. Tom Merriam's got more for us.
9 seconds to go in the first half. The Falcons driving 62 yards in 10 plays to tie it up at 7, getting a 1-yard run from Tyler Algier. A methodical drive led by Kirk Cousins, bunch of short runs and a couple of key passes, one of which to Kyle Pitts, and a pass interference penalty on the Jets, which set the ball at the 1-yard line. We have 9 seconds to go here in the first half. The Jets will take over after a touchback. Presumably they'll take a knee, and they'll be Atlanta 7 and the Jets 7 here at halftime.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out to Tampa Bay as they are also at half. Tom Akins has got more for us on the Bucs and the Cardinals.
After a scoreless first quarter, both teams came alive a little bit in the second quarter. Tampa Bay getting an early 3-0 lead on a 25-yard field goal by Chase McLaughlin. That was matched at the end of the first half as time expired. A 52-yard field goal by the Arizona Cardinals kicker Chad Ryland. The difference in the ball game, though, a 2-yard touchdown pass to a tackle eligible for Tampa Bay. Tristan Wirfs hauling in the pass from Baker Mayfield, and that is the difference. We are at halftime at Raymond James Stadium. The score, Arizona 3, but Tampa Bay has built it to 10.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's check back in that a little bit. In the Dolphins-Saints game, the Dolphins are up 13-0. There's a minute left in the half, and the Dolphins just took over after a Tyler Shuck interception as he was trying to target Chris Olave, and it was picked off. Then a 9-yard run by Achane gets them to New Orleans' 33-yard line. They use their second timeout, or their third timeout of the half, so we'll see what happens there. Let's go out. Colts, Texans, they've got about 2 minutes left and now. Actually, a minute now. Sorry about that. And let's go out to Andrew Smith, who's got us covered in Indianapolis.
The Texans have taken a 10-6 lead over the Colts as they responded to the Alec Pierce 19-yard touchdown reception for Indy by going on an 8-play, 67-yard drive. The two big plays on it were two passes from C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins for a combined 37 yards. The last one, a 22-yarder, that carried to the 4-yard line. From there, Nick Chubb ran it in from 4 yards out to give the Texans a 10-7 lead. The Colts drove into Texans territory on the ensuing drive, but it stalled out at the 43-yard line. And so Houston right now has the football, 39 seconds to go, 1st and 10 at its own 45-yard line, trying to get into Kaimi Fairbairn's field goal range, and he was hitting from 62 in warm-up. So they're getting pretty close to his range here with 39 seconds to go, a first down at their own 45 and one timeout remaining.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and we'll get that update as soon as they go to half. Right before the half, the Niners took a 10-8 lead on a Matt Gay field goal as the time expired in that one. Brock Purdy, 9 of 15, 115 yards. Shedeur Sanders, 8 of 11, 96 yards and a touchdown. Quinshon Judkins has 14 carries for 53 yards. Dylan Sampson has 4 carries for 23. Christian McCaffrey, part of my picks, I picked him combined rushing 100 yards. Plus, he's got 6 carries for 9 yards, 2 receptions for 13 yards. George Kittle, 3 receptions for 53 yards in that one. Harold Fannin, the 1 catch, 34 yards, which ended up in a touchdown there. Also at halftime, Falcons-Jets, like we said, 7-7. Kirk Cousins, 11 of 15 for 86 yards. 13 carries for Bijan Robinson. He has 90 yards. Tyrod Taylor has 6 completions on 10 attempts, 37 yards. Breece Hall, 8 carries, 32 yards, 1 for a touchdown after the muffed fumble by the Falcons, which led to the Jets' first score. Mason Taylor, 2 catches for 21 yards. In that one, Kyle Pitts is 4 for 40. The Texans are still driving there. They're on the actually might have just been an incompletion. Yeah, so it is now 3rd and 10 from Houston's 45-yard line. About 31 seconds left there. 10-3 Bucs over the Cardinals at halftime. Baker's 11 of 15 for 117 yards and a touchdown. Jacoby Brissett struggling. He does have a pick in that one. Chris Godwin Jr. Looking to finally be healthy. He did drop a touchdown in the end zone, but he does have 2 catches for 56 yards. Rams 21, Panthers 17 at half. Davante Adams, 2 touchdown passes, which moved, or 2 touchdown catches, which moved him in the 7th all-time ahead of Antonio Gates. There, the Dolphins just kicked a field goal to head to half, up 16-0 over the Saints. In that one, Cam Jordan got 2 sacks. He's now 18th all-time, passing Derek Thomas on the sacks list. It's going to be 4th and 2 for the Texans. They're going to line up for a decent kick here as time is about to get down to 2 seconds. They've called a timeout. Cam Little is, stretching out that big leg of his as they are going to try and kick a field goal before the half. He does have a 68-yarder this year, which is the longest in NFL history, as the Jaguars try to go up 18-3 here in this one. I'll get you the yardage on both those field goals. Also at half, like I said, 16-0 Dolphins over the Saints. So the last two we're waiting on is this Jags-Titans game and the Texans Colts in that one, as the Jags ran one more play before calling a timeout. They're going to get to about the 42-yard line, and there'll be 1 second left as Brenton Strange gets down after a pass by Trevor Lawrence there. Trevor Lawrence, 11 of 14, 169 yards, 2 touchdowns, one to Jacoby Myers, who's got 4 catches for 74 yards. The other one to his tight end, Brenton Strange. Tony Pollard, 6 carries for 43 yards. Cam Ward, 10 of 16 for 69 yards. He also had a fumble, which was recovered. And the Texans decide not to kick it. C.J. Stroud throws a Hail Mary deep, well short of the end zone. And Alec Pierce almost picked it off there as he was in the game for them. Let's see what happens here. I'm curious why Trevor Lawrence is still on the field for the Jaguars, as they are within range, in my opinion, for the kicker Cam Little. And it looks like they're going to call a timeout, and they were probably just trying to get somebody to jump off sides there. Let's go out to Miami, though, and get a halftime update from our guy, Jack Armpriester.
Anthony, we are at the half, as you mentioned, Miami with a 16-0 lead over the Saints. Prior to the last drive, the Saints had a mere 25 yards of total offense in the half. They got up to 63 yards for the half before Rasul Douglas picked off Taylor Shuck. It's some weird running back by Douglas. He appeared that if he would have stayed on the right sideline, he would have had the pick six, but he cut it back towards the center of the field, got tackled. That drive stalled, and right near the 2 seconds ago into the first half, Riley Patterson with his third field goal of the afternoon, a 45-yarder. And the Dolphins now 16-0 as they head into the half. The Saints will have the ball to start the second half.
Thank you so much, Jack, as we head to halftime now in the Jacksonville Jaguars Titans game. They did decide to scramble. Oh, and there's a fracas. The helmet is off. Guys are getting into it on the sideline there. They decided to go for it. Trevor Lawrence scrambled to the right side, and they ended up he went to go throw the ball away out of bounds, and he got jacked up on the sideline. And then ensuing I think it was Jeffrey Simmons got into it with a Jaguars player on the side. If there's a penalty on the Titans, it might set them up for the ball was away and somebody hit him. I'm trying to see who it was. It wasn't Jeffrey Simmons, but Jeffrey Simmons came over to the sideline to defend his teammate, and they got into it there as helmets were thrown off and face masks were grabbed. The Jags are playing for a chance at the division lead if the Titans were the Texans were to beat the Colts. So, a lot going on in that one. It doesn't look like the penalty is going to affect anything more than that just being their time is going to run out and they're going to go to half, because it looks like it's going to be offsetting penalties. But I'm waiting for the exact call there in that one. Let's see what the referee rules as we wait for the call. It looks like it's going to be offsetting penalties. Yeah, one on the Titans, and I guess they could give a penalty there on the Titans for the roughing the passer. It's going to be 2 penalties on the Titans and then 1 on the Jaguars. So let's see what happens. I think this is going to line them up in territory to kick the field goal now. So it'll end up, depending what Cam Little does, and we know he's got a big boot, it could be 18-3 there. Updating you around the scoreboard one more time. 10-8 Niners over the Browns. 10-6 Texans over the Colts. 16-0 Dolphins over the Saints. 7-7 Jets, Falcons. 10-3 Bucks over the Cardinals. 21-17 Rams over the Panthers in that one. So, again, we are still waiting. Cam Little is going to line up for the field goal. It will be a 45-yard attempt, which is essentially like a chip shot for him there in Jacksonville. Obviously, he's 18 of 22 on the year. He's got the 68-yarder, and this will end up being it is well good. Down the middle, it'll be 18-3. A costly penalty there by the Titans, who continue to get in their own way. Let's get one more halftime update from the Panthers and the Rams. Kevin Casey's got us covered.
Anthony, still a couple of moments away from the second half kickoff. The light mist has kind of intensified. It may be a light rain now, if you will, at the half, where the Los Angeles Rams lead the Carolina Panthers 21-17. Matt Stafford leading the way, 12 of 19 passing, 2 touchdowns, both to Devontae Adams, 4 yards and 7 yards. But the Carolina Panthers are hanging tough behind Bryce Young, 7 of 11 passing, 80 yards and 1 touchdown pass. And that was earlier in the game. But Mike Jackson leading a spirited but injury-decimated Carolina Panther defense. Mike Jackson, a 48-yard pick six for the Carolina Panther defense. Bryce Young, a 35-yard touchdown pass to Chuba Hubbard. Still a couple of seconds away from the second half kickoff, where the Los Angeles Rams lead the Carolina Panthers 21-17.
Thank you, Kevin. Let's go out to Tennessee. Let's get a more complete breakdown of what happened there at the end of the half. Brant Douglas has got more for us.
All right, so what happened was the Jaguars were just out of Cam Little's kicking leg. It would have been a 60-yard attempt at the end of the half, but he would have been kicking into about a 15-mile-an-hour wind, so not ideal. So the Jags roll it out, and Trevor Lawrence is hit out of bounds, and it's an unsportsmanlike conduct call. Then there was a bit of a scuffle after the play. Titans were also flagged for that, but Jacksonville choosing to take the roughing the passer as that penalty applied to this half. That moved it 15 yards closer, and that was well within distance for Cam Little to knock it home on the untimed down to cap off a 4-play, 52-yard drive with 20 seconds left. Prior to that, the Titans had it well within scoring range, and this time they went for it on a 4th and 3 and were unable to convert. And the Jags were able to move it down to get it within field goal range for Little. Trevor Lawrence, 11 of 14 passing, 169 yards and a couple of touchdowns. His top target, Jacoby Myers, 4 receptions, 74 yards, and a touchdown. Brenton Strange has the other touchdown in this game. On the other side, Cam Ward for the Titans, not much to talk about. 10 of 16 for 69 yards. He's been sacked a couple of times. Tony Pollard, 43 rushing yards, on 6 carries. We've just started halftime, and it is the Jaguars 18, the Titans 3.
Thank you so much, Brand. A few of these games kicked off already in the Bucks Cardinals game. It looked like there was a fumble that just took place. It looked like Bam Knight fumbled the ball on a run, so a bad start for them, and they were driving down the field there. We'll get a complete breakdown as these games start the second half. We'll get you the fantasy leaders, all that. Stay tuned, but first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner's day is done. Gardner has a calf injury, according to the team. He's returned to the sideline in street clothes and with a walking boot on his left leg. Gardner was in just his 3rd game with the Colts since they sent 2 first-round picks to the Jets. The 8-3 Colts trailing the Texans at home 10-6. They are at the break. Most of the games are at the half. The exceptions being in Tampa, where Baker Mayfield has a touchdown toss to offensive lineman Tristan Wirfs. It's 10-3. Buccaneers on top of the Cardinals minute into the 3rd quarter. The Rams and Panthers about to start the second half. 21-17. Rams on top. Devontae Adams with a couple of touchdown receptions. Devon Achane has 88 yards rushing and a touchdown for the Dolphins in the first half. They are shutting out the Saints 16-0 at the break in Miami. Jaguars 18, Titans 3 at halftime. Shedeur Sanders and the Browns within 2 points of the 49ers. 10-8 San Francisco on top. The Browns facing a 4th down on their opening possession of the second half. Jets and Falcons tied up at 7 at the break. 3 games coming in the later window. Josh Allen and the Bills trying to get their offense on track in Pittsburgh. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks are hosting his former team in the Vikings. The Vikings quarterback situation, as you know, not great. With J.J. McCarthy, a concussion protocol, and Carson Wentz injured, rookie Max Brosmer is making his first NFL start. The 7-4 Chargers are hosting the 2-9 Raiders. Tonight, it's the 9-2 Broncos visiting the 3-8 Commanders. It's not quite LeBron James decision level hysteria yet, but Lane Kiffin is in the ballpark. Kiffin scheduled to meet with his Ole Miss team at 2 Eastern, and no announcement quite yet as to whether or not he will go to LSU as expected. A number of other college coaches have made the leap. Tulane's John Summerall is heading to Gainesville, Auburn hiring South Florida's Alex Golesh, and Michigan State is firing head coach Jonathan Smith. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back and a lot to get to. We got a big game in this Panthers-Rams game. You know, the spread was at 10.5 coming into today, and this game has been anything but a blowout, and we'll get an update in that in just one moment. But let's go out to Indianapolis as our game, marquee game of the 1 o'clock window. Colts, Texans. Andrew Smith has more for us.
The Houston Texans have a 10-6 lead over the Indianapolis Colts as we have just begun the second half. Daniel Jones, 8 of 14 for the Colts, a touchdown pass to Alec Pierce, but that was answered by a C.J. Stroud-led drive that ended in a 4-yard touchdown run by Nick Chubb right before the end of the first half. And other than that, it has been a defensive show. C.J. Stroud in the first half, 13 of 22 for 153 yards, and the Texans have the football to begin the second half. They have the ball at their own 38-yard line, leading 10-6 here at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Thank you so much, Andrew. A big play here as Bijan Robinson takes the ball all the way down to the Jets. I think they are in the red zone. I'll give you 1 second once they pop back on the screen here in a moment. He was at least 30 yards there as he got from the 35-yard line to the Jets about the opposite field, the 25 or so there. So a big play there as they're in Jets territory. They're now in the red zone after a penalty. So it was 42 yards. Okay, so here it was, 42 yards, and then a roughing the passer got them there. On 3rd and 1, the Texans complete that conversion there. So they are now in Colts territory. The Niners and the Browns continue to battle it out, and let's see if this Niners offense can get anything going. John Bazika has got more for us from Cleveland.
Yeah, really, I would say a big stat so far today, Anthony, has been two things key for this game. One, the Niners are picking up third downs at a pretty efficient rate. They're 4 of 7 on third down. They've actually had a couple on this drive here. After the Browns picked up 1 first down on their first drive of the second half. Of course, the Niners lead 10-8 with 9:49 here in the third quarter. But the Niners starting to move, but they now have a 1st and 15 back on their own 39 as Purdy back to throw, trying to set thing up. And Browns nearly got to him there. He gets away from it, throws downfield, and it's incomplete for Jawan. Nope, not Jawan Jennings. Someone else on the sideline. Not sure who that is for the Niners. Thought it was a 5, but I saw Demarcus Robinson that was there. So, Browns defense continues to stand tall, and the biggest thing is that there's been some timely third down conversions. I would say the biggest note from the day is that Christian McCaffrey has 8 carries, but just 20 yards in that 1 touchdown. So the Browns are bottling him up. They're bottling up the Niners offense, but Browns offense has not been able to answer as often as they need to in this game and score as many points. And we'll see if that's able to change as Niners going to have a third down and long coming up now. 3rd and 15 at their own 39 after a pass was incomplete there. So big third down coming up, 9:36 here in the third quarter with the Browns trailing the Niners 10-8.
Thank you so much, John. And in this Jets game. From the 5-yard line, a Bijan Robinson bounce. He, rush up the middle, bounce it out to the left side, and they score the touchdown there. And he's got 15 carries, 103 yards and a touchdown, 4 receptions, 50 yards. So the Jets are having a hard time, as is everyone in the league, in containing Bijan Robinson, and they line up for the extra point. It's now 14-7 there. The Saints are in the red zone, 1st and 10 at Miami's 12-yard line, as they are down 16. The Dolphins lead them 16-0 in that one. The Texans have the ball at the Indianapolis 39-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down now after let's get a complete breakdown of this play in one more. Woody Marks rushed to the left side, and he's absolutely stuffed by that Colts defensive line. So they're going to lose a few yards. So it'll be 3rd and 4 from Indianapolis's 40-yard line. The Titans have the ball 3rd and 13 at their own 16-yard line. We'll see what happens in that one as they're down 18-3. They are checking to see this Saints play might get called back, so they might get pushed out of the red zone and back to the 26-yard line. C.J. Stroud drops back on 3rd and 3, completes the ball across the middle. I think that was Nico Collins. No, it was not. It was Hutchinson again there with another big play, and that's going to get them the first down. The Falcons are about to kick off to the Jets. Bucks have the ball up 10-3. 1st and 10 for the Bucks on their own 33-yard line as they try to get something going after they got the turnover at the beginning of the half after the Cardinals were driving, and now they've gotten the ball back, and that was a missed field goal that led to them taking over at their own 33 by the Cardinals. So still 10-3 there for the Buccaneers. A 4th down is coming up now, 4th and 13 for Matthew Stafford and co. They are asking for the penalty. It doesn't look like they're going to get it. They're down 24-21 in that one. So we'll see if they can continue their drive, if this is a penalty. If not, they will have to punt the ball from their own 25-yard line. Also coming up in the 4 o'clock window, we've got some big games covered. So when these games wrap up, don't just leave, because we're going to get you player interviews from the locker room. We're going to get you a full recap, fantasy scoreboard, all of that and more, as the Saints, I don't know what just happened there. I think they snapped the ball, but it looks like an illegal procedure, so that won't be anything there. But we have Vikings at Seahawks, Bills at Steelers, and Raiders at Chargers coming up in that 4 o'clock window. Let's go out to MetLife as the Jets and Falcons are battling. Falcons looking to take control of this one, and Tom Merriam's got more on that.
And the Falcons just took a 14-7 lead on a 95-yard drive, their first possession of the second half, after a Jets punt. A very impressive drive led by Bijan Robinson, who went the last 5 yards for the touchdown on a run. But it was a 42-yard pass to Robinson that set up the score. On top of that, erupting the passing penalty on the Jets gave the Falcons another 14 yards as they were just inside the 30-yard line. On that, Atlanta tied the score late in the first half on the final possession on a 1-yard run by Tyler Algier. The Jets' only touchdown of the game came in the second quarter after a fumbled punt. They recovered at the 2-yard line, just the second turnover all year produced by the Jets, and then Breece Hall took it into the end zone on a literally 2-second 2-yard drive. The Jet offense under 100 yards today, struggling again under Tyrod Taylor, who's had a second straight start after replacing Justin Fields as the quarterback. The Falcons offense rolling a bit down the last 2 possessions, and Atlanta leads it 14-7 with 9:29 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's now 3rd and 10 for the Texans from the Indianapolis 15. They are the worst, and they're not going to get it. He's going to lose 10 yards. They're going to go all the way back to the 26-yard line. They are the worst red zone team statistically. Their red zone percentage well under 50%, and it's going to drop even more there as they're going to have to settle for the field goal. It's 10-6 for them. Tyler Shuck hits Chris Olave for the touchdown to make it 16-6, and then he gets in on a scramble to make it 16-8 on the 2-point conversion. So we'll see what happens in that one, as that has gotten interesting there. So 4th and 21 for the Texans as they line up for the field goal. Let's go out to Tennessee as the Jaguars and the Titans are battling it out, and Brant Douglas has got the breakdown for us.
And the breakdown is an appropriate word for the Titans offense after a good first drive where they ended up with a field goal. Haven't been able to do much ever since. They did get the ball to start the second half and went on a 3-and-out. And now the Jaguars have the ball for the first time in the second half, leading 18-3. Trevor Lawrence, 11 of 15 now, passing for 169 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And the Titans offense, nothing much doing, although thus far on this drive, Trevor Lawrence 2 consecutive incomplete passes, giving the Jaguars a 3rd and 10. Of course, the Jaguars are 7-4. They need a victory to stay in the thick of the AFC South. We all keep an eye on that Colts and Texans game as well. Seeing what happens there can affect the Jaguars' future. The Jaguars do need this win with a couple of matchups with the Colts still coming up later in this season. 13-13 left in the third. It's the Jags 18, the Titans 3.
Thank you so much, Brant. And we just got a monster play from Tyrod Taylor to Adonai Mitchell there for a touchdown. It was Mitchell that caught the ball. So A.D. Mitchell with the big catch from Tyrod Taylor there as he took a huge hit, was able to launch the ball downfield from his own 45-yard line. Let's see, yeah. And it's definitely going to be a touchdown. Mitchell breaking away from the defender and able to catch the ball falling down. Let's go out to Carolina and get an update from Kevin Casey in the Rams-Panthers game.
Okay, Anthony, 5:48 to go third quarter. The rain is coming down a little heavier now. The score 24-21. The Panthers lead the Rams a couple of seconds ago. Bryce Young, 33-yard touchdown pass to Jalen Coker. Combine that with a 35-yarder to Chuba Hubbard in the first quarter. And Mike Jackson, 48-yard pick-six interception return. And by the way, with those touchdowns, Bryce Young becomes the first Carolina Panther quarterback since Cam Newton in 16 with 230-plus yard passing touchdowns. 5:37 to go third quarter. Carolina 24, the LA Rams 21.
Thank you so much, Kev. And the Bucs are now into Cardinals territory as Emeka Ibuka comes down with a 23-yard grab. That's going to get them to about the 40-yard line as Baker Mayfield does not look to be affected by the injured shoulder very much. And a 2-yard rush gets them to the 40. Exactly. So 2nd and 8 for them. Jets will kick off in a second as the Falcons look to take over after the game is tied up. Panthers 24, Rams 21. Panthers have the ball at their own 31-yard line. It's 3rd and 3 for them. A big pass here again for Baker Mayfield. 22 yards this time. Gets them into the red zone. Chris Godwin having himself a day coming back from, what has been a really slow start. The Jags looking to punt. A penalty, actually. So they're going to get the ball back, and the Titans continue to shoot themselves in the foot. Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, it's 4th and 1 from their own 33. I'm assuming they're going to punt there as it's a little too deep in territory to take the risk there. Stay tuned. We got the finish of these games. We've got the 4 o'clock games. We've got Jody Mack at 6 o'clock. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are back. NFL Gridiron Game Day. I am your host, Anthony Gallo, and you are listening to Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. A little bit of college news here. Pete Nakos is reporting that Ole Miss is promoting defensive coordinator Pete Golding to its permanent head coach position. So nothing official yet with Lane Kiffin, but that feels pretty official with the rumors he's going to LSU. Again, nothing official yet, but just the rumors that he's going there, and that is a pretty official thing to do. So we'll get an update on that as soon as we have that as well in that one. Niners in the red zone. They are at the 2-yard line. It's 3rd and goal for them. They are the only team right now in the red zone. Falcons are just outside of the red zone, 4th and 12 from the Jets' 32-yard line, so they will probably kick a field goal. And let's go out to Tampa Bay and get an update on Bucs Cardinals. Tom Aikens has got more for us.
Late in the third quarter, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have put a little bit more distance between themselves and the Arizona Cardinals. A 13-yard run by Bucky Irving into the end zone, a touchdown scored there, and that gives the Buccaneers a 14-point lead. Big game for the Buccaneers as they are battling for first place in the NFC South. The Carolina Panthers and Rams, as you know, are battling it out, and Carolina at the moment on top there. So believe me, the Buccaneers hear footsteps behind them in this particular day of football. Once again, the 13-yard run by Bucky Irving. Now with 1 minute 34 left in the third quarter, Tampa Bay 17, the Arizona Cardinals 3.
Thank you so much, Tom. Let's go out to Cleveland where the Niners are on the goal line, and let's get an update from John Bozica.
Yeah, touchdown run by Brock Purdy on a 3rd and goal from the 2. Went around the left end on a read option and scored. And not the most graceful of running by Purdy, but got him across the goal line. And now 17-8, 129 in the third quarter here. And most notably about that, too, was that the drive was set up a short field by a turnover by the Browns. They went forward on a 4th and about 1 from like their own 35-ish yard line, and they put Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end, under center to try to do a quarterback keep, almost, trying to go with their own idea of like a tush-push type play. And he fumbled the snap. The Niners got it, and they went on the short field, and they were able to score. And as I talked about earlier, I really think it's a notable stat now, too, in the game is third down conversions. They, again, converted on third down a couple times on that drive. They're 7 for 11 on third down today. That is incredible third down work by the Niners. And the Browns are just 1 for 6 on that down, and they're 0 for 2 on 4th down. So sometimes a simple stat like that does tell the story, and I think in this game it really does. The fact that they're 7 for 11 on that, and they capitalize in the red zone there. They've been in the red zone twice, and they've scored twice when they've been in there. So they've been in the red zone 3 times, and they've scored 2 of the 3 times. So, they've had the opportunities, the Niners have, and Browns down 17-8, 129 in the third quarter. So plenty of game left with all 3 timeouts remaining for both teams, but kind of a gut check time for the Browns and Shador here to see if they can respond.
Thank you so much, John. Right now, the Jaguars and the Cardinals, both in the red zone, and the Colts are in the red zone as well. Let's get an update from Andrew Smith in Texans-Colts.
Yeah, that Colts red zone possession just ended with a 12-yard touchdown pass from Daniel Jones to Tyler Warren, knotting this game up at 13 with 2:51 to go in the third quarter. And the Texans took the opening kickoff of the second half and went on a mammoth drive that took over half the quarter. But a sack by Adetomiwa Adebawore stalled the drive, led to a 43-yard field goal by Kaimi Fairbairn, his second field goal of the game, to put the Texans up 13-6. The Colts' response drive included a deep 34-yard pass to Josh Downs on 3rd and 11, a 10-yard pass to Downs on 3rd and 9, and then looked like Jones and Downs hooked up again on 3rd and long. That was wiped out by a holding penalty, but a pass interference call drawn by Alec Pierce on the next play set the Colts up at the 12-yard line, and Tyler Warren took advantage with his first touchdown catch of the day, Daniel Jones' second touchdown pass, to knot this game up at 13. Jones now 12 of 21 for 173 yards. C.J. Stroud 18 of 28 for 202, as the quarterbacks have both played fairly well today. And we are now tied at 13. Texans getting the football with 2:51 to go in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Andrew. We've got a third down coming up for the Jets. Actually, I'm sorry, they converted that first down in this one, as it is now 1st and 10 from, third and 1. I'm sorry, it is 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1 from the Jets' 49-yard line. So we'll get an update in that one. Jaguars on the Tennessee 3-yard line. They're still in the red zone. Jacoby Brissett with a touchdown pass to Zonovan Knight after, he had a fumble earlier in the half. So that's now 17-10 Bucks over the Cardinals. Let's check in. We've got a game in Miami. It didn't look at it like it at first, but we do have a game in Miami. Jack Armpriesters got more on that.
Hey, Anthony. Saints come out after the half. They go 10 plays, 65 yards. It takes almost 4.5 minutes off the clock. Chris Olave with a 17-yard touchdown reception from Tyler Shuck. Shuck then ran in for the 2-point conversion. They cut that Miami 16-point lead in half, 16-8. They just punted the ball back to Miami, and when we come back from this TV timeout, Miami will have a 1st and 10 from its own 4-yard line. So they have to do some movement here because they're pinned way back deep. New Orleans did nothing in that first half. They had under 70 yards of total offense, but they came right out, went right downfield, got that touchdown to bring themselves right back in the game. 4:45 to go here in the third quarter. Miami on top, 16-8, and they have the ball when we come back.
Thank you so much, Jack. Before we get back out to some of the updates, Lane Kiffin has put out a statement. After a lot of prayer and time spent with my family, I made the difficult decision to accept the head coaching position at LSU. I was hoping to complete a historic 6-season run with this year's team by leading Ole Miss through the playoffs, capitalizing on the team's incredible success, their commitment to finish strong, and investing in everything into a playoff run with guardrails in place to protect the program in areas of concern. My request to do so was denied by Keith Carter, despite the team also asking him to allow me to keep coaching so they could better maintain their high level of performance. Unfortunately, that means Friday's Egg Bowl was my last game coaching the Rebels. While I am looking forward to start with a unique opportunity at LSU, I will forever cherish the incredible 6 years I spent at Ole Miss. Will be rooting hard for the team to complete their mission and bring a championship to Oxford. So a lot of moving parts there in the Lane Kiffin saga, but we finally have a destination for him. And I know a lot of NFL teams that are going to be looking for head coaches are probably going to be disappointed there as well. Let's get out to Tampa Bay as the Cardinals and Bucks are battling it out. Tom Aikens has got more.
Well, no sooner had we said that the Buccaneers had stretched out their lead to 14 points, then the Arizona Cardinals came right back, and they did it very quickly. They drove the ball down the field, again, a mixture of runs and passes, but the passes made the difference in the end. A 15-yard toss from Jacoby Brissett to Zonovan Knight in the end zone. Brissett moving around, gaining time, letting Zonovan Knight get free in the end zone. As he moved to the left corner of the end zone, Brissett hit him with a pass that brought Arizona back into this ball game. Now we are just at the end of the third quarter, and after 3 quarters of play, Tampa Bay 17, the Arizona Cardinals 10.
Thank you so much, Tom. And one more news, if you haven't heard, obviously, because the Lane Kiffin thing doesn't just have an impact on LSU or these future jobs with the NFL, as I know a lot of Giant fans in the market I work in were looking at him as a possible replacement for Brian Daboll. Also, Florida is expected to hire Tulane head coach John Summerall. So a lot of moving parts here in college football that'll probably also have impacts on the NFL coaching carousel as well. Let's get out to Carolina as the Rams and Panthers are battling it out. Kevin Casey's got us covered.
Okay, Anthony, 13:34 to go in the game, and the Carolina Panthers lead the Los Angeles Rams 24-21. Bryce Young, he's been hot today, 11 of 16 passing for 136 yards, 2 touchdowns. The first quarter, 35-yarder to Chuba Hubbard, and just a couple of moments ago, a 33-yarder to Jalen Coker. Chuba Hubbard on the day, 81 yards rushing and 41 yards receiving. So Chuba Hubbard getting it done in both facets of the offensive attack. And we talked in the pregame about one way to stop the high-powered L.A. Rams was to keep them off the field. Well, the Carolina Panthers did that in the third quarter. They kept the ball. They had 13 minutes of time of possession in the third quarter. So that'll go a long way, and possibly winning the ball game if you're Carolina. 13:34 to go in the game. Carolina 24, the LA Rams 21.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin. And that, again, let's just put it out there one more time if you missed it, if you're not aware. Bucks are 6-5. They currently lead 17-10 over the Cardinals. The Panthers are 6-6. They currently lead 24-21 over the Rams. A win by the Panthers, a loss by the Bucks would flip these two in the standings. But obviously, a win by both just, continues the excitement in that division. Some other divisions to look out for. It's now 13-13. After the Colts scored a few, 10, 15 minutes ago, it's 13-13. Texans, Colts. The Colts are 8-3. The Texans are 6-5. After a 2 touchdown by the Jaguars, they are up 25-3. A win by the Jags gets them to 8-4. A win by the Texans and a loss by the Colts would have the Jags and Colts tied above the division. Obviously, whoever has the tiebreaker there would be in the lead, and the Texans would be a game out of the division. So a lot of excitement in that division. Both Southern divisions, a lot of excitement. The NFC West could get very interesting if this score holds in the Panthers game and the Rams end up losing, and somehow the Vikings and, not somehow, but the Seahawks and the Niners both hold and win. That would also create a very tight race there in that division, tighter than it already is. So a lot of excitement, a lot of playoff implications today and going forward. Me and Jody will cover all of it later, and we will decide that too. A 2nd and 7 pass incompleted by Tyrod Taylor, so it's now going to be 3rd and 7 for the Jets as he scrambled out to his left, and the pass was incomplete on the sideline to John Mechie as it's 14-14 with 2 minutes to go in the third there. Let's go out to Tennessee. Titans, Jaguars. Brant Douglas has got us with an update.
And we've got another touchdown for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They showed Tootin for 2 yards out, capping off a 15-play, 71-yard drive, 6 minutes, 36 seconds before Tootin was able to punch it in from 2 yards out. Trevor Lawrence right now, looking at statistics, although they're leading, so it's not quite as important. He is 14 of 22 passing for 207 yards. He has 24 yards rushing. His favorite target today, Jacoby Myers, 5 catches for 81 yards. Tennessee Titans, no real offense to speak of right now. They had an opening drive that led to a field goal, and they really haven't been able to do much ever since. 25-3 Jags over the Titans. 5:58 still left in the third quarter.
Thank you so much, Brant. And an update here. Kyron Williams, I think, has headed to the locker room. I'm going to get you an exact update on that. He exited earlier after suffering an ankle injury. We don't have an exact update. He is on the field warming up. Let's see if we can get more of an update there. It looks like he is back out there, but we will get more on that in a second as the Rams have the ball at their own 11-yard line, and Blake Corum has a 34-yard rush to put them at midfield. So that game has been back and forth all day. Not a lot of offense to go around today. That game surely has had more than enough. The Jets line up for the field goal, and it is a 55-yarder. No good. It falls, I think, short and wide right in that one as now the Falcons are going to take over at the 36-yard line of their side of the field. In the Bucs-Cardinals game, a incomplete pass deep down the field by Baker Mayfield. That ends up setting up a 4th down, which they punted, so the Cardinals are going to take over at the 12-yard line. It's now 1st and 15 for the Texans on their own 35-yard line, and an incomplete pass batted down by one of their middle linebackers. It's going to be 2nd and 15 there. Right now, there's currently no team in the red zone as we speak. The Texans are the closest ones as they are on the 25-yard line there. Let's go out to New Jersey, I should say, and get a complete update of the Jets, Falcons. The Jets' last drive, Tom Merriam has got more for us.
Jets' last drive ended in a missed field goal by Nick Folk, a 55-yard attempt. That was his first miss of the season, and so we're still tied at 14 with 1:17 to go in the third quarter. The Falcons on their previous drive also missed a long field goal. Zane Gonzalez going wide right from 50. The Falcons moving the ball a lot better here in the second half than they had in the first. They have the ball right now at the Jets 37, facing a 2nd and 8. Bijan Robinson, a big day already, over 100 yards on the day and over 150 yards of total offense. Jet offense, which had been stagnant in the first half, did move the ball more in the second half, including a 52-yard touchdown pass from Tyrod Taylor to Adonai Mitchell that tied the score at 14. We have just under a minute to play here in the third quarter. Jets 14, Falcons 14.
Thank you so much, Tom. And we've got a sack by Myles Garrett. So I know that why you asking why that is significant outside of the impact on the field. Well, he has now a half sack away from being 23rd all-time on the all-time sack list. And he's one more sack away, one full sack from being 22nd on the sack list. Kyron Williams gets into the end zone. We spoke about it. He was hurt, came back on the field, and he just scored for the Rams to put them up right now, pending the field goal, 27-24. We'll be right back. We got more NFL action right here on Gridiron Game Day. I'm your host, Anthony Gallo, and we'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
We are back, and we've got a big turn of events. That Jets special teams is off and running yet again. One thing they've done this year is, whether it was in London against the Broncos, where they had 3 good returns, an 83-yard kick return just now puts them into, let's see where he got. I think he is there inside the red zone. He honestly stumbled over himself. Whoever, number 23, he stumbled. No, actually, when he cut back, he got caught. So they are now in the red zone there. First and goal on Cleveland's 5-yard line. The Niners are in the red zone in that one. The Jets are obviously 3rd and 4 now after a couple plays. They're on Atlanta's 9-yard line in that one. Let's go out to the Texans and the Colts, as a lot happened. We were in break, and Andrew Smith has more on it.
And the Houston Texans have taken a 20-13 lead with 12:38 to go in the fourth quarter, as Nico Collins scores in a 70-yard touchdown run as the Texans run a reverse. And he had good blocking out on the perimeter and scored. The crowd's a little surly here at Lucas Oil Stadium, as early in that 12-play drive, Jaden Higgins had a couple of catches for 31 yards to bring the Texans to the 30-yard line. And then after a penalty, the Texans were facing 3rd and long. It appeared that the time clock expired, and then on the same play, Kenny Moore was called for pass interference, and replay showed that maybe it was a borderline call, and that kept the drive going. And 4 plays later, the Texans were able to score. They've taken a 20-13 lead. C.J. Stroud, 233 yards passing in his return to action. And now the Colts have the ball at their own 35-yard line, looking to knot this up. Each team has scored on each possession here in the second half, with 12:25 to play, and Houston leading 20-13.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out as the Niners try to finish off their drive with some points. They're in the red zone. John Bazika has more for us.
Yeah, 3rd and goal at the 7 coming up for the Niners here. Again, a short field thanks to a Browns turnover, and they're trying to punch it in. 2 wide receivers left, shotgun for Purdy with McCaffrey to his right. Takes the snap, back to throw, fires, touchdown, middle of the field. It was Juwan Jennings who made the catch. A 7-yard touchdown pass over the middle of the field to Juwan Jennings. It's a really nice pass there by Purdy. Fired it in there, set his feet, and had a guy wide open. 23-8, Niners, 11:05 left. Still a lot of time left, but that creates a pretty nice sign of separation between these two teams, and Browns have an uphill climb the rest of the way now down, but Jennings hauls in the touchdown, and the Niners are going to go for 2 here, actually, to try to make it a full, what would this be? What would that make it? A 3-score game, because it would make it 25-17. I'll keep with you for this 2-point conversion and see what they do here, but running the 2-point conversion, throwing, broken up. So, if you're into that type of thing, Browns still have the chance now with a touchdown and the 2-point conversion to potentially make it a 1-score game. But Juwan Jennings with the touchdown, and again, 2 Browns turnovers, 2 short fields, and the Niners capitalize. And again, I'm going to keep harping on it too, Anthony. My storyline of the day, if I was writing a story about this, would be 3rd down conversions, because the Niners are 9 for 14 on 3rd down and the Browns are 1 for 7. And that, to me, is told the story of the game.
Thank you so much, John. And that Browns offense has given the defense no help whatsoever. So it's now 23-18, Niners over the Browns. A huge play in the Panthers Rams game, as that one is back and forth. Before we get the update on that, let's go out to MetLife and get an update on the Falcons and the Jets. Tom Miriam's got more for us.
We are tied at 17 now with 13:23 to go in the fourth quarter. Jets just tying it on a 32-yard field goal by Nick Folk. That followed an 83-yard return of the kickoff by Isaiah Williams, brought the Jets to the Atlanta 15. New York could only move 1 yard. They had a 4th and 4. They lined up as if they were going to go for it, but clearly they were trying to bark the Falcons offside. That failed. They took the delay of game penalty, and then Folk kicked the field goal. That followed a 52-yard field goal by Zane Gonzalez that finished the third quarter, put Atlanta up 17-14 then. Prior to that, both teams had missed field goals of 50 yards or more on their previous possessions. So we're tied at 17, 13:23 to go, fourth quarter.
Thank you so much, Tom. And like I said, in that Panthers-Rams game, Bryce Young, 43 yards to Ted McMillan to score the touchdown to put them up 31-28. It was on a 4th and 2 play. And it was, Bryce Young, to his credit, is a guy that we all wrote off, coming into the year, coming into last year, and he improved last year and has improved even more this year. And what he's done this game has been so impressive. Bucks lining up for a 57-yarder in Tampa, and it looks like it is good. 20-10 Buccaneers over the Cardinals now as that one keeps going. Just to give you a little bit of a stat breakdown in that Panthers game, Bryce Young, 14 of 19, 196 yards, 3 touchdowns. One of them to Chuba Hubbard, one of them to Jalen Coker, and the other one to Ted McMillan, like I just said. Chuba Hubbard, 17 carries, 83 yards. Rico Dowd, 16 carries, 53 yards. So they have done a lot of maximizing their pass opportunities in this game while also mixing in the run. And they have kept, like we have spoke with Kevin Casey, he said they have kept them off the field, that Rams offense, and they will continue to do that as they've run about, let's see what the amount of plays here was, 35, 40. They've run about 59 plays, whereas the Rams have only run 40 plays. So that's almost a 20-play difference. It's a lot of time, especially with the amount of times the Panthers have rushed the ball, 35 to their 19 pass attempts. Matt Stafford, 14 of 22, 197 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks. One of them was a pick six. On the ground, 7 carries for Blake Corum. He has 81 yards and a touchdown. Kyron Williams, 10 carries for 63 yards. He has a touchdown. And the Rams are right back at it again here as they are now almost at midfield after a nice little catch there. Puka Nacua having himself a day. Let's go out to Tampa Bay as, like I said, the Bucs lined up for a long field goal. Cardinals-Bucs, Tom Aikens has got us covered.
Not only did they line up, but they made it. A 57-yard field goal by Chase McLaughlin, giving Tampa Bay a 20-10 lead at this point. The Buccaneers taking advantage of a strategic mistake by the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals had the ball 4th and 1 on their 39-yard line. They decided to go for it, and they did not get it. They had to turn the ball over to Tampa Bay, and a couple of plays later, the Buccaneers offense really didn't gain anything, but Chase McLaughlin came on to save the day and to extend the lead to 10 points. So, again, another little bit of breathing room for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as they battle to hold on to first place in the NFC South. Right now, we're in the fourth quarter. 8:54 left to play in the ball game. Tampa Bay 20, Arizona 10.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's now 2nd and 1 for the Falcons as they are in the midfield range of the field. The Rams are already back at midfield. It's 2nd and 10 from their own 46-yard line. So that is something to monitor there as the Falcons are lining up now 2nd and 3 from their own 35-yard line, checking to see if they hand the ball off to Bijan Robinson. He's going to get a first down and some more, and that is going to get them to about the 50 there. The Colts and the Texans battling it out. The Texans, scored on their last drive. It's now 2nd and 2 for the Colts. Daniel Jones under center, Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. Handoff to Jonathan Taylor, and he's eaten up for 3-4 yard loss there. So it'll be 3rd and medium for them. Let's go out to Miami. Dolphins, Saints. Jack Armpriesters got us live from Hard Rock Stadium.
Anthony, 9:31 to go here in the fourth quarter. Dolphins just kicked off. New Orleans will have the ball to start at about the 21, maybe a little bit more, 26-yard line as they find themselves on the short end. 19-8, Riley Patterson with 4 field goals, the most recent, a 33-yarder, capping off a 9-play, 38-yard drive. Took off 3.5 minutes. New Orleans came out down 16-0 at the half. They've fought back. They've been able to move the ball back and forth. Right now, though, they find themselves down by 11 with the 9 minutes to go here in the game. Anthony?
Thank you so much, Jack, and we will monitor all of that, all the action right here. 3rd and 7. Let's see what happens on this drive before we go to the update. 3rd and 7 for Daniel Jones and the Texans, and it looks like it's going to be a drop pass across the middle. Yeah, Josh Downs, beat up there. They're going to have to settle for the field goal, as that would have gotten them inside the red zone. Tyler Bagley is up to 9 of 10 on the season. He's kicking a 42-yarder here to make it 20-16, and the kick is up, and the kick is good. So we'll get back to all of that action. Shedeur Sanders took a little bit of a hit there. He was going down. Actually, he didn't take that big of a hit. He was just going down from the way it looked, and he did suffer an injury there, so we will get an update on that as soon as we do. I didn't even realize I thought he had taken a bigger hit, and he is down right now. So Shedeur Sanders hurt. We'll see how actually hurt he is, and we'll get an update on that. With that being said, let's get an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at Progressive.com. Lane Kiffin makes it official. He is leaving Ole Miss and heading to LSU. Kiffin said on social media that he had hoped to continue coaching Ole Miss through the playoffs, but that his request was denied by the athletic director. So Kiffin heading to LSU on what is expected to be a 7-year deal. Colts corner Sauce Gardner is out with a calf strain, according to Tom Pelissero. Gardner's Achilles appears to be intact per the report, but Gardner will still undergo further medical testing tomorrow. Gardner is on the sideline in street clothes with a walking boot on his left foot. The Colts behind the Texans 20-16, 8:40 to play in the fourth quarter. 8:40 to play in the fourth quarter. The Dolphins have a 19-8 lead on the Saints, 8:16 to play in the fourth quarter there. It's the Buccaneers 20, Cardinals 10 with 6:09 to go. Cardinals have the ball in the red zone now, down to the Buccaneers 15-yard line. The highest scoring game of the day being played in Charlotte, with the Panthers on top of the Rams 31-28. 3:20 to play in the fourth, and the Rams are in the red zone of the Carolina Panthers. Jaguars all over the Titans 25-3. The Browns are trailing the 49ers 23-8. Shedeur Sanders went down, but appears he did re-enter the game for Cleveland. The Browns just punted the football away, so it appeared that Shedeur Sanders is okay with whatever that injury was. 23-8, Niners on top midway through the fourth quarter in Cleveland. 3 games coming in the later window. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks are taking on one of his former teams in the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy's in concussion protocol, so rookie Max Brosmer is making the start for Minnesota. Those are the Raiders and the Chargers in L.A. Bills Steelers in Pittsburgh. Tonight, it's Broncos Commanders. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, the fun never stops. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? We got a lot to get to, so stick with us right now. Tom Aikens has got an update from Tampa on the Cardinals and Bucks game. What's going on, Tom?
Well, once again, the Arizona Cardinals creeping back into this ball game. They just now scored on a 15-yard touchdown pass from Jacoby Brissett to Trey McBride. That makes the score Tampa 20 and Arizona 17. This is a big game for the Buccaneers as they try to hold off the Carolina Panthers. Panthers charging toward the top of the NFC South. The Buccaneers have held onto that spot the entire season, but at the moment things are looking a little shaky for the folks from Tampa Bay. Once again, the Cardinals jumping back in. A 15-yard touchdown pass from Brissett to Trey McBride. Right now, 2:55 left to play in the ball game. Tampa Bay 20, Arizona 17.
Thank you so much, Tom Akins. Let's go out to MetLife as the Jets and Falcons battle back and forth. Tom Merriam's got more for us.
Atlanta leading at 24-17, just over 6 minutes to go. Falcons just took the lead on a 9-yard touchdown pass from Kirk Cousins to David Sills V. That completed a 74-yard, 8-play drive, highlighted by a 31-yard pass and catch by Tyler Algier from a pass from Cousins. Jets, meanwhile, have the ball in Atlanta territory at the 41-yard line, looking to tie it up. They are going to be facing a 3rd and 4 at the 41. 5:48 to go in the fourth quarter. Atlanta 24, New York Jets 17.
Thank you so much. We've got a crazy game going on in Carolina right now. 31 Panthers, Rams 28, and on 3rd and 5, a short-loaded pass to Coker gets the Panthers to midfield as the 2-minute warning hits, and we'll see what happens there. Is the Rams they have no timeouts left after that, so that they outside of a quick 3 stops, this game may be over. 4th and 19 for the Niners on Cleveland's 13 after Shedeur Sanders came back in, got sacked, turned the ball over. 3rd and 9 now for the Jets as they're looking to do anything right now to keep pace with the Falcons as it's 24-17. Tyrod Taylor drops back to pass, and that ball is a duck and somehow caught. Oh, my goodness. That ball, he got hit, and that was a duck. That should have been picked off. And I don't know who, I think that was Mason Taylor, jumped up. No, it was Alan Lazard, jumped up and was able to make the play over 2 Falcons defenders. That was crazy. Tyrod Taylor was hit clean on a linebacker blitz. He knocked his arm back, and Lazard was able to make the play and get the first down. So the Jets are still alive. Let's go out to Indianapolis, though, as the Texans and Colts comes down to the wire. Andrew Smith has got more for us.
Yeah, the Indianapolis Colts are trailing the Houston Texans 20-16 with 4:45 to go, but the Colts have the football back. They cut the deficit to 4 as they drove to the Houston 19-yard line after 3 straight runs by Jonathan Taylor carried them inside the 20. Will Anderson stuffed Taylor for a 5-yard loss. That stalled the drive, caused them to settle for a 42-yard field goal from Michael Badgley. Houston responded, a long 28-yard pass to Nico Collins, another long pass as well. Ended up moving the Texans inside the 30. They got to the 17-yard line after a 9-yard run by Woody Marks and faced 3rd and 1. Cade Stover was stuffed twice on 2 tush-push plays. The Colts with a 4th down stop in their own defensive red zone allows them to take over. A run by Jonathan Taylor plus a penalty has moved the ball to the 32-yard line. Colts with 4:40 to go at their own 32, trailing the Texans 20-16.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to Miami as the Dolphins and Saints battle it out. Jack Armpriesters got an update for us.
Anthony, coming up on the 3-minute mark here in the fourth quarter, Dolphins with a 3rd and 4 as Tonga Vailoa will rush up the middle, and he appears that he will get the first down. This game is close at 19-11 thanks to Charlie Smith's first career field goal for the New Orleans Saints, a 56-yarder. He split the uprights, capping off a 10-play, 37-yard drive. Took 3.5 minutes off the clock as there is a timeout on the field right now. We are at the 3:01 mark. New Orleans is trailing by 8, 19-11. A lot of field goals in this game, 4 by the Dolphins. Charlie Smith with his for New Orleans. Sloppily played game, but it has been raining throughout the game, so that could contribute to it. But we'll see what goes on in this final 3 minutes as the Dolphins look to increase their lead right now, which is an 8-point lead. They're on top, 19-11.
Thank you so much, Jack. And it looks like the Rams have been put away, and that means with the loss, the Bears will enter December as the number 1 seed in the NFC. Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and co. getting the job done. Big pass across the middle here for Daniel Jones. That's going to get them to the 43 of the Houston Texans. It's 20-16, about 4 minutes to go. It's now actually 3:30, I'm sorry, as the time jumped up there. Jonathan Taylor with a rush to the outside. He'll get a first down as they are now at the Houston 32-yard line, so that the Colts are driving there. The Jets have the ball in the red zone. It's 2nd and 7 from Atlanta's 17. It's going to be 3rd and 7 now after an incomplete pass by Tyrod Taylor to A.D. Mitchell. The Panthers knock off the Rams in that one. So, my first miss of the day. I got a lot of these. So my first miss of the day in this one, as I had bought the Rams down to 6.5, it didn't matter as the Panthers knock them off with a big showing. One positive note for the Rams in that one, Devontae Adams, 2 touchdown catches, moved him in the 7th all-time to pass Antonio Gates in the receiving touchdowns category. Cam Jordan got 2 sacks today. He needed 1 to pass Derek Thomas to be 18th all-time in sacks history. So a big one there. And Tyrod Taylor with a completion there. It looks like he's just short of the first down marker. So it's going to be 4th and 1 from Atlanta's 11. And we'll see if they can convert on this one as he's under center. They've got a tight formation here. And we'll see who gets the ball, if it's going to be Breece Hall or not. 5 seconds on the play clock, and they just sneak it forward, and he'll have more than enough to get the first down there. So the Jets will have the ball at the Atlanta 9 after getting the first down, and we'll see what happens in that one. Saints have the ball. It's 19-11. Saints have the ball. It's 1st and 10. They got 3 minutes left from their own 45-yard line after a run up the middle was stuffed to turn the ball over on downs for the Dolphins. So we'll continue to monitor that one. The Texans and the Colts just went to the 2-minute warning. Some finals already for today. Let's get you the exact finals. Where are they exactly? Rams lose to the Panthers 31-28 in that one. There's about 2 minutes left in the Bucs Cardinals game as it's 20-17. As we said, about 2 minutes left to go here in the Jets game. It's 24-17, Dolphins 19, Saints 11. That one's coming closer to the 2-minute warning. Texans-Colts is at the 2-minute warning, 20-16. Texans over the Colts. Jaguars 25, Titans 3. About 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter there. Just out of the 2-minute warning, Browns, Niners, and John Bazika's got more for us.
Yeah, Browns driving here at the end, but really just for stat padding purposes at this point. 49ers were able to add a field goal on the previous drive by Matt Gay. They're up 26-8. All in all, we've talked about it all afternoon, Anthony, but a couple of key stats. Third down conversions, huge for San Francisco. They were 10 of 16 on that. And then the other key stat, two turnovers that led to touchdowns for the 49ers. And they both occurred, I believe, in the second half. One was on a play where Fannin was trying to take a snap as the quarterback on a 4th and short, and the other was on a punt return attempt by Gage Larvadan, and it set up both times the 49ers with short fields. I actually wanted to give you the full perspective of those, but I'm pretty sure both of those fields were like under, I would venture to say under 30 yards. Yeah, the one was 9 plays, 32 yards, and the other was 6 plays, 18 yards. So 2 short fields, 2 turnovers, third down conversions, and Niners going to improve to 9-4, and Browns going to fall to 3-9, and Browns with a chance here late to try to give Sanders in this offense a little bit of confidence going into next week, knowing that the potential number 1 pick of next year Titans are coming into this building next week to take on these Browns.
Thank you so much, John, and we'll monitor when that one goes final. 4th and 2 now, 55 seconds to go in the Cardinals-Bucs game. 4th and 2 for the Cardinals as Brissett drops back, and it's going to be an incompletion, and that one is all but over because they only have 1 timeout left. So Jacoby Brissett could not lead them back to victory there. We do have a 3rd and 9 here in the Texans-Colts game as it looks like they're checking to see. I don't know if they're checking to see if there was a face mask. No, that was just a previous look. After the incompletion, it's now 3rd and 9, and they're lining up in the shotgun. Down 4 right now to the Texans. As this is a big, out of all the games, obviously the Bucs locking in the win. That one, not as much of an implication on the South. And a drop, is it a fumble? Are they calling it a catch? Josh Downs caught the ball, I guess, and they're saying, well, now one ref is saying fumble, the other one is saying incompletion. Josh Downs, I thought it was an incompletion. Josh Downs gets the ball and drops it again, his 3rd critical drop of the game. And he, that could be a fumble. The call on the field right now is incompletion. He slipped, and the ball slipped out from under him, but, he tucked it away. So it felt like a catch. All right, so it's 4th and 9. We still don't know what a catch is. In the Jets game, a big play here. Tyrod Taylor with the rushing touchdown, and it's now 24-23. Pending the extra point, this one may be tied up. The Colts do have all 3 timeouts, so if they don't get this first down here on 4th and 9, they could potentially still get the ball back in a timeout by the Texans there on that one. Jets lining up for the field goal to tie this one up, and it was a 10-yard scramble up the middle from Tyrod Taylor, and the extra point is good. So it is 24-24 in this one. As the Jets looking to get their 3rd win on the season, and the Falcons looking to stay, not that much farther away from 500. With the results today, you would have thought, a win and some losses would have given them an outside shot at that division, but now it does not feel that way. Bijan Robinson, 22 carries for 141 yards and a touchdown. A.D. Mitchell, 6 catches, 87 yards, and a touchdown in that one. The Saints have the ball 3rd and 6 from Miami's 39-yard line. In that one, they're down 8 with 2 minutes to go as they just hit the 2-minute warning. Daniel Jones lining up on 4th and 9 in the shotgun. A little motion from Josh Downs, and Jones drops back. The pass is no good. So they turn over on Downs, and they have 3 timeouts left, but they will turn the ball over on Downs, and it'll be Texans ball. We'll see what happens there if they could get the ball back in that one. Jets, Falcons. The Falcons are now going to take the ball over at the 35-yard line. Jets, Falcons, 24-24. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. A minute 48 left. We'll get the rest of these exciting finishes that are left in these ones. We'll get you all the player interviews from the locker rooms afterwards, as we'll get to speak to some of the guys. Then the kickoff of the 4 o'clock window. A lot to get to. Jody Mack joins me at 6 o'clock to recap all the action from the day, to preview the primetime window and all of that. First down for the Saints now as they are on the 22-yard line. So we'll see what happens there. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, the action never stops, and even though we were in break, we got a lot to get to. It looks like the Texans are going to ice this one out as it's 3rd and 4 for them and about a minute 30 left. Let's go out to Indianapolis and get an update from our guy, Andrew Smith.
Yeah, the Houston Texans with a 20-16 lead, and essentially there's a 4-second difference between the clocks here, so it looks like they'll be able to kneel this one out. But essentially the Texans take the 20-13 lead early in the third quarter. The Colts drove into Houston territory twice, had to settle for a Michael Badgley field goal once, and then on the next drive, a deep crossing pattern to Alec Pierce and an 11-yard run by Jonathan Taylor moved the ball to the 32-yard line. However, a 1-yard run by Taylor on first down and 3 straight incompletions turned the ball back over to the Texans on downs with a minute 45 to go. And one thing to note, The Colts were in field goal range, but a missed extra point earlier in the game meant it was a 4-point spread, so they couldn't kick a potential game-tying field goal. And now the Texans trying to run out the clock and seal a 20-16 victory, and it looks like they will be able to do so as they will not have to snap the ball on fourth down. So this game appears to be over. The Houston Texans will defeat the Indianapolis Colts 20-16. C.J. Stroud in his return, 276 yards passing, and Nick Chubb and Nico Collins each had touchdown runs for Houston, and Kaimi Fairbairn a couple of field goals as well. Daniel Jones threw for 2 touchdowns and 201 yards in the loss for the Colts, but the Texans have now bunched up the AFC South. They're now 7-5. The Colts 8-4, and now you've got 3 teams within 1 game of each other as we head down to the last 5 games of the regular season.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Let's go out to MetLife as the Jets and Falcons are battling it out, and we'll see who gets the best of who, and Tom Merriam's got more for us.
Atlanta has just taken over with 57 seconds to go in this game that's tied at 24. As Kirk Cousins throws a pass that was incomplete, would have taken them to midfield. The Falcons have the ball on their own 33. It's been a wild second half after a very dull first half. The Jets tying it with just under 2 minutes to play on a 10-yard run by Tyrod Taylor. Falcons got the ball back, but they went 3 and out. They punted to the Jets. They went 3 and out. Now they've punted it back to the Falcons, who are facing a 2nd and 10 at their own 33 with 52 seconds to go in this tie game.
Thank you so much, Tom. And we've got a lot of confusion here on the field. So in break, the Saints score a touchdown. They're down 19-17. On the ensuing 2-point conversion, Tyler Shuck throws an interception that's taken to the house for the good old-fashioned pick 2, all the way to the house. So it's now 21-17. On the ensuing kickoff, the Saints did the onside kick, and they recovered it. And now they took a lot of time to review it, and I think he got enough yards either way, but what they're saying is he didn't. But a Dolphins player on the onside recovery team did touch it. So the Saints recover. They will get the ball back, and we'll see what happens there as it's now going to be 3rd and 10 going back out to MetLife. It is now 3rd and 10 for the Jets at Atlanta, or for the Falcons at Atlanta's 33-yard line. The Jets do have 2 timeouts left. There's 48 seconds left in that one as well. The Jaguars and the Titans just, marching themselves to a slow death as it's 25-3. Jaguars over the Titans. And it looks like the Saints are going to get a first down here and get above the midfield line. About 1:07 left as the clock ticks. They have 1 timeout left, the Saints. In the Jets game, an incompletion on 3rd down as the ball popped. I'm going to count that as a drop. As the ball popped loose for the Falcons for Mooney, and the Jets are going to get the ball back after the ensuing punt. 44 seconds left here. They're going to get the ball back after the punt and have 2 timeouts, so they'll have at least 35 seconds to work with the 2 timeouts, and we'll see what happens in that one. A big ball downfield, and Chris Olave almost came down with it for the Saints. There's 39 seconds left in that one, so we will watch as this one continues. He could have had it. I know it's a tough play. All of these plays are tough, but it feels like that's a play he's got to make there. And the Jets get the punt return, and they're going to get it back to the 44-yard line. So they'll have a decent field position with 2 timeouts left and 35 seconds to go. 3rd and 1 here for the Saints. 21-17, 39 seconds left. Both teams have a timeout. Well, let's see what they do here, if they just go for the first down or if they try to throw it in the end zone, and he's going to throw it away. It's going to be 4th and 1 with 35 seconds to go. Jets lining up in shotgun. Tyrod drops back. He evades the pressure to the right, and he is going to get the first down and get out of bounds. On TV, they give you the sideline markers for where the field goal range is. He's about a yard away from that. So the Jets are in really good position right now as he scrambled to a wide open field on the right side, getting him to about the 43-yard line in Falcons territory. He's already got a scrambling touchdown as well, so he's been doing a lot on his feet. 9 of 25 on fourth downs for the Saints, and they run a sneak, and it doesn't look like they're going to get it. And the clock is ticking right now, and they finally wave it off. It does not look like the Saints got that there, so we'll see what happens in this one. And where they're lining up, where the refs are lining up. A false start for the Jets here. I know I'm all over the place. It does not look like the Saints got this. We'll wait for the official, ruling as the – yeah, they did not even – it doesn't even look like they came close to getting it. But the Jets' false start here, that is a brutal penalty to take if you're the Jets and a fan of that team, as that bumps them back to – the 48-yard line of the Falcons' territory. So they're right at midfield as they line up in shotgun and a little pass to the outside. It is completed. He's inbounds, but he rolls. Oh, they're going to say he got tackled before he was out of bounds. They do have 2 timeouts left, and it looks like they're going to use one there for them. And that's a catch. There's no, yeah, I mean, he got out of bounds in my opinion, so I think the clock should have been stopped without using the timeouts. 20 seconds left. They get that ball to Atlanta's 38-yard line. They do have a timeout left in that one, and we will see where that goes. The Dolphins are going to retain the ball, and they're going to kneel this one out. A big win for the Dolphins. The Saints losing yet again at the end of a game. I think this is the 3rd time this year that it's come down to, under 40 seconds in one of their games this year. The Vikings and Seahawks have kicked off. The Vikings have the ball on their own 40-yard line or 37-yard line, and it's going to be a 3rd and 6 for Mac Brosmer and co. in that one. 2nd and 5. Again, we're at the 4th quarter. There's 20 seconds left here. It is 2nd and 5 or 3rd and 5 now. My apologies, after the incompletion in the Jets game to A.D. Mitchell. 3rd and 5, 17 seconds left, right out of Mitchell's reach. They do have 1 timeout left. It is raining at MetLife. We will see where this one goes once it ends. Jaguars 25, Titans 3, about 1:49 left in that one as the Jaguars are just looking to run this one out. Let's go out to a pass by Tyrod Taylor here. It is completed. That looks like it's going to be a 1st down, and they're going to call the timeout there. They say incompletion here. Oh, they said it was an incompletion on 4th and 5. Let's see what the official call is here. I don't know about that one. That looks like a clean catch to me. He got his hands underneath it, and we'll see what happens there. We'll wait for the update on that one, but first let's go out to Miami and get a recap of the late game action there. Dolphins, Saints, Jack Armpriesters got more for us.
Hey, Anthony, the Dolphins had an 8-point 19-11 lead. Looked like they were on their way to another victory. They did end up winning this contest, but not without a little bit of a fight here. New Orleans, Devon Valet with a 15-yard touchdown reception brings them within 2. They go for the 2-point conversion, and on the play, Minkah Fitzpatrick intercepts the pass and returns it the length of the field. Now he picks up 2 points for returning the interception on the 2-point conversion, puts them up 21-17. The ensuing onside kick is attempted. The ruling was that New Orleans recovered the ball. It appeared that the New Orleans the recoverer from New Orleans was not 10 yards beyond where the kick was made. However, they said the ball appeared to hit a Dolphin player on that front line. They reviewed it. The play was upheld. New Orleans got the ball, but they were unable to get the ball into the end zone, and the game ends with New Orleans unable to convert on a 4th and 1. Dolphin defense stops them. They take over the ball. They kneel down twice. The end result is a 21-17 Dolphin win, their 4th win now in their last 5 games. And it falls the Saints, unfortunately, to 2-10. The final in this contest this afternoon, Miami 21, New Orleans 17.
Thank you so much, Jack. So the Jets on 1st and 10, they ended up being a catch. The Jets on 1st and 10 line up from the Atlanta 33-yard line. They false started. I don't know if it's on the center, on the quarterback, or just the rest of the line, but all 4 offensive linemen outside of the center jumped off sides. or false started, and it pushes the Jets back 5 yards. We'll see if that has any effect on the ensuing kick when it does happen, barring a breakaway play here. 4th and 12 for the Vikings on Minnesota's 40-yard line as the Vikings, without J.J. McCarthy, obviously Carson Wentz already hurt, and Max Brosmer, the quarterback, and they punted. Seattle will start the ensuing drive on their own 4th-yard line. In that one, 2 of 2 for Brosmer to start, 6 yards, both receptions, all 4 touches on that drive going to Aaron Jones, 2 carries, 5 yards, 2 receptions, 6 yards in that one. So, again, the Seahawks take over at their 4-yard line. A 56-yard attempt here for Nick Folk as this game has 5 seconds left, 24-24, Falcons, Jets at MetLife Stadium. And the kick is up, and it is, whoa! Oh, it just sneaks in at the back. The left corner post just sneaks in impressive fashion. I thought it was short. I thought it was well short. Wow. What a play. What a kick. And the Jets get their 3rd victory of the season. They go to 3rd and 8, or 3 and 9, 3rd and 8, 3 and 9, as Aaron Glenn gets his 3rd victory as head coach. Wow. And let's get more on that. Jets, Falcons, Tom Merriam's got more for us.
And the Jets pull out a dramatic 27-24 victory over the Falcons. Nick Folk, a 56-yard field goal at the final gun. It was a line drive kick. It didn't look like it would have the distance, but it kept carrying, and it went over, and the Jets get their 3rd win of the season. The Falcons with a devastating loss. They're now 4-8 with Carolina and Tampa Bay winning earlier today. It looks like the Falcons' playoff hopes are gone. The Jets, on a long drive at the end of the game, led by Tyrod Taylor, was able to put it in field position, and then the field goal by Folk. It was his 2nd of the game, and it put the Jets up 27-24. That's the final score.
Thank you so much, Tom, as we continue to watch the rest of these games. We finally got a final. Thank God for Titans fans. We finally get a final. Jags 25, Titans 3. Some of the other finals across the 1 o'clock early slate. 30, the big upset of the day. Panthers 31, Rams 28. Bucks beat the Cardinals 20-17. Jets beat the Falcons 27-24. Dolphins beat the Saints 21-17. Texans beat the Colts 20-16. Jaguars beat the Titans 25-3. Niners beat the Browns 26-8. Shedeur Sanders, losing his 2nd start of his career. That Browns defense did a lot. The score does not really depict what that Browns defense did. Jaguars continue to roll. They get to 8-4. So now looking at that AFC South, Jags are 8-4. Colts are 8-4. Texans are 7-5. Separated by 1 game. A lot of excitement going on in that division. When it comes to the South, the Bucks won today and the Panthers won today. Bucks are 7-5. Panthers are 7-6. They are separated by a half game in that one. The Rams lose. They're 9-3. With the Niners going with a win, they're 9-4. And now we wait and see if the Seahawks could win today to get to 9-3 themselves. They obviously lose the tiebreaker to the Rams due to their previous loss to them. But these division races are tightening up. Bills, Steelers, a big one here. The Bills looking to try and keep whatever division hopes alive with a win today. And the Steelers, 6-5, are only up on the Ravens by a half game, and it is 6-6. So we will continue to monitor that one right now. We're about 10 minutes away from Raiders, Chargers, and Bills, Steelers kicking off, but the Vikings and Seahawks are scoreless. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks from their own 21-yard line in this one. And we have a lot to get to in this one. But first, let's go out to Tampa Bay. A big victory for the Bucks, 20-17. And joining us right now from Tampa is Chris Godwin Jr. Chris, what's going on?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Good. So you've been banged up all year. You finally were able to get out there, the last few weeks, and you had a big day today, 3 big plays. How does it feel to just get out there and help this team get in the win column?
It feels amazing. I feel very fortunate to be able to get back out there and play. It's been a bit of a long journey these last year and a half. So it's grateful to be able to be out there with my guys, play the game that I love to play, and be able to make some plays that contribute to a win.
So you guys have dealt with a lot of injuries this year, like obviously with yourself included. Your quarterback, you guys play hurt, a tough team. Speak to the team's toughness and just your ability to close out games, whether it's early in the season or now, that have been close all year.
Yeah, I mean we do. We have a bunch of tough guys on the team, and like that's just the simplest way to put it. We have a bunch of guys that no matter. If we're able to go in any capacity, we're gonna put it on the field and we're gonna give it our all. And I think that's kind of good that we all have in the locker room. And just in terms of like the game, I guess the season rather coming down the wire, it's gonna take that. It's gonna take us battling through. Everybody's banged up this time of the year. In order for us to get to where we want to go, we have to be able to lock in and to overcome our injuries, overcome bad plays, and to be able to strain so that we can get victories.
So you guys obviously lead the division right now by a half game. You still have 2 games left against the Panthers. What is the confidence, not just in making the playoffs, but winning the division in that locker room right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're always confident. But that's our problem. Our first goal is to win the division. But we can't, we have 5 more games left in the regular season. We can't win all 5 right now, and we're not trying to. So we're going to take it one game at a time and handle our business there. And then we just see where we're at.
Chris, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the victory and go celebrate with your teammates.
Yes, I appreciate you.
Chris Godwin Jr., a big day. 3 catches, 78 yards. He had a couple of big ones, including a 31-yard grab as his long on the day. They win 20-17 to keep pace in the division, to keep the division lead. And, there's a lot more to come as we go. And that is going to be both AFC and NFC South divisions. Exciting races. The NFC West division, very exciting as we've got the Seahawks kicked off right now. The Niners already won. The Rams lost, so a lot to get to there. Let's go out first, though. Chargers, Raiders, an AFC West battle, and a lot to get to. Chuck Hayes sets the scene.
Good afternoon, Anthony, here in Southern California. A little bit overcast, 63 degrees and cloudy. It's going to be the Raiders 2-9 with Pete Carroll coming in to play Jim Harbaugh's L.A. Chargers. And, of course, that rivalry between Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh goes back to the days of what's your deal when Stanford met SC in the Coliseum. So the Raiders, of course, we all know that Chip Kelly has been removed as the offensive coordinator. Greg Olson going to be calling the plays. The Chargers are looking to build off of a tough loss that they suffered in Week 11, a 35-6 drubbing at Jacksonville. So they come back into SoFi Stadium, their home, and there's going to be a great matchup that we're going to see right from the start. Austin Niculis, the left tackle, will not be dressed for the Chargers today. So look for the Raiders and Max Crosby to give a lot of emphasis to put pressure on Justin Herbert. We're getting ready for the coin flip here in SoFi Stadium. Chuck Hayes here along with the Chargers and the Raiders live from SoFi.
Thank you so much, Chuck. A lot more to get to, a lot more action. We'll speak to some players in the locker room. We'll continue to monitor the 4 o'clock action, the late window. Jody Mack joins me in a little under 2 hours to recap all of this. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day. Don't go anywhere.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. .45 seconds remaining. .30 seconds remaining. .15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are back. Another week of NFL action that lives up to expectations. The 1 o'clock window done. That early slate is over. But we have an iconic and exciting 4 o'clock slate. Seahawks, Vikings, Bills, Steelers, and Chargers, Raiders. And, you know, me and Nico were talking at the break. Next week, the Jags and the Colts play next week in that early window. Neither of them have played each other yet, so they still play twice. So they are currently tied, no tiebreaker between the two of them on the head-to-head going in the next week. So that'll be exciting. Steelers, Ravens play in the early window next week. So regardless of what happens this week, next week will be two division, lead games, whoever wins. Obviously, if the Steelers lose this week, they're tied now. They would go into it tied. But if they win, even with a Ravens win next week, they would jump the Steelers in that aspect due to the head-to-head. So we'll see what happens there as they just kicked off in both the Bills, Steelers, and Raiders, Chargers game Vikings have the ball 3rd and 9 from Minnesota's own 27-yard line as it is 0-0. Chargers wearing those, early 2000, navy blue jerseys today, so a little throwback for them. I feel like they have yet to wear the same jersey back-to-back weeks. Their standard jersey, throwback, whatever you want to call it. They've worn a different jersey, I feel like, every week. Josh Allen and co. take over from their own 23-yard line. James Cook gets them started, and he's already off to the races with a big, close to 20-yard carry there to start the game. The Raiders are going to take over at their own 37 after the kickoff. They're just trying to keep anything going in that one. And we have a lot more to get to. But first, let's go down to Carolina. Panthers upset the Rams 31-28. They were 10-point underdogs. Joining us right now, he had a pick six in the game. Mike Jackson joins us from Carolina. What's going on, Mike?
What's up? How you doing?
So let's go through, walk us through the pick six. Obviously, leading up to this game, Matt Stafford had gone 27 touchdowns without throwing an interception. You guys get the pick prior to your pick six. What happened on your play? What did you see that led to the touchdown?
I just kind of felt the route coming, and it was one of those things like jumping. I seen the ball in the air, like go get it and just go score.
And I'm sure, are you watching the scoreboard while you're running down the field to make sure no one's chasing you, or is it all just feeling it out through gut instinct?
Just run. Like, I seen Nick have a crazy block on Stafford. So that was dope. Like, that kind of really caught my eye the whole time.
So talking about, obviously we spoke about Matt Stafford, your quarterback never gets enough credit. People are always doubting him. How much confidence do you have in your signal caller every week to get the job done?
Come on, Bryce, the best quarterback to ever come out of the University of Alabama. And so for me, it's kind of like being from Alabama, like I got a different type of respect for him, because to go down there in the belly of the beast, come out winning the Heisman, and then get drafted number one, like the fact that what people are saying here about him, like, is nothing compared to what he's heard before. So I just know at the end of the day, like, he's going to put us in position to win. Like, I think right now he has the most career, like, game-winning drives or something. Like, he got 10. So people don't give him credit, but the real ones know.
You guys, to talk about credit, you guys haven't gotten enough credit this year, and you're now 7-6. You're a half game out of the division lead. You play the Bucs 2 more times. How much confidence does this team have going down the stretch that you guys could win this division?
We have a lot of confidence, but it's more importantly, like, when the time comes, we got to be ready. So before we worried about the Bucs, we got to get a win in New Orleans. 2 Sundays from now? So that got to be our main focus before we start talking about the Bucs.
Mike, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the victory with your teammates.
Thank you.
Mike Jackson of the Carolina Panthers has a huge pick six in the game. A few tackles, a pass breakup. Big day for the Panthers. 31 over the Rams, 28. They were 10.5-point underdogs and ended up winning this game. So a big day for them and that defense, forcing 3 turnovers on via Matt Stafford. After the Devontae Adams touchdown, the second touchdown, that was 28 straight touchdowns without an interception by Matt Stafford. And just like that, we mentioned it, and he threw 2 consecutively. Let's go out to Seattle Seahawks, or actually, I'm getting a signal to wait real quick. We may have somebody else joining us on the line. And we have one more player joining us right now before we go out to Seattle. And Dolphins knock off the Saints 21-17 as they continue to keep their playoff hopes alive. It wasn't easy. It came down to the wire. Joining us right now, Aaron Brewer of the Dolphins. What's going on, Aaron?
Not much, man. Soaking in a victory right now.
So you guys came in and tell us, how much of a pressure are you playing, maybe with nothing to lose? Your playoff hope's still alive, but at the end there, you really felt like it might slip away. What's going through the locker room's mind right now?
Right now, we just happy we got the victory. In that moment, you just playing through all, like, in your head, you going through all the possibilities that can happen. You know what I'm saying? They get the ball, we got to get a stop. Or we get the ball back, we got to get it first down, finish it. So, you know what I'm saying? any situation we got, we still, in our mind, got our eyes on the victory because it's always a possibility.
So continuously, this team has been able to, open up lanes for your running backs to make plays. You're facing a team with a legendary pass rusher like Cam Jordan. Just speak to the ability of this offensive line to get the job done and really produce on a weekly basis where you guys might not get the credit, where, maybe A-Chan gets the credit more of the time. What can you say for this offensive line unit?
Oh, man, we just in our groove, man. If you've been saying this past couple of weeks, we moving people off the ball, we protecting, slipped up here and there, but it's a solid group we got here. And you watching the games, you see it on Sundays.
Aaron, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the victory, and good luck the rest of the season.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Same to you.
Aaron Brewer of the Dolphins. Big victory for the Dolphins there, and a lot of stuff going on for the Dolphins. They, a few weeks ago we were talking about them firing the head coach. The GM already lost his job, and now in this moment, they legitimately, a few results go their way here, they legitimately have a shot at the playoffs as their hopes are still alive. And let's go out to Seattle real quick. Let's get Neil Scott in as we wait to hear from somebody from the Niners. But Neil Scott, Seahawks, Vikings, he's got the update for us.
All right, 2:28 left to go here in the first quarter, and kind of a slow start to this one. There is no score. Vikings got the ball first. They didn't do much with it. First-time Vikings quarterback Max Brosmer, he was sacked for the first time. Brosmer filling in for J.J. McCarthy, still suffering from the effects of that concussion. On Seattle's first drive, also not much to show. Sam Darnold also getting sacked. Seahawks have won 5 of 6. We got about 2.5 minutes left to go here first quarter. No score, Seahawks-Vikings.
Thank you so much, Neil. As well, 0-0 in the Raiders Chargers game, 2nd and 7 for the Chargers from the 41-yard line, and it looks like the Raiders just jumped off sides there in that one. 0-0-0-0 Bills Steelers. They have the ball now, the Steelers, at their own 35-yard line. Josh Allen throwing a pick in that one. And they have the ball now after 2 of 4. He was 2 for 3, 18 yards, 4 carries for James Cook, and he added 27 yards before the interception as the Steelers take over in prime field position as they're trying to get past midfield now after a couple of plays there. Aaron Rodgers back and healthy in this one. Healthy as he could be. The throwing hand is okay. That's all that matters. And it's now first down for the Chargers in this one. Chargers, Raiders, as they will continue. And we actually are joined right now. It's always moving. We got a lot of people joining us right now. Niners win 26-8 over the Browns, and they did it in every facet, defense, offense, and special teams. This guy had a huge kick return today. Sky Moore joins us from Cleveland. What's going on, Sky?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm sure you guys are feeling great after the big victory. Big key for the day was being able to start with the short field, whether it was the defense getting a turnover, but you contributed to one of the biggest drives of the game with a huge kick return. What was going through your head in that play? Did you feel like you were going to get in the end zone?
Yeah, that's always the goal. Every time I get back there, I want to punch the ball in. But, when I go out there, I just tell myself to just be smart, make good decisions, and make a play. So that's what I went out there and did.
You guys have dealt with a lot of injuries, and you've been a very resilient bunch, whether it's at quarterback, on the defensive side, in the skill position room. Speak to that locker room and how you guys are able to overcome all this adversity all season.
Yeah, for sure. Just as a guy coming into this locker room, late after camp, I noticed immediately the culture, the culture from the older guys. So I felt like the precedent was set. So that next man up mentality is easier for everybody to follow suit. So I feel like that's what we're just seeing, a lot of next man up mentality going on right now.
And it speaks to the toughness you guys need in that division. But you play in a division right now, you're right there for the lead in the division. How tough is it playing in that NFC West? And how confident are you guys can overcome that and potentially win the division?
Man, it's a lot of good football being played in this division. So I like us though. I would definitely would feel like super comfortable going to the tournament come January with this group of guys.
Thank you so much, Sky, and enjoy the victory with your teammates.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you for having me.
Sky Moore of the Niners, big kick return. They get the big W there. Another big win. Every one of these games had massive implications to the division races. Another one, the Texans, Colts. Colts losing today, Texans taking the big win. And we are joined right now by Henry Tuoto, who joins us after the big win. Henry, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
Good. So you guys went up there, and this is nothing new for your defense because you guys, in my opinion, are the best unit in the entire league. But you go against a team that hasn't given up, or they haven't scored less than 20 points all season. And what is the mindset and the game plan you guys had today going against that Colts and able to accomplish that goal?
Oh man, I think the first and foremost we had to stop 28, and he's one hell of a back. He had a couple big runs, so I think that was kind of the big key. We all know what kind of player he is, and the sorry, I'm running blank. The big plays that he can make. So that was very, very key. So winning first down and then just executing and doing our job. Like that was our key, and like I think that's what we pride ourselves on. Besides like swarming and everybody being on the ball, is having clean football. Everybody being on their jobs and their P's and Q's.
What are you guys preaching in that locker room? Because, like I said, I think you guys are the best defensive unit in the entire league. Week in and week out, nobody can move the ball against you. So what are you guys preaching to each other every week?
Man, we just got a standard here that we know that we have to uphold. Like, not just the coaches on what they expect of us, but we expect a lot out of each other. So, like, that bond and that relationship that we have to know each other, to be able to push each other, we know each other's limits. Like that's what makes us so special, in my opinion, that relationship that we have to be able to continue to push each other, continue to strive to be the best. Like that's the driving force in good defense.
Oh, how did it feel getting your quarterback back this week in C.J. Stroud?
Man, it was great. It's always great to have your quarterback back, being able to have him and watch him, sling that ball back there. Our quarterback room is great. Those two guys, Davis and CJ, they lean on each other, but having CJ back, seeing him comfortable and making the throws that we know he can make and leading us to a victory was huge.
Henry, thank you so much and enjoy the victory.
Appreciate you guys.
Henry Tuoto of the Texans, 20-16 over the Colts, and they are now a game back. Like I said, next week, Colts-Jags play each other, so they won't be able to move in the first next week, maybe unless there's a tie. But they will have a chance to be in prime position to make a run at the end of the season. We got a lot more to get to. More interviews, more, we'll get into all the 4 o'clock window, the late slate. We'll speak to some more players in the locker room. You missed any of it, use the Odyssey app, the rewind function. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, the AFC South is wide open.
CJ takes the snap. And they hand it to Nico on the end around, running left. Nico to the goal line. He's got it! Nico takes it in for 6 from the 7.
Texans radio. Texans beat the Colts in Indianapolis 20-16. The Texans are now 1 game back of Indy, and the Colts saw Sauce Gardner strain his calf. Gardner will undergo further medical testing tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Jaguars crushed the Titans 25-3. The Jags now tied for the division lead going into the first of 2 head-to-head meetings with the Colts next Sunday. The NFC West shifts as well. The Rams fall to the Panthers 31-28. The Panthers winning the turnover margin in that game 3-zip. Rams fall to 9-3. The 49ers top the Browns in Cleveland 26-8, so the Niners are 9-4. Shedeur Sanders, by the way, earned another start next week against the Titans. The Seahawks can improve to 9-3 with a win over the Vikings, all scoreless in Seattle very late in the first quarter. The Buccaneers beat the Cardinals 20-17. The Bucs remain half a game ahead of the Panthers in the NFC South. Dolphins win a third in a row, 21-17 over the Saints. Tonight, it's the 9-2 Broncos visiting the 3-8 Commanders. Justin Herbert just throwing a touchdown to Quentin Johnston from 10 yards out. Chargers take a 7-0 lead on the Raiders. 4:21 to play in the first quarter at SoFi Stadium. Bills and Steelers all scoreless midway through the first. Lane Kiffin is leaving Ole Miss for LSU. Ole Miss is expected to make the college football playoff for the first time in program history. Kiffin will not be sticking around to coach it. Defensive coordinator Pete Golding is expected to take over for Kiffin as the permanent coach at Ole Miss. A number of other college coaches have made leaps today. Tulane's John Summerall is heading to Gainesville to coach the Florida Gators. Auburn is hiring South Florida's Alex Golish. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. 1 minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Oh, that's right. We are back. Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo, and you're listening to Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. Joining us right now, Falcons, Jets. Jets win on a last-second field goal, 27-24. A big second-half comeback for them. And joining us right now, Quantez Stiggers of the Jets. What's going on, Quantez?
Yes. I can't call it, man. Just happy that we got to do it.
Yes, sir. Let me ask you this first. That last kick, unbelievable. Did you think it went in at first, or were you not sure on the sideline?
I had to turn away because like I know Nick was gonna make it, but I was a little anxious. Nick ended up making it, and we ended up getting a dub.
Yes, sir. You guys have dealt with a lot of turmoil this season. I live and work in the New York market. The media is not thankful or easy to work with. You've traded two big players on your team. The coaches come under a lot of fire. How are you guys able to stay together and get a big victory like you did today?
Yeah, I mean, like I know you said, we lost two guys. If they're not here, they're not here. If they are, then they are. And with buy-in, come stay in. That's what we've been doing, man. We've been believing each and every day and coming in here working with our head down, and we came out and got a dub today.
And one of those guys who has gotten a lot of criticism is your head coach in Aaron Glenn. Today is third victory of the season. What can you say about your coach and his ability to motivate you guys?
No, most definitely. I mean, people gonna talk, man. I'm pretty sure that it don't faze them when they talk. People gonna talk always, and my message to AG, man, we're gonna keep fighting, and nobody want to fly with the Jets.
Thank you, Quantez. Enjoy the victory and have a great Sunday.
Thank you.
Quantez Stiggers of the Jets, 27-24 over the Falcons, and you heard it right there. They're buying in, and that's the biggest thing. A team that a few weeks ago, if you live in the New York market or you're a Jets fan, people were running the coach out of town, and he's got his third victory in 5 weeks as they continue to try and build towards the future and towards next year. Obviously, this year, nothing's going to come out of it, but what they can bring is, good habits and, really build towards something next year. A big sack here in the Chargers-Raiders game, and let's get more of an update on that. Chuck Hayes has got us covered from SoFi Stadium.
Yes, Anthony. It is 1:48 remaining first period. It's the Chargers 7, the Raiders 0. The Chargers got on the board at the 4:21 mark of the first period. Justin Herbert scrambled and found Quentin Johnson for a 10-yard touchdown pass. Johnson was smashed at the goal line by the Raider DBs, but he shook it off. They didn't wrap up, and he was able to walk in another yard into the end zone. The third-year receiver out of TCU making a nice grab. That drive, 14 plays, 74 yards, took 8:50 off the clock. In that drive, the Chargers had 6 first downs. They were 3 of 3 on third down. Justin Herbert was 5 of 5 for 39 yards and 1 touchdown. Vidal, the running back, 5 carries for 17 yards. The Raiders just have not had any offense. Greg Olsen now calling the plays, and they've had a little trouble getting the play calls in. I've seen Geno Smith wave to the sideline, wanting to play earlier. He is 1 of 2 for 27 yards. Ashton Gentry has carried it 3 times for 6 yards. Brock Bowers is the highlight of the day for the Raiders, 1 reception for 27 yards. And so when you look at this situation in regards to what's going on. The Chargers have been dominant. They deferred. They decided to let the Raiders have the ball first. They now have the ball deep inside their own territory on the 7-yard line thanks to a Cole punt by the Raiders. It is 1:48 remaining first period. It is the Chargers 7 and the Raiders 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we'll monitor that one. This Vikings defense came to play today. On 2nd and goal, they stuffed Zach Charbonnet for a 2-yard loss. And then on the next play, Andrew Van Ginkel sacked Darnold for a 5-yard loss. So that's going to push them back to the 15. They'll obviously settle for the field goal, but still a big stop there. That game is now, after the field goal, 3-0 Seahawks over the Vikings. Still scoreless, Steelers, Bills 0-0. After the punt, the Steelers take over 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. And as Chuck just told us, it is 7-0 Chargers over the Raiders in that one. If you missed it earlier, Josh Allen threw an interception, and Mike Tomlin's trying to get his 100th and 90th win today for the Steelers, and in general, but all of them with the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers in the shotgun, or I guess in the pistol, actually, full house pistol formation here. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line is they're looking to come away with some points on this drive. A little, I guess that was a pitch. It looked like a shovel pass, but they're going to count that as a toss, and they get 3 yards out of it there. Justin Herbert hands the ball off from the 7-yard line, and they will get nothing there as they continue to battle it out in L.A. No Amarion Hampton. I know he was getting closer to coming back, but no, he's not out there today for this one. And the Steelers also 21 consecutive seasons without a losing record. So very impressive stat there. Let's quickly go out to Neil Scott in Seattle with an update on the Vikings and the Seahawks.
All right, we had 7 minutes left to go here in the first half, and Seattle finally draws first blood, picking up a field goal. It's 3-0 Seattle over Minnesota. First quarter was pretty much a punt fest. 3 punts for Minnesota, 2 for Seattle. Second quarter for Seattle, they open up inside, and they get inside the red zone on the drive, and Seattle has to settle for a field goal, 33-yarder. Vikings defense has been able to stop Seattle so far in the first half, doing a real nice job covering receivers and limiting the run, and they stopped them inside the red zone. Seattle settling for 3. 7 minutes to go, second quarter. Seahawks 3, Vikings nothing.
Thank you so much, Neil. We got a lot more to go through. We got all of the 4 o'clock window, the late slate. A lot of excitement there. Steelers, Bills, Seahawks, Vikings, Raiders, Chargers. We'll recap the 1 o'clock window with Jody at 6 o'clock, as we also will react live to all these games going on here. We'll preview the primetime games. A lot to get to. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Gameday, Infinity Sports Network, BetMGM. Stay tuned.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Anthony Gallo, Infinity Sports Net, BetMGM Network, and if you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? A lot to get to here. Seahawks 3, Vikings 0, about 5 minutes to go in the second quarter in that one. We're headed to the second quarter in Bills Steelers as that one scoreless. Chargers 7, Raiders 0. They're in the second quarter in that one. Justin Herbert 5 of 5, 39 yards and a touchdown. Also in that one, Keenan Allen has 2 catches. On his second catch, he moved in the 13th all-time by himself, passing Steve Smith Jr. So one of the many milestones we hit today. Also hitting some milestones. Devontae Adams moved in the 7th all-time in touchdowns, passing Antonio Gates. Cam Jordan and his sack, he had 2 sacks, but his 1 sack today, he ended up getting 18th all-time passing Derek Thomas. So a lot of movement there. Myles Garrett is a half sack away from moving in 23rd all-time and 1 full sack away from moving into 22nd all-time. We heard from a bunch of great players today, and if you missed any of it, hit the rewind function on the Odyssey app. You can check it out there. But we also got some sound here. Aaron Glenn gets his 3rd win as Jets head coach, and we just spoke to Quantez Stiggers about it. But here's Aaron Glenn at the podium.
When it comes to this game, man, you talking about back and forth. Man, just ebbs and flows of how a game goes. And, man, just the grit that we've been talking about for some time and our guys being able to just gut this game out. And I keep saying there's no quitting these guys. These guys understand exactly what we're trying to build. And listen, even though we have this long-range vision of what we're trying to get to, the now is what's important for our guys to continue to understand, man, how do you win games, especially in situations like this when the weather was not at its best. Teams going back and forth, fighting. Man, we started out really, really well on defense. Then we had some issues, allowed them to score some points and get some yards. Same with the offense. We were moving the ball quite a bit on the offense. We just wasn't finishing the drives that we had. Man, special teams, as always, came through for us and made some really big plays for us to put us in field position to be able to get points. So there's a number of things that we got to improve on. Man, there are a number of guys that did a number of things. Man, what about AD? Going for over 100 yards. And these guys, they still have a long time to be able to mesh with Tyrod for those guys to get better, because we have some communication issues that we gotta fix, and and that's to be expected. With 2 guys quarterback. So good win, something we could build on. But man, we have a long ways to go. Myself, the coaching staff, and the players, from an execution and collectively trying to get things together. We still have a ways to go, and we look forward to next week to getting ready to get those things going.
And that was Aaron Glenn at the podium after the big victory today. Justin Herbert had left the game with a left hand injury. He's back in there. He's got a glove or a wrap on his left hand, so no panic there for the Chargers. Here's a quick quote from Mike McDaniel assessing Tua. There's been a lot of stories about the coach and the quarterback. Are they both going to be here next year, or neither of them going to be here next year? Is McDaniel going to be here but not Tua? And this was McDaniel on Tua today. Even though they won, he didn't play that great. I wouldn't say Tua played his best game. Like the pick, he could have thrown it to Darren Waller, but Devon has a touchdown catch. He dropped, and Julian had a drop. I did feel like in the past game, the bye week impacted theme. We hope to find things we need to improve on in a win. So not really much there from the coach, but it feels like something's got to give there. If they make the playoffs, maybe they run it back again another year with them, hopefully a healthier wide receiver core. So a lot to monitor there in that one. It's now 1st and 10 for the Chargers on the Raiders, 29-yard line after an unsportsmanlike misconduct call. Bills, Steelers have the ball at the Buffalo 48 as the second quarter is about to start, and 4th and 1 at Seattle's 4-yard line as the Vikings are looking to put some points on the board as they're in the red zone. Let's go get a complete breakdown of the Chargers-Raiders action. Chuck Hayes has got us covered from SoFi Stadium.
Yeah, we're looking at 9:47 remaining in this first half. It is the Chargers right now knocking on the Raiders' door. Yeah, there was a little bit of a gasp here as Justin Herbert went out. Trey Lance came in, completed a pass. When Justin came back midway through the second period here, he's taken him down inside the Raider 1-yard line. And when you look at his hand, he has this play card on a big wristband that flops around, and on his left hand, he is wearing a glove. And when you watch him flex his hand, he's basically holding it very stiff, like he doesn't want to hit it against anything. And it looks like it's his left thumb. Hard to speculate from this vantage point, but he did complete a pass coming back in. So right now, let's set the scene. It is 7-0 Chargers. That was a 10-yard touchdown pass that Herbert had thrown to Quentin Johnson. We're at 8:53 remaining in the first half, and the ball is 3rd and 2 on the Raider 2-yard line. And they've got their heavy package in. Jim Harbaugh setting this up, and it looks like Herbert is going to look to the sideline, and the Chargers I believe, have taken timeout. So, yeah, the Chargers took it. So with 8:39 in the first half remaining, the Chargers take timeout, 32 from the Raider 2-yard line.
Thank you so much, Chuck. I don't know what I just witnessed in the Seahawks-Vikings game, so let's get a better explanation and a complete breakdown from our guy, Neil Scott, in Seattle.
A major turnaround with 3 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Seattle now leads by a score of 10-0. A defensive battle in the first half. Seattle had 10 more offensive plays, and Vikings' aggressive defense had kept Sam Darnold in check. But with 5 minutes to go in the first half, Sam Darnold was sacked on the 10-yard line. Vikings took over. Then Brosmer was sacked, and Ernest Jones actually was sacked and intercepted. Ernest Jones picked it and took it all the way to the house. A pick six for Ernest Jones and the Seahawks. Kick is good, and right now, with 3 minutes to go in the first half, Seattle leads Minnesota by a score of 10-0.
Thank you so much, Neil. And Browsberg, scrambled out from the right side, was about to get taken down for the sack, and I don't even know what, he just threw it like it was a grenade over his head, straight into the arms of a Seahawks defender who took it to the house for the pick six. And it was a 90 or 84 yards for Jones for the touchdown. Outrageous. I don't think I've ever seen a pick six like that before. So we'll see what happens there. 3rd and goal for the Chargers as they are at Vegas's 2-yard line, and we'll see if they can get something going there. A drop back by Herbert, and it is, oh, man. It looks like that is going to be a turnover in this one. Herbert throwing the pick to Kelly of the Raiders. And I think he came down with it in bounds. I'm not sure if they're going to call him out of bounds, but wow, what a turn of events there. Drops back, turns to his left side to hit McConkey and throws the pick. And it never really felt like the receiver was open either. So a big turnover there in the red zone. I'm sure we're not allowed to, criticize Herbert about that pass, but, I'll save that for another day on that one. And that's a big turnover as the Raiders are trying to get anything going. Pete Carroll's team trying to survive anywhere. And that's Herbert's first incompletion of the day. He's 7 of 8, 76 yards, a touchdown, and an interception there. Josh Allen, 3 of 7, 24 yards, and an interception. Aaron Rodgers is 2 of 7 for 10 yards. He started 2 of 2. He's now 0 of 5 on his last 5 passing attempts in that one. James Cook, their only real offense production coming from him, 7 carries, 42 yards. In the Vikings-Seahawks game, Max Brosmer, 8 of 14, 52 yards in the pick 6. Aaron Jones, 4 carries, 7 yards. 3 receptions, 19 yards for Jones as well. Sam Darnold, 6 of 11, 70 yards. He looked a little banged up earlier in the game. Zach Charbonnet, 5 carries for 16 yards. Kenneth Walker, 6 carries for 13 yards. Cooper Kupp has 3 catches for 24 yards. Nothing for Jackson Smith and Jigba. So we'll see what happens as this one progresses. 2 fumbles for Darnold in this one. He lost one and recovered the other. Aaron Jones with a short run up the middle. That's going to be a 2nd and long for the Vikings there. About 2nd and 8. Actually, it was Mason. Sorry, Mason had the carry there. Earlier, the Chargers scored earlier in the game on a short pass to Quentin Johnson. And last drive on the red zone, they were on the 4-yard line. Justin Herbert threw an interception in that one. So the Raiders have the ball currently at their own 2-yard line whenever they start that drive. Earlier, if you missed it, obviously on Thanksgiving, Bengals beat the Ravens 32-14. Cowboys beat the Chiefs 31-28. Packers beat the Lions 31-24. On Black Friday, the Bears beat the Eagles 24-15. Today, the big stuff today on the early window, the upset of the day so far, maybe of the week, Panthers 31, Rams 28. 3 turnovers for Matt Stafford, 2 picks, including a pick 6, and a fumble on that one. He also added 2 touchdowns. And in that game as well, Devontae Adams got his 2 touchdowns to pass Antonio Gates for 7th all time. Buccaneers won 20-17 over the Cardinals. The Cardinals battled back late, but could not close out. Baker Mayfield with his bum shoulder, 18 of 28, 194 yards. He also added 6 carries for 27 yards. In his return, Bucky Irvin, 17 carries, 61 yards, and a touchdown. Also with a touchdown, Tristan Wirf, left tackle for them, a little fade out to the left, and he scored in that one. Jets on a last-second crazy field goal, 27-24 over the Falcons. And when I mean crazy, it was a 57-yard field goal that just squeaked in the bottom left corner of the post. So very exciting win for Jets fans. We heard from Aaron Glenn at the podium and Quantez Stiggers as well. We heard from Chris Godwin of the Buccaneers, and we heard from Mike Jackson of the Panthers. Aaron Brewer of the Dolphins joined us as well. They won 21-17 over the Saints, keeping their playoff hopes alive. The AFC South got a lot more interesting in today's game. Texans winning 20-16 over the Colts in that one, and the Jags winning 25-3, setting up next week's Colts-Jaguars game. Winner takes over the division, and the Texans are now a game out of the division in that one. Niners beat the Browns 26-8 as well. And I think, was that a pick six? What just happened there? Oh, they were saying, okay. I think it was an interception that he just decided to run the entire length of the field to celebrate on, but he may have been out of bounds there. I'm waiting for confirmation on that one, and it looks like it's been confirmed a touchdown. I think they're going to review it. Geno Smith was looking for Thornton on the sidelines. It was tipped up by Jackson, and then Jefferson came out to pick the ball off. So we'll see if that stands as well. Looked like he was down. Let's see, because I think it also matters if somebody touched the ball while they were out of bounds. And if Thornton did, then it doesn't stand. And he definitely caught it. If it's just coming down to the catch, it is a catch by Jefferson inbounds for the interception. But I think they're saying that the ball was dead because Thornton was out of bounds. So we'll wait for that as well. Oh, they're showing a little footage of the weekend. Josh Allen got his jersey retired at Wyoming, where his alma mater. So that's pretty cool. I can't believe it took them this long to retire his jersey. He lines up under center. First down for them, 1st and 10 from the Buffalo 45-yard line. He hands it off to James Cook, who fumbles it, and then, it's still out, and it looks like the Steelers have recovered it. This has been a sloppy few minutes of football here. It looks like he fumbled it before anyone even touched him, I think. And the Steelers recovered it, and they are going to take over. That's going to be the Bills' second turnover of the day. First, a Josh Allen interception, and then here, a run. He bounced it out to the left side. Maybe the defender did poke it loose, but he stiff-armed the defender and lost it on the stiff arm. No, he just lost it. He needed out himself. He good old, tried to tuck it away, needed out. So we'll see where they end up with the ball. I think it's going to be on Buffalo's about 40. Might be the 43 or the 44-yard line, or 34, sorry. So we'll see what the final placing is there, but it's definitely Steelers ball. Still waiting on confirmation on the Chargers-Raiders interception in that one. The Vikings are gearing up for a big 4th and 18 here as they're going to punt again. Max Brosmer sacked for 6 yards. DeMarcus Lawrence getting after him there. So 10-0 Seahawks over the Vikings. 0-0 Bills Steelers. The Steelers are going to take over at Buffalo's 39-yard line. It's 7-0 Chargers over the Raiders. Still waiting confirmation on that one. When we come back, we'll update more of this. We'll hear from some more players. Anthony Gallo, Gridiron Game Day.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 4 minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Yes, sir. We are back. Gridiron Gameday. You got me for another 2.5 hours. The great Jody Mack joins us at 6 o'clock, breaking down all the action. Me and him will go through all of the early slate. We'll react to the late slate games, and we will preview the primetime games, Broncos, Commanders, and Giants, Patriots, as the Broncos and Patriots both vying for that top spot. After a Colts loss today, you know, there's a little bit of breathing room there. Now 2nd and 7 here for the Raiders, but let's go out to SoFi and get a complete breakdown of all the action that's been taking place in the Chargers and Raiders. Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 5:15 remaining first half. It's the Chargers 7, the Raiders 0. And it's been three phenomenal pivotal plays that have happened since we last spoke. Okay, the Chargers had the ball 3rd and 2 from the Raider 2-yard line. Justin Herbert dropped back, threw an outcut at the pylon to Ladd McConkey. Blue Kelly, the second-year DB from Stanford, jumped the route and intercepted and went out of bounds at the 2-yard line. So the Raiders took over. Geno Smith dropped back to pass on second down, and he threw out to the left side in front of the Raider bench to Dante Thornton, the 6'4", 205-pound receiver from Tennessee. Tried to make the play, but it was Dante Jackson, the DB, who tipped the ball up, and then Tony Jefferson, the other Charger DB, made a spectacular grab and kept his feet in bounds. And so the Chargers took over on that down with that turnover. So, okay, so you have back-to-back turnovers. The Chargers moved down inside. They were on the Raiders' 18-yard line, 4th and 1, and Kamani Vidal ran off tackle, and the play was just stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Devin White, the linebacker, and Adam Butler, the defensive tackle, made a great play. So with the Raiders having some momentum, stopping the Chargers on that 4th down, they have now moved the ball up. They're now inside Charger territory at the Charger 44-yard line. When you look at the numbers inside here, Ashton Jeanty, 6 carries for 21 yards. Geno Smith, 3 of 5 for 46 yards, 1 interception. Brock Bowers, 1 for 27. Beck, 1 for 16. When it comes to the Chargers, you're looking at Vidal, 14 carries, 37 yards. Justin Herbert, 8 of 10 for 81 yards and 1 pick. And then he had Trey Lance, who came in when Herbert injured his left hand. It looks like his thumb, 1 of 1 for 9 yards. 3:09 and counting. It is the Chargers 7 and the Raiders 0.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will monitor that one. And it's so both running backs dealing with horrendous offensive line play. Chargers due to a lot of injury, and they didn't really have a great offensive line to begin with when they started the season. But no Joe Alt and Slater, but they also have been terrible, if not one of the worst offensive lines in the league this year. So Vidal's struggling too. And Jeanty, you could just see, a couple runs before he busts off, gets the first down, and you could just see that he has the talent. It's just they don't open up the gaps for him per se. So he's going to be looked at like a bust this first year, and it's probably not all his fault. The Chargers up 7-0 on the Raiders, as we said, 3rd and 2 for the Raiders at their own 26-yard line. Bills, Steelers. The Steelers just kicked the ball off to the Bills as they will start at their own 31-yard line. Josh Allen under center. And there's a penalty here in the Chargers-Raiders game. It looks like defensive pass interference, or it might be roughing the passer, so we'll see. James Cook with a nice run there to get them past the first down as he's trying to make up for the big fumble. Jaylen Warren with the touchdown in that one to, update things a little bit there as he gets about to midfield for James Cook, and the Vikings trail the Seahawks 13-0, and let's get more on that from our guy Neil Scott, who's live from Seattle.
All right, the end of the first half, and it is 13-0 Seattle over Minnesota. Seahawks scored first in the second quarter on a field goal, and then with about 5 minutes to go, second quarter, Sam Darnold was intercepted on the 10-yard line. The defense held, and then on 4th down, the Vikings decided to go for it, and rookie quarterback Matt Brosman was intercepted by Ernest Jones, who took it all the way to the pay station. A pick six, kick good. Seattle goes up by 10, and then with 8 seconds to go in the first half, Seattle scored again. Jason Myers booted another field goal, this time a 56-yarder, to extend Seattle's lead. So right now at the half, Seattle 13, Minnesota nothing.
Thank you so much, Neil. As they monitor out, they are now 2nd and 7 for the Bills as they drop back. Josh Allen avoids the sack, and he'll scramble. Oh, he took a huge hit there. I don't know who that was that just blew him up, but he blew him up. I think it was Patrick Queen. Man, he took a big hit. He got about to the 50, I want to say. It's 3rd and 3 now for them. He scrambled, avoided the sack. He goes to level his shoulder, and he just got jacked up by 2 guys, and Queen really put the ribbon on that one. as they continue to try and get anything going offensively. Interception on their second drive for Josh Allen and a fumble on their last drive by James Cook. In that one, they're 2 of 5 today on third down conversions. It's 3rd and 3 for them. They're lining up about 6 minutes ago, in this one in the half, and they'll get the first down there as Josh Allen gets ahead of the first down. I don't know who it is on. I think it's the safety, and there's a little bit of a fracas coming around here. The offensive lineman just standing up for Josh Allen. It's also worth noting that no Spencer Brown or Deion Dawkins on that offensive line, and Hayward is mad right now. That is a big guy that I feel like you don't want to upset in this one. The option run there, the read option, and he gets the first down, and I'm not exactly sure what annoyed him. Oh, he got in Josh Allen's face about something, and he did not care about the offensive lineman around him. So now, 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. James Cook with the toss for 2 yards. Real quick, before we get back to the rest of the recaps, let's give you the early window fantasy leaders. Bijan Robinson, 30 points in the standard PPR league. 23 carries, 142 yards, and a touchdown, 5 receptions, and 51 yards. A.D. Mitchell of the Jets, 24.2 points, 8 catches, 102 yards, and a touchdown. Devon Vele of the Saints, 23.3 points, 8 catches, 93 yards, and a touchdown. Bryce Young, 15 of 20, 206 yards, 3 touchdowns. He also had a 23 on the ground. He had 22.54. And Trey Burke of the Cardinals, tight end, 8 catches, 82 yards, and a touchdown. He had 22.2. Some other notables, Devontae Adams, 21.8. Nico Collins, 21.5. Jacoby Myers, 21.3. So a big day fantasy-wise across the board for some of those guys. A lot of guys, A.D. Mitchell, Devon Vele, guys who, were probably big waiver wire pickups this week as well. So 3rd down again for the Bills. It's 3rd and 8 as they're trying to take care of the Steelers on the road, and they line up from the 43-yard line. A completion to Ty Johnson, and it looks like he's going to get the first down there as, they are giving him the first down. He got about a yard past it, so they will get another. That makes them 4 of 7 now on 3rd down conversions. 1st and goal here for the Raiders as they pitch it to Ashton Genty, and he's going to get stuffed at the line there. It's still 7-0 in that one. As you heard, 13-0 Seahawks over the Vikings. A little breakdown of the box score. Max Brosmer filling in for J.J. McCarthy, and I guess Carson Wentz, who was hurt a lot earlier in the year. 9 of 15, 53 yards, and an interception. Aaron Jones, 4 carries, 7 yards. Jordan Mason, 2 carries, 4 yards. Receiving-wise, Aaron Jones, 3 catches, 19 yards. Jordan Addison, 3 catches, 17 yards. On the Seattle side, Sam Darnold came out for a couple plays, but he was fine. Sam Darnold, 7 of 15, 77 yards. Zach Charbonnet, 7 carries for 26 yards. Kenneth Walker, the second, 6 carries, 13 yards. Cooper Kupp had 3 catches for 24 yards, and Cody White had a catch for 21 yards. So the Seahawks, again, a little update on the standings. The Seahawks win today. They will be level on record with the Rams. They obviously don't have the tiebreaker, losing to the Rams earlier in the year. And the Niners are 9-4, so they'll be a half game behind those two if they are able to win. Josh Allen avoiding another big sack there, scrambling to the right. He's going to get another first down, and that's going to be a big flag as he was sliding, trying to get there. And now we've got almost a fight as he took a hit. I think it should be a penalty. It looked like he was already giving himself up. It could be bang-bang as Patrick Queen went in there and delivered a hit, and it's tough. It's a similar problem we have with Lamar Jackson where these guys who run, it's tough to give them. Yeah, he had given himself up, and that is a big hit. But doesn't look like they're going to call the flag there either. Yeah, that is a tough one right there, and he leveled them. And there's a fracas on the sidelines. No fight, not a punch, no punches thrown, but these two teams are getting into it. And, the Bills looking for a spark here, and the Steelers trying to stay pace. Because next week, we will get Colts-Jags in that early window. First place for the AFC South on the line. And next week, regardless of who wins this game, the Steelers and the Ravens will be playing for first place next week as well in that early window, so a jam-packed early window. It doesn't look like they're going to give them the penalty here as Josh Allen lines up in the shotgun on 3rd and 2. He was just short. They keep running it with him, man, and he gets the first down there. And the Steelers, every time they tackle him now, they are standing over him, and Josh Allen giving the first down marker in Hayward's face. They are going at it. This is a good old-fashioned, old-school, rough and tough game right here, and Patrick Queen right now holding his head. So hopefully he's just holding his head because he's in pain and not because he hurt his head. We do have a touchdown in the Raider game. Brock Bowers with a 6-yard reception. That'll be 7-7 pending this extra point, which is good. So that game is tied up. So we will take a break. We'll get an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy. We'll come back. We'll update all the chippiness in the Steelers-Bills game. We'll give you the update in the Raiders-Chargers, Vikings, Seahawks as that second half's about to kick off. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Lane Kiffin makes it official. He is leaving Ole Miss and heading to LSU. Kiffin said on social media that he hoped to continue coaching Ole Miss through the playoffs, but then his request was denied by the athletic director. Defensive coordinator Pete Golding will take over as the permanent head coach at Ole Miss. Kiffin will make $12 million per year over 7 seasons at LSU, according to Pete Thamel. Colts quarterback Sauce Gardner suffered a calf injury on the second play from scrimmage for the Texans. Gardner did not return to the game. He'll undergo further testing tomorrow. The Colts, of course, just sent 2 first-round picks to the Jets to acquire Gardner a few weeks back. The Colts then losing to the Texans 20-16. The Jaguars take over first place in the AFC South behind their 25-3 pasting of the Titans. The Jaguars and Colts will have their first head-to-head meeting of the season next week. The Panthers keep making noise.
Rams crowd the line of scrimmage with a one-high safety look. Bryce off play action. Has time in the pocket. Throws downfield for McMillan. Makes the catch at the 20. He's got the 10, the 5. Touchdown, T-Mac. Touchdown, Carolina. And the Panthers take the lead.
Panthers radio that coming on a 4th down, 31-28. Carolina defeats the LA Rams. The Panthers remain 1 game back of the Buccaneers, who held on to top the Cardinals 20-17. Niners roll in Cleveland to a 26-8 win. San Francisco is 9-4. Dolphins top the Saints 21-17. Jets defeat the Falcons on a 56-yard Nick Folk field goal at the buzzer 27-24. The Seahawks have a 13-0 lead on the Vikings. That thanks to an Ernest Jones, the 4th 85-yard pick 6, leading the way for Seattle. Steelers 7, Bills 0 late in the first half. And Geno Smith hitting Brock Bowers for a touchdown for the Raiders. They have tied the Chargers at 7, 1:50 to play in the first half. As for the NBA, one final today. Rockets defeat the Jazz 129-101. Some interesting matchups tonight. The 12-8 Cavaliers are hosting the Celtics. You also have Raptors, Knicks, Hawks, Sixers, and the Thunder looking to improve to 20-1 in Portland. All of those games tip off at the top of the hour. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. We are back, and another exciting week of NFL action means Jody Mack joins us in 20 minutes to wrap up the last 2 hours, and then Jody's got you all the way from 8 to 10 on Infinity Sportsnet as we get ready for the primetime action, and we recap all of the day's events, in the early window and react live to the wrap-up of the 4 o'clock window. Right now, they are reviewing an out-of-bounds call, which was reversed. So the James Cook will get 8 yards on that one. So it's now 1st and 10 from Pittsburgh's 11. The Bills trying to tie this one up before the half, about a minute 46 left in that one. And Kenny Walker, or why am I drawing a blank right here? Walker just ran over, Kenneth Walker, ran over the Vikings defender right there. Man, he blew him up, shoulder right through the chest, and that is a big run. And get 2 yards here on the run by James Cook, so it now sets up a 2nd and 8 for the Bills. They are trying to get some points on the board. About a minute 25 left in the half there. Raiders, Chargers are at halftime, and Chuck Hayes has a first-half recap for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. Yeah, we're at the half here at SoFi. It is the Chargers 7 and the Raiders 7. And the Raiders, on a beautiful 9-play, 82-yard drive, Geno Smith connected with tight end Brock Bowers for a 6-yard touchdown pass in the center of the back of the end zone. He got lost in the Charger defensive back coverage, and Geno was able to pick him out and made a great throw. On that drive, he had 3 receptions for 57 yards, including a long of 27 yards, and that was set up also with a pass interference call. Geno Smith on that drive, 507 for 76 yards. He's got 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And earlier in the game, with 4:21 in the first quarter, it was Justin Herbert's Quentin Johnson, the third-year wideout from TCU, a 10-yard touchdown pass. That drive, the first one of the day for the Chargers, took 14 plays, 74 yards, taking 8:50 off the clock. Raiders athletically on defense are looking very, very active. And, you know, what you can say about Max Crosby is he is just a force. His motor runs all the time. Offensively, Ashton Genty, 9 carries for 27 yards. Geno Smith, 507 for 76 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Bowers is the leader receiver, 3 for 57. He's had 3 attempts, 3 completions. Let's look at the Chargers with Justin Herbert, 9 of 12 with 96 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He injured his left hand. It could be his left thumb. He's been wearing a glove on it. Obviously not very comfortable, but able to produce. Vidal, the running back, 14 carries for 37 yards, a long run of 8. Keenan Allen, 4 receptions for 30 yards. Aronde Gaston, the tight end, 1 for 27. Ladd McConkey, 1 for 15. Johnson, 2 for 13. Vidal, 1 for 11. And when you look at defense, each team with the turnover, Blue Kelly, the second-year man from Stanford, picked Justin Herbert down on the goal line. A big play, which was a 7-point turnaround for the Raiders on that. And then the Chargers came back, and it was Tony Jefferson, a pick after Dante Jackson tipped the ball up in the air. And, again, a classic example of the tip play. Big play inside the Raiders' 18-yard line on 4th and 1. Harbaugh decided that Kimani Vidal was going to carry the ball, try to get 1 yard, and it was Devin White and Adam Butler with the big blow-up. So we are at the half at SoFi. Chargers and the Raiders, what can you say? 7-7 at the half.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Before we go out to Seattle for an update, Patrick Queen, questionable to return. The Steelers just called him questionable to return with a hip injury in that one. So something to monitor there. We saw him down earlier as well. In this Steelers-Bills game, 7-0 Steelers over the Bills. It's 4th and 3 for the for the Bills at the Steelers' 4th-yard line. So we'll see what they do before the half. Steelers just called a timeout. Let's go out to Seattle and get an update on the Vikings and the Seahawks. Neil Scott's got more.
All right, 11 minutes to go, third quarter, and Seahawks have scored again. It's Seattle 16 and Minnesota nothing. After a punt-filled first quarter, Seattle got on the board with a 33-yard field goal in the second quarter, followed by an 85-yard pick-six by Seahawk Ernest Jones, picking off the rookie quarterback Matt Brosman as the Vikings went for it on 4th and 1 from inside the 10. Bad mistake, costing the Vikings 7 points. Seattle added 3 more just before the break with a 56-yard field goal to take a 13-0 lead into the locker room. In that early third quarter, Seattle with another field goal to extend the lead. Vikings, by the way, 0 for 6 on third down attempts in the first half. Right now, 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. All Seahawks so far, Seattle 16, Minnesota nothing.
Thank you so much, Neil, for that one as well. In that game, the box score, Kenneth Walker, 9 carries, 43 yards. Zach Charbonnet, 7 carries, 26 yards. Sam Darnold, 9 of 19 for 81 yards. Brosmer, 53 yards in the air. Now we actually are back from the timeout, so let's see. 4th and 3, Josh Allen in the shotgun. He runs under center real quick, and it looks like they're trying to get him to jump off sides. About 10 seconds left on the play clock, and he is audible into something here, unless it's just for show. And it definitely looks like they're trying to get them to jump off sides. Yeah, and he walks away, and the Steelers did not budge. I don't understand that. Why are they throwing all the penalties, the delay a game? And why would I don't understand that. Either run the play or just kick it. Like, unless you're versing an undisciplined team, just run the play or kick it. It makes no sense to me. Some notables, as Rodgers is now a few yards away. We have a bunch of milestones to look out for today. Some already achieved. Rodgers has 48 yards. He needs 31 more yards to hit 65,000 on his career, which would put him in a rare, group of passers all time. It would put him. He's already top 5. He would be the 5th guy to get 65,000 yards. He's still a good 6,900 plus yards behind Brett Favre, but still, a rare feat as well. Ben Roethlisberger was the next guy closest to him, but he's got about 1,000 yards more than he does in that one. Earlier, Myles Garrett needed a sack and a half to get the 23rd all-time. He's still a half sack short. Cam Jordan, 1 sack got him. He actually had 2, but all he needed was 1, and he moved in the 18th all-time on the sack list above Derek Thomas. Devontae Adams needed 2 touchdowns to move in the 7th all-time in passing. Antonio Gates, he did that. False start by the Bills here, as that's going to push them back, and it looks like they're actually going to kick the field goal now. So a disastrous 2 plays, in my opinion, from the Bills. And they also are without Spencer Brown or Deion Dawkins there. Keenan Allen already achieved this, but he needed 2 catches to pass Steve Smith Sr. for 13th all-time in receptions. So a nice day full of milestone achievements for these guys. Matt Prater lining up for the field goal as there's 55 seconds left in the half. Steelers have no timeouts, and he hits the field goal, so it'll be 7-3. Big completion there for Max Brosmer as he hits Hawkinson downfield for a deep throw, and that's going to get them above midfield. That was a 29-yard completion in that one. Barring anything changing, Steelers, Bills, it'll be 7-3 going into the half. Raiders, Chargers, 7-7. In that one, Justin Herbert, 9 of 12, 96 yards, a touchdown, and an interception in that one. Let's get an update live from Pittsburgh from our guy, Brian Bacco.
Hey, what's up, guys? Not a ton going on here in Pittsburgh. It's been a bit of a slog here between the Bills and the Steelers. Steelers up 7-3 after the Bills just kicked the chip shot. They stayed on the field. They looked like they were going to go for it on 4th down twice and end up getting a false start. So apologies if you've got Josh Allen on your fantasy team, but they end up settling for 3. He's got 1 turnover today, an interception. James Cook has a lost fumble. So it's playing into the Steelers' hands as far as their usual recipe. They'll get the ball coming out in the second half, but the other storyline to monitor here, they haven't taken a snap under center with Aaron Rodgers dealing with that fracture in his left wrist. So we'll see what this offense can do in the second half.
Thank you so much, Brian, as we'll monitor that. 51 seconds left. Like I said, no timeouts for the Steelers. Bills have 2, but I envision this is going to go to the half unless the Steelers break off something big on an almost interception there as Brosmer tries to hit Justin Jefferson across the middle in this one. I think Justin Jefferson is catchless today. He is. Oh, no, he is. He's got 4 targets, 0 catches on the day. So the revolving doors of quarterbacks in Minnesota, whether it's J.J. McCarthy, his struggles, Carson Wentz and his struggles, and now Max Brosmer and his struggles, the undrafted rookie, struggling a lot. If you missed any of the action earlier today, the Panthers knocked off the Rams. They were 10.5-point underdogs. They knocked them off 31-28 to move to 7-6, and the Bucks go to win 20-17. They go to 7-5, so the Panthers sit a half game behind the Bucks in the NFC South, and it looks like we got a turnover here in Seattle. We'll wait for confirmation on that one. Jets win 27-24. They go to 3-9 over the Falcons. Dolphins win 21-17 as they get the 5-7 slim chance of playoff, hope still there. There's a glimmer of hope there if you're a Dolphins fan. It's not much to hang on for, but it is there. Texans 20, Colts 16, Jaguars 25, Titans to 3. So now the Jags 8-4, Colts 8-4, setting up for a big Week 14 matchup in that early slate. I can guarantee you right now that's going to be our marquee matchup of that window, and that'll be for sole possession of the division lead. Texans go to 7-5, and with a win, the worst they can be next week is a game back of the division yet again. Niners win 26-8 over the Browns. They go to 9-4. With the loss, the Rams are 9-3. The Niners are 9-4. The Seahawks, if their score holds, they will be 9-3. So they will be tied. Obviously, the Rams would still lead the division due to tiebreaker, but they would be tied atop that division with the Niners right behind them, a half game behind them, and a big first down run there for the Steelers. As that, it looks like they're just going to run it out because they have no timeouts left. The clock is ticking, 10 seconds left. So they're going to go to half. It's going to be 7-3, Steelers over the Bills. And talking about setting up a big Week 14 matchup, the Steelers with the win would be 7-5. The Ravens currently are 6-6. Next week, we'll have not only the AFC South up for grabs, but also the AFC North. So look forward to that. As far as the NFC South, we will have to wait a couple more weeks before the Panthers and Bucks face off for the first time this year. Raiders and Chargers getting set to start the second half. 7-7, Chargers and Raiders. So a lot to monitor in that one. Tonight, the Broncos 6-point favorites on the road to the Commanders. The following night, Monday night, Giants visit the Patriots. Patriots 7-point favorites over the Giants. So that should be an exciting, 2 games. When you look at that AFC playoff picture, yeah, it's a good team versus a bad team in both instances, but those games have such implications. Any hiccup could cost one of these teams a potential bye, maybe even their division, because the season is not over yet. So it'll be interesting to watch there as well. Some big game performers this week. On Thursday night, A.J. Brown had 10 catches for 132 yards and 2 touchdowns. Today, Bijan Robinson, 23 carries, 142 yards and a touchdown, 5 catches and 51 yards. Jameson Williams, 7 catches for 141 yards. A.D. Mitchell and CeeDee Lamb both going north of 100, both scoring a TD. So a big, week of action, the individual front. We'll come back. The great Jody Mack, the man, the myth, the legend, joins us. We recap the early window. We react live to the late window. We preview the primetime window right here, Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. This is Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo. Don't go anywhere.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, it is 6 o'clock on the East Coast, and you know what that means. The man, the myth, the legend, Jody Mack joins us right now for the next 2 hours before he takes you for the next 2 hours after that. Jody, happy Thanksgiving. What's going on, man?
Happy Thanksgiving, and I got a Thanksgiving hangover, or at least it seems that way.
Well, I think I do too. Between the food and even the drinks that I had while I was on vacation, I don't think I'm never going to be able to shed the poundage that I put on in the last 4 days. Even today, in one of our breaks, I crushed like an entire Thanksgiving dinner in 5 minutes. So I'm sure that is great for my health and my weight. But how are you, Jody?
Been there, done that while trying to do a show and eat at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't eat properly, but that's okay. We'll get through that. No, what I was referring to is, I'm sure you've heard, Thanksgiving turkey, tryptophan, makes you nod off, gives you a good reason to nap in the middle of the day. And then there were these 3, 4 o'clock games. And, man, I could probably use some paper clips to keep my eyes open right about now. Pretty bad. You and I, you've been doing it for the last however many hours. But 4 o'clock window, we always have fun. How does it compare to the 1 o'clock window? How exciting are the games? How are any of them going to come down to the wire? Oh, they can come down to the wire because nobody can score.
Nobody.
Seattle's got a field goal fest going. Minnesota couldn't score to save their life. But Buffalo gets a field goal right at the half to keep from being shut out in the first half. And the other game is setting offensive football back, the Chargers and the Raiders, I think about 5 or 6 years. So nice 4 o'clock window we got going for us here, Anthony.
Yeah. And hopefully we get something going as we had a score in that game in L.A., from Vidal. But, yeah, it has been a slow – honestly, the 1 o'clock window was also pretty slow to start outside of that Panthers-Rams game. It's just the games got a little bit more interesting as they went. And I think it's, a combination. The weather's getting colder in some of these cities. It's funny because in Carolina, our stringer that we had on earlier, he was telling us that Kevin Casey was telling us that, it was cold for Carolina weather. In that game, it was explosive offense the whole time. So it has been a boring, late slate to start as well. And the Steelers, their offense is terrible. And the Bills can't hold on to the ball. So we've got nothing going there. And it feels like the Seahawks offense has been kept in check by a very good Vikings defense so far.
And last week here with you, I said if the Rams won, they would be able to lay claim to being the best team in the National Football League, which they did, which they were, which I don't know that they are after today's game. 2 things happened in the NFL today. Everything flattened out. The best teams in the NFL, those that we thought were better than everybody else, before the year started, even in the year, all of a sudden are looking okay at best and not like make the playoffs and make a run when you get there. And Matthew Stafford, who probably had a pretty significant lead, his numbers are off the charts good for the year. He only had 2 interceptions for the entire year and hadn't thrown one in 300 passes over the course of the season, was flat and ugly and made poor decisions and threw a pick 6. So if Drake May could throw for about 300 against the Giants tomorrow night and put up a big win for the Patriots, who will have the best record in all of football, yeah, it'll be a dead heat as far as I'm concerned for the MVP in the NFL right now.
Yeah, and Jonathan Taylor has cooled off a lot as well as they lost.
Yep.
I mean, the South in both conferences, the NFC and the AFC, is now a gearing up for a really exciting end of the season race. As I spoke about it earlier, where Jaguars and Colts face off in the early window next week. I mean, in the AFC North, the Steelers and the Ravens face off in that early window. I mean, we don't get Bucks Panthers for another 2 weeks, but there is a lot of all these divisions outside of maybe the AFC East, and pending what happens tonight and in this Chargers game in the AFC West, all these divisions are going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, and if your Broncos get a win tonight, if somehow the Chargers lose, they'd be in a good, comfortable position.
Yes.
But if the Bills lose here, could the Patriots actually throw it into cruise control for the last 5 games of the season? Their lead is so big. I know they've still got a game against Buffalo. They've already got a W against Buffalo in their back pocket, which surely helps. But if you told me the Patriots going to win the division, I would have said, come on, let's not get carried away. They'll be better. They'll be improved. They're not going to win the division. If you told me they were going to win the division going away and it's not going to be competitive, I would have said, yeah, you got to pee in a cup because you need to be drug tested to have that guy.
Well, and if they win today and the Steelers somehow, the Bills somehow lose this game, they have a 4-game lead on them. And there's only 5 weeks left after today, or 5 games left. So I don't know. I did not fathom it. I was higher on the Patriots than I was a year prior because I was so low on Drake May when he got drafted, and he impressed me so much, and he's just continued to impress. And the Bills, I feel like they lack so much offensively, and defensively they're not bad. They're just not game-changing. And that offense, at some point, I know it's the way of the cap. At some point, these GMs have to be a little less arrogant and realize guys like Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes still need people to throw to that are legitimate receivers. And I feel like there's no reason to key in on anything but the run because Josh Allen doesn't have anybody to throw the ball to.
And Josh Allen, without coming out and saying it, you could just judge by his actions. They were on Hard Knocks this year.
Yes.
And it was hinted at that maybe they needed Josh to put less stress on himself and his game, taking off as often as he did. Well, there's a reason why he used to take off, and there's a reason why he should still be taking off more than he is right now. They need that. That's an integral part of their offense, has been the last several years. And if Josh Allen is just going to throw it away when everybody's covered on third down rather than pull it down and turn it up the field, yeah, you're going to end up putting a hell of a lot more than you used to when Allen would convert those thirds down coming out of the pocket. So I think the Bills have had a sideways look at this season since it started. I enjoyed their Hard Knocks season. It was good. I always like Hard Knocks. I'm a Hard Knocks wonky, and no matter what happens, I always have a soft spot in my heart for the team once the season gets underway. Well, that's hardened over because the Bills are just a tough-to-watch football team right now.
They are, and I think you see Allen is pressing when it comes to the passing game, and we may have a big turnover in that one as Rodgers just gets smoked. And it looks like the Bills got some offense via the defense right there, Jody. And Rodgers is down, and he's already got the banged-up hand, and he got hit hard on that one. I think it was Joey Bosa with the tackle there on him, and he's slow to get up. He's already dealing with the big cast on his left hand. The Warrior he's running off the field, but that is 6 points the other way as he's hit and fumbles, and it is picked up and scooped for a score there. Before we get back into the conversation, let's jump out to Seattle, Vikings, Seahawks, and, this may be the first game in Justin Jefferson's career he doesn't have a catch. More on that battle. Neil Scott's got more for us.
All right, 1:20 left to go here in the third quarter. Seattle scored again. Now it's 19-0. The big difference in this one so far was a pick six by Seattle's Ernest Jones on a wild pass on 4th and 1 from the 10 by rookie quarterback Matt Brosman, an 85-yard pick and score, plus 4 field goals from Jason Myers. The Vikings, they're 1 for 8 on third down attempts. They just got their first third down just a couple of seconds ago. Jackson Smith-Njigba, the NFL's top receiver, he did not get his first reception until the 5-minute mark in the third quarter. Right now, we've got a minute and change on the clock. Seahawks leading the Vikings 19-0, end of third quarter.
Let's go out to L.A. and let's get an update in the Raiders-Chargers game from our guy, Chuck Hayes.
Thanks, Anthony. 9:37 remaining third quarters. The Chargers 14 and the Raiders 7. At the 14:03 mark, it was a 59-yard touchdown run on 3rd and 2. Kamani Vidal, the second-year man, running back out of Troy, hit it big and made a great cut, and it was off to the races, and he scored untouched. The extra point was good and put the Chargers up 14-7. Right before the end of the first half, there was Brock Bowers, a 6-yard touchdown pass from Geno Smith, a 9-play, 82-yard drive, took 4:42 off the clock, and the Chargers' only other score was a touchdown pass from Justin Herbert to Quentin Johnson in the first quarter, 4:21 remaining there. That drive was 14 plays, 74 yards, taking 8:50 off the clock. So in the second half, the Chargers got the ball first and scored. Then the Raiders had the ball, 3rd and 1 on their own 36-yard line, and the Chargers just came in, blew that play up, forced the Raiders to punt. The Chargers then went 3 and out, and Justin Herbert was sacked 2 times. And I want to tell you, if you like defensive football and you like to watch the best of the best work, and that is got to be the veteran from Eastern Michigan, and he is something else. And I'm talking about Max Crosby. He is 6'5", 266 pounds of nothing but energy. And no matter what happens, the Chargers have to double-team him. Herbert does not look like he wants to run around and be the athlete that we've seen him be. He hurt his hand in the first half. He has a glove on his left hand. His passing hand is fine, but, again, you can tell that left thumb is a little bit tender. So let's set the stage right now. The Raiders have gotten the ball back. There's 9:37 remaining in the third quarter. They're going to start at 1st and 10 from their own 30-yard line. It is the Chargers 14 and the Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Chuck. And a little of my Aaron Rodgers out of the game, Mason Rudolph in. Jody, how about that for a stat? Right as we went to Neil Scott, Justin Jefferson hadn't had a catch. It would have been the first time in his career he didn't have a catch in a game. Ends up catching the ball and immediately loses 4 yards.
Right.
So now the only catch he has, he's got -4 yards, and then the next play they proceed to throw their second interception of the game.
Which on the pass that he caught, Nick Amanwari, a first-round draft pick safety, who I was lobbying to go much higher than where he did. I thought he was one of the better players in the draft, and he is in the conversation for Defensive Rookie of the Year. He picked Jefferson up and threw him to the ground, which was completely unnecessary. He had him tackled, like you said, for a 4-yard loss, and he just tossed him to the ground. He threw a flag on top of it, unnecessary roughness, and I hate when that happens, but it was rightful in this one because it was just dumb. He actually picked him up, lifted him off the ground, and threw him to the ground. So it ended up being a positive 11 yards on the play. And then Max, the homeboy Brosner, throws a pick immediately thereafter. I don't think the Vikings are scoring today. Good that Jefferson got his catch. He's gone 6 straight weeks without getting 100 yards. He's not getting 100 yards today because he needs 105 as of right now. Not good for the Minnesota Vikings. Their season is officially over as of today.
And that is, I mean, even before the injury, it felt like their season was kind of down spiraling, and now with Max Brosmer out there, they are in trouble. And, nobody suffered more from the quarterback play on their team than Justin Jefferson has this year because he just hasn't been able to produce the way that they thought. And that defense has been really good.
What do you do if you're the Vikings? And I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. Still got 5 games left to go. McCarthy will probably play next week. There were some excited Viking fans I talked to this week who thought Max Brosnan was going to come in and become the new quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings, undrafted, formerly of Minnesota via New Hampshire. Ooh, there are a lot of stud star NFL quarterbacks coming out of New Hampshire. Chip Kelly's the only one who had any magnitude, and that was as a coach, not as a quarterback. He was a quarterback back in his day, but didn't get to quite play the quarterback position in the NFL. Because you drafted McCarthy as high as you did, I assume that they just have to give him another year. But when he's played, he had that great second half in his first start of the season. And since then, he's been one of two things, hurt or terrible. And neither one of them is very good. If you're Minnesota, what do you do for your quarterback? You got this great offensive coach. Kevin O'Connell's supposed to be one of the biggest football brains on the planet. And you don't have any quarterback for him to coach up and or have success with his offense. What do you do if you're Minnesota this offseason?
I mean, also, you look at the division, and the Bears seem to be like a new up-and-coming team. They're the number 1 seed currently in the NFC, and I don't think the Packers or Lions are going anywhere. The Vikings were I didn't understand the draft pick of J.J. McCarthy to begin with.
Nope.
And it felt like a reach. And now I don't think, you're in the position where you're not. I think each year that they pushed it down the road of trying to rebuild this the right way, they've given themselves a smaller window to succeed. And I think there's a chance Brian Flores leaves, so that's going to negatively impact their defense. And I'm not really sure. I'm saying this just to be objective, too. I don't think J.J. McCarthy is good, but I also don't want to be one of these guys that gives up on a guy and then 2 years from now he looks like the real deal. But I don't know if they have 2 years to wait to develop a quarterback.
Where do you think Flores is going to go? You don't think he's going to get a head coaching job, do you?
You think that the lawsuit will prevent that?
Yeah.
Well, then I'm being a little naive then, because I think that he clearly, I mean, if maybe he drops the lawsuit, he's the guy that I feel like is one team is going to hire him, and it's going. I guess not, but I feel like if he ever did get hired, he'd be the guy that could help turn a franchise around.
2 things. 3 things, actually. Number one, his Viking defense has not been all that great this year. They were much better last year. I think he's one of the more unique DCs in the league and is willing to do things differently and take chances and the like. So I do really like him as a defensive coordinator. But you usually get a head coaching gig coming off a big year with your unit if you put up big numbers. Minnesota didn't do that this year. Number 2, the lawsuit, like you said, there's still some teams that are smarting over that. Shoot, the Vikings were the only team that was willing to offer him a coordinator spot 2 years ago. And number 3, he wasn't that a good head coach when he was in Miami. He's a defensive coordinator. That's what he is. That's what he should stay doing. And if he wants to stay in Minnesota, he should. They'll keep him, I would think. And if another team comes and wants to make this outrageous offer, they're going to have to give him some kind of an upgrade. I don't know if assistant coach / defense coordinator would be enough to get him out of his contract because he can't just get up and leave since he's under contract.
I was strictly operating under the fact that I think he should be a head coach. But you're right, though, he's not going to leave a situation, and he might have a better chance of becoming the head coach if he just stays in Minnesota and waits for that situation to change. As far as the quarterback situation goes, we've seen teams, whether it's Carson Wentz in Philadelphia, the Broncos with Russell Wilson, and a few of these teams that are willing to get out from these big contracts with quarterbacks, but we don't see teams that want to admit that maybe they took the wrong guy, and before it gets too worse, taking that step in the right direction to fixing that thing. So I don't think they do that. But the only way they get out of this is if they address that position, and I don't think they are.
Here's where the Vikings really made a mistake / screwed up. They thought that McCarthy was good enough to step in and play this year. After losing his entire first season to injury, they decided off a year in mothballs, let's just turn the franchise quarterback position over to him. They should have kept Darnold. Now, Darnold got a 3-year deal to go to Seattle. So would they want to go 3 years? That's probably the reason why he walked out the door. You could have given him a bigger money deal to keep him there, but gone shorter on the term, and then you keep him. And if he walks out the door, then you got to get yourself a different backup quarterback, a better backup quarterback. They had one, which they traded to the Eagles, and I know Sam Howell never plays for the Eagles, but still, they end up going to Carson Wentz, whose better days are way behind him, and nobody should be surprised that he got hurt. They understaffed and undermanned the quarterback position from the get-go this year to the Vikings, and not surprisingly, they're in last place because of it.
Well, and his contract, Darnold, is 3 years, $100 million, but most of that money's tied to this year, so they could void it after this year if they were the Vikings. I don't think the Seahawks are changing. He's been fine. I mean, and if you look, I'll just say this. If you look at the Niners, you look at the Rams, I still think the Rams are the best team in that division, but you can't tell me that the gap in quarterback play is what's holding the Seahawks back if they end up not succeeding. So I don't think they're going to avoid that, but why couldn't the Vikings have done that? And it feels like a real oversight or maybe a hasty decision that they made this offseason to just give the reins to J.J. McCarthy.
They had the confidence that he could step in and play basically as a rookie. When you don't play, I know you're around the team and you're in the league, and it's not as stark as just coming in your first year out of college. But playing's playing. And if you didn't play, then you're a rookie in my eyes, if that's what we're talking about, evaluating his ability to play. They took a big-time chance. They rolled the dice, and it's come up crap for Minnesota this year.
And it's not like I think it's different when you're in a position and you don't have another option and you have to start the young guy. Like Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix, they had another option that they could have kept on to and allowed J.J. McCarthy to develop, even if I don't think he would have developed. So we'll see what happens there. We will continue the conversation. We'll continue reacting live to all the 4 o'clock windows, the late window, as the Bills are on the goal line getting ready to score. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Gridiron Game Day right now on Infinity Sportsnet and the BetMGM Network. If you're watching on YouTube, what is going on? Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo. First, let's get an update from SoFi Stadium. Raiders, Chargers. Chuck Hayes has more for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 2:23 remaining third period. The Chargers have just scored. It was a 7-yard touchdown pass from Justin Herbert to wide receiver Ladd McConkey. That drive took 8 plays, 60 yards, taking 5:02 off the clock. Cameron Dicker with the extra point. Herbert starting to feel a little bit better. 12 of 16 for 127, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. And reason he's feeling better is he's got a running game. Kamani Vidal, 18 carries for 107, 1 touchdown, a long run of 59. And on that last drive, they found a new running back, and that is Jarrett Patterson, 5'8", 195, second year out of Buffalo. He's been a practice squad guy. And on that drive, he showed some great quickness, able to hide underneath the big offensive lineman and then cut to the grass. 6 carries for 40 yards. a long run of 22. So the Chargers and the Raiders have had a little bit of trouble protecting their quarterbacks. Tui Tuipulotu on 2 consecutive series for the Chargers sacked Geno Smith once for both times for 8-yard losses on key third down situations. And when you look at the Raiders, obviously they are not able to run the football. The Chargers have been doing a great job on Ashton Genty. He has 12 carries for 34 yards. Geno Smith is only 7 of 9 for 84 yards and 1 touchdown. So with 1:47 and counting remaining in the third period, the Raiders have the ball on their own 29-yard line. Smith just completes to Genty. Nice run up into the Raider 44-yard line. It is the Chargers 21 and the Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Also, Aaron Rodgers back in the game as they just threw an incompletion, so it'll be 3rd and 9 now for the Steelers from their own 27-yard line. Seahawks have the ball 4th and 1 at Minnesota's 23-yard line, 19-0 over the Vikings. And as Chuck Hayes just told us, Chargers 21, Raiders 7, as the Raiders have it 1st and 10 from their own 44-yard line. Jody, before we get into a more broader look of the entire conference, obviously Ravens lost earlier this week. They face off with the Steelers next week in that early window. How concerned are you, about the Steelers? If they go on to lose this game, how concerned are you about the Steelers? Or is that division just the height of mediocrity right now, and it's not over until it's over?
Ding, 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 ding. There is not a surefire, that team's going to play the best at the end of the season and merit earning a divisional championship. I don't know that there's a team among them that is going to be true about. And, do you know Jeff Kerr from formerly CBS Sports?
Yes.
Very good NFL writer. I had him on Thanksgiving morning. And he said that he thought that Joe Burrow would play on Thursday, and then if Cincinnati knew what it was doing, they'd put him back in mothballs for the rest of the year. Because he, like me, thought the Ravens were going to win and the Bengals would be so buried, their chances of making the playoffs would be nil. And I said, I disagree with you. Not that I disagreed that the Ravens were going to win the game. I thought they were. Shame on me, shame on the Ravens. But I thought that Burrow was going to play maybe till week 17. And then when you're officially eliminated and there's nothing, then you take him out and you protect him going forward. I didn't think they were just going to throw him out there, let him have a feel-good game, and then go, yeah, never mind, let's not risk our superstar quarterback. If you're healthy enough to play, you should play while you are still, quote-unquote, in the mix. And until you're officially eliminated, mathematically eliminated, you are in the mix, at least the way I look at it. They're legitimately in the mix because they won that game, because the Steelers don't look like a playoff team to me today playing against Buffalo. Buffalo tried to keep them in the game the whole first half, and they've made a couple of plays. The defensive scoop and score, it will always be a big play in a game. I don't like anybody in that division right now. I don't think there's a team that merits being in the postseason. Somebody's going to make it because somebody's got to get in from the division, but nobody deserves it in that division right now.
Well, and I was never a believer of and another touchdown for the Seahawks, as it's now 25-0. Zach Charbonnet with the touchdown there. I never believed in the Steelers. Even when they were playing okay, I never believed in them. When the Ravens started to get back into it, I believed in them. But it's funny because they got back to 500. They got over 500. Obviously, they dropped back down to 500. They have not looked good in any of these games, even the ones they've won. I've never sat there and said, this team, and it's coming more from the offensive side of the ball than it is the defensive side of the ball. I've never sat there and said, I think this team could be a good team. What I have said is, I think the Bengals defense stinks, but offensively, when they're clicking, they look like a top unit in the league. So they definitely could still get back into it, because I am not impressed by the Steelers, and I'm absolutely disappointed what I've seen from a healthy Ravens team.
Back-to-back games, figuratively, if not literally, from Thursday into Friday, last game on Thanksgiving, and then the one game on Black Friday. Two teams that absolutely had belief that they were going to be in Super Bowl contention. First the Ravens, then the Eagles. Not only did they get beat, they both lost in embarrassing fashion. Ravens turning it over five turnovers in one game, and then Eagles-Bears on Friday. The Eagles allowed the Bears to rush for 260 yards. 260 yards rushing. They were manhandled. They were pushed around in their own house. Those were two teams. I have a ticket on Ravens versus the Eagles in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm not going to be spending any of that money because neither one of them look like a Super Bowl team to me right now.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the Eagles and the Bears, and I want to talk about that after the update. So we'll get into that in a few. Both of those teams going in opposite directions, kind of shockingly. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. We're going to be right back. We'll continue the conversation, and we'll get to all of the scores and the updates. Let's hop out to Seattle first, get an update in that one before we talk to our guy, Pete McCarthy. Neil Scott's got more on Seahawks-Vikings.
All right, we've got about 9 minutes to go here in this one now. It's 26-0 Seattle. With over 1 minute to go in the third quarter, Max Brosman, he was picked off for the second time, this time by Kobe Bryant, his third pick of the season. The Hawks have an 85-yard pick six from Ernest Jones this afternoon in the second quarter, plus 5 field goals. And then Seattle's Ernest Jones again in business, picking off Brosman again for the second time. That led to a 17-yard touchdown run for Zach Charbonnet. The kick was good, and this one's been put away pretty much. It's been a defensive struggle most of the afternoon. Only 87 yards for Minnesota, 230 for Seattle. Hawks trying to go 9-3. They're about 9 minutes away from that right now. Seattle 26, Minnesota nothing.
Thank you so much, Neil, and we'll continue to monitor all of that. Me and Jody continue the conversation next. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network Sports Flash.
All right, Anthony, Lane Kiffin is ditching Ole Miss ahead of their first ever college football playoff appearance. Kiffin runs off to LSU, where he will make $12 million annually over the next 7 years. Ole Miss moves quickly to promote defensive coordinator Pete Golding to their permanent head coach. In the late games, the Seahawks all over the Vikings, 26-0, 9:11 to play in regulation in Seattle, and the Seahawks have the ball deep in Vikings territory. As for the Bills and the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers left this game momentarily with blood coming from the bridge of his nose. Mason Rudolph then threw an interception. Rodgers back in the game for Pittsburgh, but it's the Bills with the football right now and the lead, 16-7. Bills leading late in the third quarter in Pittsburgh. James Cook III, 135 yards rushing as of now. Chargers 21, Raiders 7 after 3 quarters of play. The Chargers putting up 14 points in the third quarter. Shedeur Sanders didn't earn another win as the Browns quarterback. The Browns losing 26-8 to the 49ers, but Sanders will start a third straight game against the Titans next week. The 49ers win as them just a half game back of the Rams in the NFC West. The Rams were upset by the Panthers in Carolina, 31-28. The AFC South is wide open. Texans beat the Colts in Indianapolis 20-16. The Texans now 1 game back of Indy. The Colts also saw Sauce Gardner strain his calf. Gardner told reporters that while he felt like he got shot in the calf, he thinks the injury was higher than the Achilles. Gardner will undergo an MRI to find out for sure. The Jaguars crushed the Titans 25-3. The Jags now tied for the division lead going into the first of the 2 head-to-head meetings this year with the Colts next Sunday. The Buccaneers beat the Cardinals 20-17. The Bucs remain a half game ahead of the Panthers in the NFC South. Dolphins win a third in a row, 21-17 over the Saints. Jets defeat the Falcons on a 56-yard walk-off field goal from Nick Folk. Tonight it's the 9-2 Broncos visiting the 3-8 Commanders. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Infinity Sportsnet. You're listening to Gridiron Game Day. Before we get back to the conversation, let's get an update from some of these games. First, Steelers, Bills. Brian Backo's got more from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse for the Steelers here. Just went to the third quarter break. When the Bills come back out of the timeout here, it's going to be first and goal from the Steelers 5 to start the fourth, and they're already up 16-7. Touchdown pass from Josh Allen, Keon Coleman, and if you're watching this game or if they're showing it on Red Zone, I don't know, but Aaron Rodgers cut on his nose, kind of big, goofy-looking bandage, and it's just been that kind of day. It's a microcosm of how it's going for the Steelers here in the second half.
Thank you so much, Brian, and we'll get an update on that one soon as well. Chuck Hayes has got more of an update on the Chargers and the Raiders.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 12-13 remaining fourth period. It is the Chargers 24, Raiders 7. At the 14:49 mark of the fourth, Cameron Dicker, 56-yard field goal. That drive was 4 plays, 4 yards, took 102 off the clock, and it was set up by the fact that the Raiders tried to go for it on 4th and 1, and they were stuffed. And if you look at the storyline in regards to this game, the Raiders on third down are 1 of 6. Ashton Jeanty, 13 carries, now 14 carries for 32 yards. Smith, 12 of 16 for 125, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And if you look at the Chargers starting to run the ball a little bit, Kamani Vidal, 20 for 111. Herbert, 12 of 17 for 127. One thing that stands out, when Al Davis owned the Raiders, and that's been a few years back, he loved to throw the football down the field. You have not seen the Raiders take advantage of anything. They cannot get the ball downfield, but it's not Geno Smith's fault. His arm strength is still there. He just had a 10-yard completion when he was on the left hash mark and threw back across the side of the yard line right in front of the Raider bench. A beautiful throw. So Geno Smith still the same athletic quarterback with a live arm. It's just that they do not have the weapons on the outside. So right now they are inside the Charger 17-yard line. They look at 2nd and 5, 10:46 in counting. It's the Chargers 24 and the Raiders 7.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will monitor that as always. Jody, before we went to break, we were talking Bears, we were talking Eagles, and let's start with the bad first, I guess. The Eagles, how much of the last few weeks changed your opinion on them? Or do you think this is just the natural, growing pain of a team, that had a tough early schedule and is maybe feeling a little bit of the wear and tear now?
After the Eagles got beat by Dallas when they coughed up a 21-0 lead, I started to wonder, not worry. I would say wonder would be a more descriptive, accurate adjective, because you just shouldn't lose 21-point leads in the National Football League if you think you're a Super Bowl contender. Yep. And they're the defending Super Bowl champions, so they got to consider themselves a Super Bowl contender. So I started to wonder, after the pitiful performance they put on against the Bears on Friday, it's sincere worry. And I am going to have to eat some serious crow, both here on the Infinity Sports Network and on WIP in Philadelphia, if the Eagles somehow don't win this division. Because when the Cardinals lost 3 weeks ago to the Arizona Cardinals, when the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals, I officially discounted their possibility to win the AFC.
I mean, I was counting them out of the playoffs.
And nobody could. The Eagles were going to cruise in the division. Oops. All of a sudden, the Cowboys have a win against the Eagles, so they split the season series. And the Cowboys have a better divisional record because the Eagles lost to the Giants back in October. So if the Cowboys beat Washington and the Giants, their last 2 games of the season, they're going to finish with a better divisional record. So they've got a tiebreaker advantage over the Eagles. They're playing better than the Eagles. They're a team that's trending up, and the Eagles are trending backwards. The Eagles built themselves such a significant lead. I didn't think they could possibly cough it up. After that showing on Friday, all bets are off with the Eagles. They don't look like any kind of a Super Bowl contender to me, and they could end up coughing up the NFC East.
And I think what it was troubling to me was more of they've completely gone away from everything that they were doing early on that I thought, it wasn't pretty, but they were being smart with the football, and they were being, the quarterback obviously has made some mistakes. The fumble was, not great, and the interception. But it feels like they've almost kind of catered to the whims of the two wideouts, complaining more specifically A.J. Brown early on. And I feel like they've gotten away from what they were doing, which was just being smart with the ball. Also, what is up with the run game? They can't stop the run all of a sudden, and they can't run the ball. I saw the stat where in that one game against the Eagles, the Bears rushed for more yards than Saquon has over his last 5 games.
Right. And some of that is, I guarantee there's about 4 or 5 different reasons you can put out there as to why Saquon is having this drop-off. He had one of the greatest running back years in the history of the National Football League. So you knew there had to be a regression. As big as it is, nobody should have seen that coming. I know there was speculation before the year started, or at least advice for the Eagles, that they needed to use Saquon less, that they put too much of a workload on him, and that there was going to be a drop-off just because your body takes a beating playing all the way through February and being the main guy of the team who's winning the Super Bowl. They are giving it to Saquon less for reasons that no one thought were coming. He hasn't been good. They don't get first downs. They have more 3-and-outs than any other team in a National Football League, and they're well above 500, and they lead in that category, and that category means everybody's numbers are dropping. If you can't even move the chains and continue to punt, their punter should get hazardous pay because he punts as often as he does, Mr. Man. They're just bad. And the offensive line, when Lane Johnson goes out, they're not the same offensive line. It's been that way for Lane's entire career, and it's rearing its ugly head again. Mailata's not having an all-pro type season. I think Dickerson has played hurt all year long. He came into the year hurt. He's been playing hurt all year long. Juergens has had a step-back year at center. They lost out on Mekhi Becton, who was a free agent who they let walk out the door. They had a lot of free agents. You win the Super Bowl, you have a bunch of guys that are due to get paid. They get paid from other teams. You have to rebuild. That was a position that they thought they had covered with Tyler Steen. And Steen isn't bad for a second-year player, but he's not as good as Becton was. So across the line, 5 offensive line positions, they're weaker than they were last year. Not 2 out of 5, not 3 out of 5, not 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5. And a bunch of them are still here. They're just not playing as well. But they've gone backwards in every single offensive line position. Barkley is getting less run hit before contact than he did, but he's not even getting to the holes as fast as he did. There's a reason why the Eagles are forcing the ball to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. It's because they can't run the football. They know it, and the opposition knows it, and it's a bad mix.
Jody, we'll continue the conversation. I do want to ask your opinion about the Bears in a second, but let's go out to Pittsburgh as it keeps getting worse for the Steelers. More on that from our guy, Brian Batko.
Yeah, Anthony, I was just going to say, that was quite the diatribe from Jody Mack on the Eagles. The other side of the state says, hold my Iron City. It's 23-7 now, and Josh Allen just ran it in from 8 yards out for a touchdown to make this a 16-point game. Just as the Steelers try to put a drive together, a bad snap rolls back behind Aaron Rodgers. He has to go scoop it up. They are moving now a little bit with a big throw over the middle to Darnell Washington, but this isn't looking good for the Steelers. And if you're wondering why Rodgers is still playing with this wrist injury, now the cut on his nose on a Joey Bosa strip sack, Mason Rudolph did come in for a series. 4th snap, his 2nd throw, he overthrew Washington, tossed an interception to the Bills. So not much going on right now for the Steelers offense either.
Thank you so much, Brian. And it's a tough guy to miss. If you miss Darnell Washington, you can't hit anybody. And that guy, also, real quick before we get into the Bears, I am fascinated with Darnell Washington. Every time they give him the ball, though, he could just plow over everyone, and it feels like he's somebody they should probably work into the offense a bit more. He's almost like he's built like an offensive lineman that moves like a tight end.
He is. That's the type of player that he is, and sometimes that can be advantageous, and other times it can be detrimental. It depends on the individual play, but he is a big boy. You are correct.
Like, they just gave him the ball, and he completely plows through 2 defenders to get close to the first down. But he obviously not the greatest route runner in the world. Speaking about the Bears, though, I think we both at times have questioned the team and the quarterback, and I'm not sure if necessarily the quarterback play has gotten better, but this Bears team feels like they are legit, and maybe if Caleb Williams, it feels like he's got to put together a great 4 quarters for me to really start to believe in him. But this team, they have 2 excellent running backs in Monangai and Swift. They have a pretty talented wide receiver room with DJ Moore, Zacchaeus, Loveland, Burden, Cole Kmet. They have 2 good tight ends. Roma Dunze at times has shown flashes of being a really good player. And their defense is inconsistent, but at times shows they can be very good. Is this team legit, or are they more like the upstart Commanders we saw from a year ago, that maybe this is hopefully the start of building something, but they're just a playing very hot at the right moment?
Yeah, Bears fans don't want to hear a comparison with the Commanders, because after making it to the NFC Championship game, their high draft quarterback, even just one behind the Bears' first number 1 overall pick quarterback. Yeah, their season has gone completely by the wayside. So the Bears, if this is a step in the right direction, like Washington did, you got to take a massive step backwards the year after. No, thank you. The Bears want no part of that. They'll stay in the moment, not worry about comps to anybody else. You're right to run down their skill position players. They're absolutely upgraded from the previous year. And in addition to the fact that they just ran the football right down the Eagles' throat, they shut the Eagles down pretty good offensively. Now, the Eagles are doing well at shutting themselves down, but they were missing 3 of their top 4 linebackers. Their starting 2 and their best sub-linebacker were all out for the game. And you couldn't tell it because the Eagles couldn't take any advantage of it. Running the football or getting it to Dallas Goedert or underneath routes, the Eagles couldn't take advantage of the fact that Chicago was pretty badly beaten up heading into that game. Darn tootin', I think the Bears are for real.
Jody Mack, Anthony Gallo. We'll continue the conversation. We got to talk about Jody's Jets. They get a win, a little bit of happiness, a Thanksgiving treat. We got a lot more to get to. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack will preview the primetime games as well. We'll wrap up these 4 o'clock games and all the excitement there as the Steelers are trying to drive for some points as we speak. A lot to get to. Stay tuned. Gridiron Game Day.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 3 minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Gameday, a production of the Infinity Sports Network. Here's your host, Anthony Gallo.
Oh, that's right. One more hour to go. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Gameday. The great Jody Mack's got you all the way till 10 on Infinity Sportsnet. After that, before we jump back into the conversation, let's go out to L.A. as the Raiders and the Chargers battle it out, and Chuck Hayes has got more for us.
Yeah, Anthony, 3:48 remaining in this one. It is the Chargers 24, the Raiders 14. At the 7:49 mark of the fourth period, it was Geno Smith, the 6-yard touchdown pass to tight end Brock Bowers, and that was set up by a pass interference call in the end zone. Smith then was trying to go back and really run a pass play. He tripped, fell on his back. So it was second down from the 6-yard line when he got the ball out in the right flat to Bowers, who made a great catch. That was his second touchdown of the day. He has 4 receptions for 63 yards, a long of 27. Geno Smith on the day, 17 of 21 for 161, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, and have not been able to get the ball that far downfield, I think, with that passing game. And the fact that the Chargers have been able to bottle up Ashton Genty, 15 carries for 31 yards, 2.1 yards per carry, a long run of 9. And he's been the only running offense that the Raiders have shown. On the Chargers standpoint, they came back after a stop when they stopped the Raiders on 4th and 1. Cameron Dicker, 56-yard field goal. That drive, 4 plays, 4 yards, took 102 off the clock. to give them the 24-7 lead at the time. They found a running back, Kamani Vidal, 24 carries for 119 yards, as well as another running back, Jarrett Patterson, the 5'8", 195 practice squad player from Buffalo, showcasing 7 carries for 41 yards, a 5.9 yards per carry, a long run of 22. Justin Herbert, 14 of 19 on the day, 146, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Ladd McConkey, 4 for 39. Keenan Allen, 4 for 30. Aronde Gaston, 1 for 27. Quentin Johnson, 3 for 23. So 3:48 remaining in this one. The Chargers have the ball on the Raiders' 26-yard line, 2nd and 9 here from SoFi with the score, the Chargers up 24-14 over the Raiders.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Jody, 2 notable things that just popped on my screen. First, 237 rushing yards given up by this Steelers team, the most in Acrisure, whatever it is, Acrisure Stadium history. I'm assuming that goes back to Heinz Field as well. So an impressive stat for that Bills offense. And 2, I saw, O'Connell and Darnold hug at the end of the game. Any chance O'Connell was begging him to come back?
No, but someone should surely mention that to the coach, saying, see how good you looked hugging Sam? Is there a reason why you're not hugging Sam after wins this year? He didn't say it, but somebody may say it to him after the game. And, oh, by the way, Sam Darnold threw for a whopping total of 128 yards today because he didn't have to, because they didn't need to throw the football. All they had to do was run it, wait till Minnesota got it back, and Max Brosmer threw another INT. Only 4 today. He's got one direction to go from here. That would be up. Can't get any worse. Yeah, not a pleasant drive home for the Vikings after today's shutout loss to Seattle.
And that quarterback situation is not changing anytime soon. So it is, even with J.J. McCarthy, I do not think it is much better than what it is. Obviously better than Brosmer, but I am not a big J.J. McCarthy believer, and I think the Vikings have a long rest of the season to watch as the rest of the division is partying. Even with the Lions struggling, I know they sit currently right outside the playoff picture at 7-5. They are, fully alive in the season, and a couple of wins changes everything. Someone not alive, a team not alive on the season, but is showing life late when we thought they were dead in the water. Your Jets, a little bit of resemblance of a competent football team, the last 5 weeks, I know 2 heartbreaking big losses, but 3 nice wins, and maybe, just maybe, they've got a guy in Aaron Glenn that can coach through adversity and has been able to, get these guys to buy in when it feels like most teams would have quit by now.
Still to be determined. I'll give him this much. Aaron Glenn, Jets, the whole organization. When you trade your 2 best defensive players, and they did, and you basically admit that winning is not a priority for the rest of the season. That's the individuals who are making the decision in the front office, the general manager, and he's taking his direction from the owner. But the guys in the locker room are still going to try and play to win every single week. And that can be really tough to do. You get distracted. Your players know that you're not prioritizing winning, that they're not the priority. And Aaron Glenn has at least kept them playing hard. Not necessarily playing good. That's a nice little tool to have in your box that you can, when there is a reason to expect a drop-off, that you can keep them from doing that. It's a plus. But does that mean, all right, now the Jets are good because they've got their coach going forward. Aaron Glenn's going to be a great coach. No, it just tells you that the players like him. He's a pretty good motivator in the locker room. He was able to rally them to not give up on the season, and I got to give him credit for that. But does that mean because they're winning games that most of us thought they had given up on the season, had a chance to run the card with all losses? No, that doesn't mean going forward he's going to be a great coach. I'm not telling you he needs to be fired after this season. He absolutely is going to be there for a while, but I'm not jumping out of my skin going, all right, they finally got themselves a coach.
I feel like I've seen growth with the team, which I feel like you normally don't see when a season like this year happens. It feels like, you're winless for a long time, and it feels like you're not, dealing with a lot of regression during the year, especially even after a big trade. So I think there's a lot of positive to take. I will say this. Them winning games at the end of the year, I don't think is going to hurt them come draft time. Not just because they have a ton of picks and they kind of control their own destiny, but also when you look at the teams that potentially could be ahead of them. Tennessee won't be drafting a quarterback. The Giants won't be drafting a quarterback. If Washington ends up finishing ahead of them in the draft standings, they're not going to be drafting a quarterback. I don't think Cincinnati's, bottoming out anymore. Maybe Cleveland doesn't end up drafting a quarterback if they like what they see from Shedeur Sanders or possibly Dylan Gabriel the rest of the year. So there will be less teams and I still think they need to draft a quarterback, but Tyler Shuck has played better at times than I'm sure most people have imagined. Maybe the Saints, they did take him in the second round. They won't be drafting a quarterback. So I do feel like a few wins from the Jets is not going to hurt them at the end of the season where it has in the past, where we felt like, whether it was the Trevor Lawrence year or, whatever year you want to name, where it felt like it cost them crucial draft slotting, because even if they did stay pat, I feel like they could still get a guy. But they also happen to have this treasure trove of picks to trade with.
But here's the issues and the problems. First things first. You might not have heard this. I was filling in Friday for Maggie and Perloff here on the network. Made this announcement. I will do so again with you here now. Come April, Roger Goodell at the podium. With the first pick in the NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Arch Manning, University of Texas, because he's picked it up. He didn't put up gaudy numbers, made a great play running the football when they upset Texas A&M the other day. But he's really picked it back up. And I got to tell you, I do not like this quarterback draft at all. I don't think there's a guaranteed franchise quarterback. So whether the Jets pick second or fourth or sixth or eighth, if they take a quarterback, it's not a given that he's going to step in and be their guy going forward in a year where they need to get their hands on a young quarterback to build around. I don't think it's going to be there. The guy who I wouldn't mind seeing them take is going to be Arch Manning, and I'm telling you, I think he's going to be the first pick because New Orleans is not going to be able to pass on drafting Arch Manning after Archie Manning was their quarterback, one of their best quarterbacks in the history of the franchise. If you want Fernando Mendoza?
I like him. I'm going to say this. I agree with you in this aspect. I'm not crazy about any of these guys.
No.
And I don't necessarily think that any of these guys are going to be studs. I also thought that about a lot of draft classes, and guys have turned out better. I'll put it this way. I was low on Drake May. I was low on Bo Nix. I was low on Jackson Dart. So I always leave that little opening to be that, okay, there may be a chance here that this can be, a draft that somebody's a sleeper and ends up coming out as a big one. But as far as what you're saying, I get it, because then the Jets don't have to force a quarterback. And then the wins don't. So my original point then is it doesn't matter if they keep winning games. I don't want to hear, Jeff fans crying like, oh, we won too many games at the end of the year. And I feel like those wins would be more valuable building winning habits than tanking for a quarterback you may not even love.
Right. And I don't love any of them. I know what Manning's upside is, which he kind of flashed over the last month of the season. So he's the one guy I would look to use a top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever your spot is for a team like the Jets. After that, the answer is no. I don't, and I know they'll get picked high because quarterbacks always do, and they get pushed up the board just because of the importance of the position. No, I don't like any of the guys coming out this year. I'll pass on all of them as far as the top 5 pick goes. No one deserves to go that high in this year's draft. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing that the Jets are winning games, because your philosophy, the way you laid it out, makes sense. But it's just going to be very frustrating when April rolls around and the Jets don't take a quarterback in the first round. Will annoy every Jet fan on the planet.
Well, I get that, because even if the Jets made the right moves, you never want to know that the next year is going to be another we're punting it down the road year, which, barring a huge jump from a lot of players and maybe nailing all your draft picks and getting, a veteran quarterback or a late-round pick to play above his head for a little bit, next year is going to be a lost year for the Jets. It doesn't mean that it's not going to build towards something, but I know if you're a fan who's dying to see your team, 8 years felt like an eternity for the Broncos. So for Jet fans that are going on double-digit years now, I get that. But it still could be building towards something. And I really like what I've seen from the coach. And, it's early with the GM, but he's been able to make trades. His draft class looks okay. So I think there's a lot of positives to take out of what we've seen out of late from the Jets.
And, oh, by the way, I've got a decision to make this upcoming week because for the second consecutive year, the Jets want you to start to pay for your season tickets before this year ends. In December, before they finished up the previous year, they want your first payment either in full or part if you want to pay it over time, starting next week. And off this year, knowing what I just said to you, I don't have any bloody idea who's going to be the quarterback for the Jets, be it either of the two are there now. If they're going to use a draft pick, they're going to try and find a lucky pick in the third or fourth round. And you want my money how many months in advance? You're not going to play a preseason game until August, and you want me to pay 9 months in advance? I don't know. I've had Jets season tickets since Shea Stadium, the 70s. Wow. And I have held on to them. My brother had them. I had them. We share them with the same friend we've been sharing them with for 20 years. But I'm pretty put off. I came very close to not re-upping my season tickets last year, but my daughter and my wife kind of talked me into it. It's nice when your girls are allowing you to spend useless money on a bad
must be nice,
football
Jody.
team's tickets. But I might put my foot down and say, listen, I'm not even listening to you this year, girls, because I don't want to have to bother putting them up for sale when I can't go. I probably have more access to go next Sunday with the network going away. But I still, it's almost the principle of it, that they want you to pay 9 months advance for another not even competitive season, and I can't really make a cogent argument as to how they're going to get competitive next year.
I'm with you on that. I've never owned, a major sports team. There is a soccer team in New York, if you aren't aware, and I have season tickets to those. And it is even frustrating with that when they ask you in July, the season doesn't start till next year until February, March, and they're asking you to pay. So
yeah, same thing.
And the Jets raised their prices, correct?
I don't think they've said yet. I think they're going to make that announcement this week. My guess is going to be that they'll hold the line. They're not going to decrease ticket prices. I can tell you that.
They
Nobody
never do
does that. No one does. But if they raise it, if they do, it can't be much at all. My guess is it'll be the same exact price.
This one's almost winding down. Let's go out to L.A., and we'll continue the conversation in a bit with Jody, but let's go out to L.A. as the Raiders and Chargers wind down. Chuck Hayes has got a recap for us.
Thanks so much, Anthony. 45 ticks on the clock in the fourth quarter for this one, and the Raiders have just gone for it on fourth down. It did not score or even get that first down, so Justin Herbert, or is that Trey Lance, it looks like, taking the knee. It's Trey Lance. They took Herbert out after a smashing personal foul by Max Crosby a series ago. The Chargers, with 1:55 in this game, scored on a 2-yard touchdown run. Jarrett Patterson, second year back from Buffalo, had the touchdown run. He has 11 carries on the day for 54 yards along a 22. That drive was 13 plays, 68 yards, taking 5:54 off the clock. Cameron Dicker with the extra point, and that put it up there when what the final is, 31-14. The Raiders made a game of it. They cut it to 24-14 when Geno Smith hit Brock Bowers on a 6-yard touchdown pass. Bowers on the day, 4 catches for 63 yards, 2 touchdowns. And I'll tell you what, the intensity of Max Crosby and Brock Bowers, competitiveness of Geno Smith, they looked somewhat renewed, but still a little bit frustrated, obviously, with a coaching change at the coordinator position. Greg Olson taking over the play calling for Chip Kelly. Let's get for the Raiders stats for the day. Ashton Genty, 15 carries for 31 yards, 2.1 yards per carry. Raheem Mostert, 1 carry for 6 yards. Geno, 18 for 23, 165, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Brock Bowers, 4 for 63. Genty, 6 for 30. Beck, 2 for 22. Tucker, 3 for 20. Tyra Lockett, 1 for 11. And again, they were not able to get the ball downfield Tyler Lockett, an 11th year from Kansas State, could not get any separation on the Chargers DBs. Let's look at the Chargers. Kamani Vidal, 25 carries for 126 yards, 1 touchdown, a long run of 59, a beautiful toss, touchdown sweep that he executed. Patterson, 11 for 54. Herbert scrambled 3 times for 8 yards. Lance, 4 carries for 4 yards. Herbert on the day, 15 of 20 for 151, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Trey Lance, 1 of 1 for 9 yards. And the question mark will be exactly what was the injury on the left hand that Justin underwent. McConkey, 4 for 39, 1 touchdown. Keenan Allen, 4 for 30. Harris, 3 for 30. Gasson, the tight end, 1 for 27. Quentin Johnson, 3 for 23, 1 touchdown along a 10. And when you look at the situation for the Raiders all day, it comes on third down, 2 of 8, while the Chargers were 12 of 17. Total net yards, Chargers 341, 156 for the Raiders, 67 offensive plays, 46 for the Raiders. So from SoFi Stadium here in Los Angeles, a large Raider contingent, as always, did not get it done for Pete Carroll. What's his deal with Jim Harbaugh? Well, the deal is the Chargers 31 and the Raiders 14.
Thank you so much, Chuck, and we will talk to Chuck next week. I believe there is a game in L.A. We'll come back. We'll talk more NFL action. We'll preview tonight's Sunday night matchup and the primetime matchup, the Monday night matchup as well. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, Gridiron Game Day. We'll be right back.
We'll be back with more Gridiron Game Day right after this.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Two minutes remaining. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. "45 seconds remaining. "30 seconds remaining. "15 seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
Oh, that's right. Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack, and we've had a full day of football. Steelers lose to the Bills 26-7 on the day against the spread, 5 for 5 on the slate today. So Vegas always knows something, but maybe not as much today. Jody, I just saw our good friend Zach Gelb in there, and he's already planning an AFC championship visit for me and him between the Broncos and the Patriots tonight. Broncos play a Jaden Daniels-less Commanders team tonight, and with a win, they can't move into first place tonight, but with a win, they would be lockstep with the Patriots. And now with the Colts losing, there is more of a gap there. They have a 2-game lead. Honestly, the Chargers are the team they have to watch the closest because they have the tiebreaker over the Broncos. I am starting to, I know I've been, down on this team. I'm starting to believe in them a bit more. They're getting healthier. Alex Singleton, cancer surgery and comes back, 3 weeks later. They're getting Pat Surtain back. It's all looking up for this Broncos team. I still have my doubts. Are they as legit? I think the Patriots are a legit Super Bowl contender. Do we think the Broncos are in that same group?
Close. I would put the Patriots slightly ahead because of one and only one thing, and that's because I think their quarterback is better. Nix is good. May could be special.
Could be an MVP.
Right. So purely because of the quarterback position, I give the edge to New England. Denver's got a better defense than New England. New England's defense is good, solid, but it's not as good as Denver's. And you pointed out that last 3 weeks they've been playing without the best cornerback in the National Football League, and they got Surtain back, so I expect them to win tonight. That was one of my 3 picks, Broncos and the Commanders, but not on the spread, on the number instead. The over-under is 44. I don't think the Broncos will score 30. I think 27, 28, even against a mediocre Washington defense would be right. Probably a whole bunch of field goals, so maybe more like 26. I think if the Commanders get 10, they'll be lucky. There's a better chance they'll get like 6. So I'm playing the under in this game. I think Denver will win. I think they'll win handily, but I just don't think there's going to be a whole hell of a lot of scoring. Hey, we didn't have all that much scoring in the league all day. Why shouldn't it be a low-scoring game in a wet Washington tonight with the temperature diving down as the game gets late?
Well, I like the number in both games, the under. Even with the Broncos, they could have a good offensive night, and they've already shown they are not an aggressive team in the first half. and they will let the game come to them. We saw it against the Raiders. We saw it against the Jets. They don't take a lot of chances early, and maybe it's Sean Payton trying to set things up later in the game. Maybe he's just Sean Payton thinking he's smarter than everyone else and trying to do things like that. And then for the Patriots-Giants game, I think the Patriots are going to pound the ball. It's maybe snowy in New England. I have to double-check the forecast, but I know earlier in the week they were predicting snow. And that Giants offense, even though I think it's better with Kafka and you're going to get Jackson Dart back, I think they're playing a great Patriots team. And I think the Patriots are going to control the clock. They're going to control possession, and they're going to, win the way they want. And it's not necessarily going to be airing it out via Drake May. And I think they're going to use their two-headed monster to really wear down that Giants defense.
Here's where I think the Giants defense will unfortunately suffer on, and I do like the Patriots, and I think they'll win by double digits. Jackson Dart will, I think, for the first time, play tentatively.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's hearing it everywhere. He can't put himself at risk. He can't do what he does. Sure enough, he gets hurt because of it. I think that either consciously or subconsciously, he'll play a little bit more tentative than he has since he joined the National Football League, and I don't think that will go well for the Giants. I'm with you. If I'm playing either game, I just flat out, I'm going to play the Patriots because I think the Patriots will score more points and going to win the game more handily because of that. I think Denver's got just as good a chance to win, but more so because of the defense, so that tells me the over-under is a better play than the actual line on the game. Yeah, I think both of the top two teams, record-wise in the AFC, have wins in the next 30-some-odd hours.
And for the Patriots, I mean, the Bills did win today, but for the Patriots, it puts them in a prime position in that playoff picture. And I think, for a few reasons, we're probably not going to get a clearer picture of that one seed for a while.
No. I think it'll be the last week of the season.
Yeah.
I think it'll be week 18.
And I think this is not even a crazy scenario. If the Chargers don't lose another game and the Broncos have one hiccup, they go into that last week. We could be looking at not only necessarily the, Broncos and Patriots vying for that bye. The Chargers could be in the mix too because a tie goes the Chargers' way because of the tiebreaker. So that is an interesting thing. I don't think they are. I think they probably will have a hiccup, the Chargers. And I don't think that any of those AFC South teams are catching them in that aspect of it. But it's going to be interesting. And a win tonight all but locks up the division, in my opinion, for the Patriots. The Broncos, it's not over yet because of that, what I just told you. They're going to have to be 2 games above the Chargers going into that last week of the season when they face off for that division to be, locked up.
Yeah, you and Gelb are both youngsters. So when you see Gelb, make sure you tell him there could be a rematch in the Super Bowl this year, but it's one that he didn't get a chance to see because he wasn't born yet. And that was Super Bowl 20, which is now 40 years ago. So those of you in your 20s and 30s, you had to watch this on YouTube after the fact. I watched the Super Bowl Shuffle. Bears beat the snot out of the New England Patriots in Super Bowl number 20. And right now, the top teams in each conference are Chicago and New England. So we could see a Super Bowl rematch 40 years after the fact, and it was one of the more famous Super Bowls because of the characters that they had playing for the Bears and the Super Bowl Shuffle becoming part of football. Not only what do you do on the field, what can you do to entertain us off the field? Yeah, that's what the NFL has in part become, and I think it all kind of started with the Super Bowl Shuffle.
And we're going to know what the Bears are, if they're legit or not. Like, my reservations about them, because they face off next week on the road against the Packers. Then they have the Browns. Obviously, they should win that, but it'll be a good test for that offense against an elite defense. The Packers at home, on the road against the Niners, and they finish up at home against the Lions. Week 18 is gearing up for an absolutely insane Week 18. The way so many of these divisions that are close, they finish off against each other. So, not just Broncos, Chargers, and now we see another one in the Browns and the Lions. But I think we'll know a lot about that Bears and the Lions. We're going to know a lot about that Bears team going into Week 18.
So the Bears Bears already beat Minnesota twice this year?
Well, remember they choked away the first one. That was the J.J. McCarthy comeback.
First game of the season. Okay, yeah, you're right.
The Bears started 0-2 also, which is the most impressive thing about this.
I'd rather see Minnesota left on my schedule than any of those other teams that you do out there, because right now the Vikings are a rudderless ship. And if you're playing in that division, you're hoping that you've got one of their games left, but no such luck. So you're right. The Bears are going to have to earn their way in. But right now, shoot, why not? Nobody else in the edge. Rams had it today. They coughed it up, losing to Carolina. The Eagles are going in the wrong direction. If they beat Green Bay next week, if Green Bay beats them, all right, then it's and Green Bay and the Cowboys are in that same mix in that they both have a tie. Remember the Cowboys and the Packers played to that wild 40-40 tie earlier this year, which it can either help you by half a game or it can screw you by half a game. And I don't know which way it's going to play for either of the two yet. But those two divisions, if the Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers are in the mix going into the last week of the season, at least you don't have to worry about tiebreakers, because there won't be, the tiebreaker up if the team is up by a half game and they tied their final game. Yeah, let's not even go there.
And when you look at the end of the schedules for the two teams at the top of the AFC, the Patriots have a bye after this week, but they finish the year Giants, Bills, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins. And for the Broncos, they have the Commanders obviously tonight, the Raiders next week, but then it's Packers, Jags on the road against the Chiefs, and last game of the year against the Chargers.
Wow.
It feels like the schedule leans towards the Patriots.
Much easier schedule. Not an easier schedule. Much easier schedule from here on out.
Yeah, and honestly, the Broncos have no room to lose any of these next two games, because even if they finish 3 out of the last 4 at home, Packers, Jaguars, Chargers at home, and then on the road against the Chiefs week 17, it is a tough schedule for them. And I know going into that matchup against the Chiefs, they had the hardest strength of schedule. Obviously, that's probably changed a little bit after beating the Chiefs. But that is going to be an uphill battle for them. So I'm actually more worried about them losing the division lead than I am even focused on the number 1 seed.
And I have no idea what the Chiefs are going to bring to the table. If they're out of it and they're not even playing for a potential wild card, the 7th AFC playoff spot, the final wild card spot, I don't know how none of those players on that team have ever been in that position, playing for a game that really doesn't have any potential future ramifications. They could play footloose and fancy free and just go out and not even sweat it and play a really good game, or they could just pack it in and have no focus and no reason to put their body at harm. So that's the kind of game for those of you who like live in-game wagering. Watch the first couple of possessions and then be able to jump in and make a play one way or the other, because I think you'll be able to tell early if it's having an uptick effect on the Chiefs or a forget it, they're already making plans when they tee off next week effect on the Chiefs.
Yeah, and we saw last year, week 18, that that was their bench playing against the Broncos with Carson Wentz and all that. That's how the Broncos ended up getting in. And this is going to be a week 17 matchup that they could really be out of it, before we even get to that last week of the season. I think Patrick Mahomes may still put it in. I think the guys at the top, because they have so much, they are the face of the franchise, Mahomes and Chris Jones and Travis Kelce. But the rest of those guys on that team, especially the newer guys, they don't have anything to care about. If they're out of it, they're out of it. A lot of them probably came there to compete for a Super Bowl.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The Chiefs' backup quarterback is Gardner Minshew?
Yes.
Yeah. Good luck with that. I've seen enough of Gardner Minshew. He did his year coming through Philadelphia here. Colorful character, not a bad guy, thinks he's better than he actually is. If I knew Gardner Minshew was playing for the Chiefs, I'd be loading up on the opposition.
We'll take a break, and we'll come back and continue the conversation. Gridiron Game Day, Anthony Gallo, Jody Mack. Stay tuned. But first, an update from our guy, Pete McCarthy.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Anthony, the Bills' defense coming up big in Pittsburgh.
With Warren behind Rodgers, and he's going to take, it's a fake handoff, play action. Rodgers darting, pressure in the pocket, he sacked and he fumbled. It's scooped up by Benford, and he races to the end zone for the touchdown. Joey Bosa with his team record 5th forced fumble of the season. leads to a turnover and a touchdown for Buffalo. Oh, my!
Bills Radio 26-7. Bills beat up on Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. The Bills improved to 8-4. The Steelers dropped to 6-6. Chargers blow out the Raiders 31-14. The Seahawks blank Max Brosmer and the Vikings 26-0. Colts quarterback Sauce Gardner suffered a calf injury on the second play from scrimmage, and the Colts lost to the Texans. Gardner feels that it's not an Achilles injury, though he did say it felt like someone shot him in the calf. Gardner will undergo further testing tomorrow. Colts dropped by the Texans 20-16. The Jaguars take over first place in the AFC South via a tiebreaker behind their 25-3 pasting of the Titans. The Panthers making some noise. They upset the Rams 31-28. The Panthers remain one game back of the Buccaneers, who held on to top the Cardinals 20-17. 49ers roll in Cleveland to a 26-8 win. San Francisco is 9-4. Despite the loss, Kevin Stefanski will stick with Shedeur Sanders at quarterback next week as they take on the Titans. Dolphins top the Saints 21-17. Jets defeat the Falcons on a 56-yard Nick Folk field goal at the buzzer 27-24. Sunday Night Football features the Commanders taking on Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos. Lane Kiffin makes his decision. He is leaving Ole Miss and heading to LSU. Kiffin said on social media that he hoped to continue coaching Ole Miss through the playoffs, but that his request was denied by the athletic director. Defensive coordinator Pete Golding takes over as the permanent head coach. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You're in a 5-minute break. Four minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Four minutes remaining. Three minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Three minutes remaining. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutes remaining. One minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute remaining. Forty-five seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds. Break ends in 5 seconds.
Welcome back to Gridiron Game Day. Here are your hosts, Anthony Gallo and Jody Mack.
That's right. One more segment to go this week at Gridiron Game Day. But don't worry, Jody Mack's got you all the way till 10 o'clock, and he'll cover the rest of the day's action. And I'm sure talk to some amazing guests. Jody, we got a little bit more time. Obviously we went through a lot of this. Do you have something specific? For me, there was a couple things I took away from today, but anything specific that really stood out to you outside of what we spoke about?
The fact that the AFC North stinks, that Pittsburgh got manhandled today. And, oh, by the way, Buffalo did nothing in offense for like the first 20 minutes of the game, and Pittsburgh had a chance to actually open up a little bit of a lead, maybe play a little bit differently to get their tails kicked after watching the Ravens basically say, yeah, here, we don't want the division. And Pittsburgh handed it right back, said, well, we don't necessarily want the division. And the fact that the Bengals are still in it with Burrow back now, that stuck out more than anything. Makes me sound like a negative Nelly that's what I'm zeroing in on. But the question you ask, anything that stuck out, yeah, some things stick out when they're great and some things stick out when they're mediocre to bad, and that's what the AFC North is right now.
Well, for me, I couldn't, I've walked away today more confused about the NFC than I have been all season. The Rams losing, the Bucks winning, but not. I know they're banged up, and Baker's playing a little banged up, but they've kind of taken a downturn the last few weeks. And the Panthers have these weeks where they've beaten the Bills, they've beaten the Rams, and then we'll see them, struggle or lose in a game that they probably should have won. And I don't know how to judge them. I do know it's an exciting race. I still think the Rams are the best team. I still think the Eagles are a legitimate contender. I don't actually have a pulse on what's going on in the NFC.
And to further your point, if you had an opinion about the Seattle Seahawks before today, they won 26-0. You win 26-0, that's got to be a good thing. I don't know if it was. It wasn't Minnesota just with a undrafted quarterback in his first start. 4 interceptions, one of them taken back the other way for 7 of their 26 points. That is settled for four Myers field goals. They get one, by the way, touchdown in the fourth quarter. Seattle was my upset pick in the NFC. I thought the Eagles were the best team, and they were the team to beat. But if I had to take someone else, I said I would take Seattle before the season started, and they moved back into a quasi first place tie with the Rams. They're down the tiebreaker for because the Rams beat them head to head just a couple weeks ago. But I still like them. I still think that they're as good as anybody else in the NFC. I think if the Bears and the Seahawks played on a neutral field, I would take Seattle as of right now. But you're right, no one is standing out in the NFC. I thought the Rams had a chance to kind of make a statement with a win this week, and they cough it up against a solid but not spectacular by any means Carolina Panther team. I have no idea what's going on in the NFC right now.
Well, and to your point about the Seahawks, I still like them. I don't walk away from this as the most impressive win in the world. I will say, they got nothing out of Jackson Smith and Jigba, which is kind of impressive in itself. But I also don't think that's because they were shutting him down. I think it was they didn't have to throw the ball today, so they weren't really challenged. I will say this. On the AFC side of things, I feel like I've gotten a little bit more of a clearer picture on things. The Colts have really come back down to earth. The Jaguars, I know they beat a bad Titans team. They look like they could still compete in that division. But the Texans feel like a really dark horse team. If they could just get a little bit more consistency on the offensive end, that's the best defensive football, in my opinion.
They're one of the best defenses in football, and they get pressure on the quarterback. Today was a kind of reestablished game for the Colts, and they did next to nothing on offense. I don't know how injured Daniel Jones was playing, but they made him throw off his back foot plenty today, which is not what you wanted to see. That's a good division. Unlike the North, where I think they're all bad, the South, at least you've got Jacksonville, who's been pretty consistently good. Not great, good. And you've got the Texans on the rise, and the Colts, who had a pretty significant lead, now all of a sudden find themselves in second place via tiebreaker. That's a fun division. That's going to be exciting the last 5 weeks of the year.
Yeah, and it's a stacked division. I think, honestly, that division and what we see in the NFC West and the NFC North are the three best divisions of football right now. Just because of the level of play. The Titans are a bad team, yes, but these teams have victories over teams that aren't just the Titans. I mean, just in the last 4 weeks, we've seen the Texans beat the Colts, the Bills, the Jags. Yes, they have beaten the Titans. They also have wins against the Niners. They have a big win against the Ravens. They should have beaten the Buccaneers week 2. I know, early in the season, and you can't really, go back that far and judge that for anything. But a Texans team that started the year 4-2. Or 2-4, I'm sorry. Very impressed, and I think that defense is good enough. If C.J. Stroud shows us anything like he did 2 years ago in his rookie season, they could be a dark horse team in the AFC because I think even with the way we talked about the Broncos and the Patriots, they're two teams that I think are very beatable, though. So, and this is a Texans team. They probably should have beaten the Broncos a few weeks ago as well with Davis Mills at quarterback. So I am very impressed by them. And the Colts hadn't scored under 20 points all season. Mm-hmm. And today they barely got the 16.
And as I said to you at the top of the show, in addition to the fact that everything kind of mushed into the middle as far as standings and playoffs and where we go from here with the results of this weekend, the MVP did too. And we've only got half of the equation in because Stafford had his worst game all year, maybe his worst game in a couple of years. I know he put some points up, but all the turnovers and a pick six. If Drake May can come out and have a 275-yard, 3-touchdown day, New England continues to add to the best record in the National Football League, I think they'll be toe-to-toe going into the last 5 weeks of the season. He was, when I say he, I mean Stafford was the betting favorite, and a pretty good division between he and May at number 2. Oh, that's going to shrink because I expect May to have a good game, and Stafford came back to the pack this weekend.
Yeah, and he came back to the pack, and that, felt like it was solely on his shoulders. I think it's why I still feel like they are the best team because I don't expect him to ever play like that again this season, let alone even a couple interceptions. He had the 2 interceptions and a forced fumble, and he fumbled the ball He missed some open receivers. I think today was just a plethora of mistakes that piled on top of each other. I expect him to come out swinging next week and back to normal. And the other thing I will say, too, that goal, I know they lost today. That goal line play that they run with Devontae Adams, that option route where he could either fade to the post or, cut inside, is the most unstoppable play in football besides the Eagles' tush-push when it comes to the goal line.
And you got to have a real touch on that pass if you're going to go back outside. Adams is big and good enough and he's got great hands to go up and get it, but that's one thing that Stafford is very good at. He's very good at throwing that fade to the back of the end zone.
Yeah, and so I expect him, and he looks healthy. Early in the season he did not look healthy, and he looks healthy, so hopefully, today was a blemish. Jody, you are the man. We got a few more weeks of this.
Are you in for the next 4 weeks?
I'm done. I'm here. I'm not
no
going.
More vacay. No more going to Broncos games.
No more.
Not going to Europe. You're
No,
going to be here the next 4 weeks. You're telling me.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right. And I vowed to be here the next 4 weeks with the big guy.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, Jody. Jody's on for the next 2 hours, so don't worry. But I am done after this segment. I'll be back next week. As always, shout out to Billy, Evan, to Pete McCarthy, Tony Pierno, Nico, everyone involved today. The great Jody Mack, as always, as well. We'll be back same time, same place next week, 12 to 8 every week during the regular season. Jody joins me at 6 o'clock every week. If you want to hit me up on X, search my name, Anthony Gallo, WFAN, or my @ is Pico_Day_Gallo on IG, Pico de Gallo 24. We will join a big jam-packed week next week. Colts, Jags playing for the AFC South. Then we have the North. Not as exciting because the teams are a little mediocre, but we get Ravens, Steelers playing for a lead in the AFC North. Big Broncos game tonight. Big Patriots game tomorrow night. The picture, the scenarios are starting to come out a lot clearer, and we've got a lot more football left this year. So stay tuned for an exciting season. This is Gridiron Game Day. I'm Anthony Gallo. Until next time on Infinity Sportsnet.